2-minute warning. We'll start in 2 minutes. Okay, if everybody wants to grab a seat, we're going to get started in just a few seconds. So it is 9:30. We'll call the October 5th Volusia County Council meeting to order. And we're going to start with an invocation. You can choose to stand for that if you wish. I would ask that everybody stand for the Pledge of Allegiance right after the invocation. And just so that you know, if you are part of a faith group who's has someone who would like to bring us an invocation, just get a name and a contact number to one of the ladies over here to my left, and we'll add you to the list. So let's stand. And this morning the invocation is from Dr. Lowry, District 5 County Council.
All right. Lord, we come to you today thanking you so much for so many things that you provide for us. There's so many things that we are not even aware of that you do to take care of us and watch over us. We know your word says, if anyone lacks wisdom, let him ask of you. And I know probably all my colleagues up here share with me the desire to have your wisdom today as we make decisions for our county. We thank you for this wonderful county and for the citizens. We just pray for our first responders that are out and about today, that you'll keep them safe. Those who also serve in our military, that you'll watch over them all around the world. And we just praise your name today. In Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Does Fred get a pin?
Yeah, you want me to go down there and walk around?
Would you call the roll, please?
Dr. Lowry,
Here.
Ms. Post,
Here.
Mr. Robbins, Ms. Wheeler, Ms. Gertman,
Here.
Mr. Johnson, Mr. Brower.
Here. With everyone present, we will begin the meeting with comments from the public. And as I call your name, just come forward. Please tell us your name and what city you reside in. And you have 3 minutes. You'll be able to see the clock right in front of you. And we'll start with Paul Richardson.
Good morning. Good morning. Again, I wish I come in with county business, but unfortunately, there's a lot of stuff going on in the world and the nation. First off, though, I would like for everyone to say a prayer for Deputy Moyer from Nassau County. He was shot in the face, just like Officer Rayner, and passed away shortly afterwards. Again, luckily, we live in a state and especially a county that respects good police officers and deputies who are there for the community, not for ourselves. But moving forward, recently the National School Board Association sent a letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland asking him to target critics of the school boards who are anti-critical race theory. And apparently yesterday afternoon, Merrick Garland responded with a memo to the FBI saying he will go after those critics of critical race theory for school boards. This is pretty much outrageous. Actual dissent against a policy is not disinformation and it's not domestic terrorism. Granted, if someone does a death threat or anything, that's crossing the line, and I do not condone it. I condemn calling in death threats to anyone, elected officials or not. So, but actual dissent is not disinformation or domestic terrorism. I hope everyone agrees that this is wrong for the Attorney General to use the FBI against critics of critical race theory. And I hope you agree with me. Again, I don't want to put words or views in your mouth or anything like that. Also, there's the talk about the $3.5 trillion spending bill. While there are many stuff to criticize the bill, especially the price tag, and it is $3.5 trillion, not $0, like some people say. One of the things in the bill mandates banks to pass information of any transaction from $600 above or more to the IRS to any of your accounts. If you get paid $600 or more, you get reported to the FBI. That's reported through this bill. That's a Fourth Amendment violation of the search and seizure clause of the Constitution and a privacy violation of the utmost importance and should be opposed. This fact of the $3.5 trillion is not widely reported, and it should be because it's dangerous. It's unconstitutional and should be opposed. And I hope you guys agree with me on that too. You guys have a good day now.
Thank you. Joseph Tremens?
I have a complaint against the county code enforcement. You're not allowed to have a birthday party at your house because if you have to park more than 2 cars in your driveway, you're not allowed to park them on the grass. And if you park them on the grass, you're going to get a ticket for it, which I did. Okay. Also, I got the ticket. I waited 4 months for the officer that wrote the ticket to get in touch with me. And the only reason he got in touch with me is because I put in over 500 complaints for the same thing to code enforcement, and finally they got the idea maybe they should talk to me. Well, all 3 of them came out to my house, and well, before that, they called me on the phone and made an appointment to come out to my house. The head enforcement guy looks on an aerial map of my house and says, "You got a pool in your backyard and a deck." I says, "It's an above ground pool." I didn't know you had to have a permit to have an above ground pool. He says, "Well, we'll have to write you 2 more tickets," which they did. And that man is the man that, he said it was anonymous, but he's the one that's seen it. And he wrote me 2 more. So now I got 7 tickets. So I go into county code enforcement to rectify the situation. I don't speak to enforcement. I speak to the girl in the front of the office. The girl in the front of the office says you can't register the pool because you don't know what kind of make and model it is. I said I bought it off of Craigslist. It's a metal pool. It's 52 inches high. What else do you need to know? We have the manufacturer or you have to take it down. This is ridiculous. You can't have a barbecue in your backyard. I had a cement mixer in my backyard. I had to put the cement mixer in a building because it's not allowed to be anything in your backyard. Period. So in that case, that means that if you have a barbecue in your backyard, that's a tool to cook something. You can't have it out after you get done cooking. How many people do you think in this county have a barbecue grill in their backyard? It's ridiculous. And then the man comes to my house. I have an adjacent piece of property. I join that property to my property. And the head enforcement guy says to me, the only thing you can do with that property is walk on it. You can't do nothing else with it. Period. I says, what are you, crazy? He says, no, that's the code. Okay, so we get by that. I asked him about putting up a 6-foot fence around my property because there's stuff being stolen from my property on a daily basis. I live 3 illegal Mexicans on this side, and 7 on the other side, and 4 on the other side. I want to put up a 6-foot fence.
Thank you. We'll follow up.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, where does he live? What?
DeLand.
Okay, thank you.
Reverend Kathy Ricky.
Good morning. My name is Reverend Kathy Ricky, and I live in Ormond Beach, and I'm pastor of the Unitarian Universalist congregation in Ormond, and I'm co-chair of Faith, which is made up of 30 diverse communities across Volusia County. Thank you, esteemed council persons and your staff, for your work in administering COVID relief dollars. We know that so many are suffering with the loss of employment, and that emergency rental assistance is vital in helping folks keep a roof over their head. You've had recent discussions on the amount of time that it might take for someone who has lost a job to get back on their feet. While that's an important discussion to have, we want to highlight what it truly means for somebody to be back on their feet when so many in Volusia are gainfully employed and they simply do not make enough money to keep up with the rising costs of rent. These folks include essential workers like nurse assistants, EMTs, and construction workers. For example, a mother in my congregation has a grown daughter living at home who works full-time in the healthcare sector, but still can't afford to move out on her own. And another mother in Ormond Beach has a son in his 30s working in construction who spends over half his paycheck on housing each month. Nearly every person in Volusia earning $14 an hour or less is cost burdened by rent. This untenable situation will worsen without the county's help. Last month, members of Faith and I attended a county-sponsored webinar on affordable housing. The presenter, Jamie Ross of the Florida Housing Coalition, spoke of the critical need for municipalities to create affordable housing when issuing zoning and density grants for market rate housing developments. Ms. Ross explained that this practice is essential to maintaining an adequate inventory of workforce housing. She gave an example of how this is done. This was done recently by the city of Winter Haven when they allocated American Rescue Plan dollars to create a local housing trust fund. Faith is calling for Volusia to do the same with its $2.5 million in rescue funds earmarked for other housing projects. A housing trust fund would provide grants to nonprofit and private sector developers who agree to create housing that's affordable for working families and seniors. By creating a locally controlled housing trust fund, the council could help shore up the severe lack of workforce housing that exists in Volusia today. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Keith Chester.
My name is Keith Chester, and I live in DeLand, Florida. I am here to ask for a more transparent and informative county government. Currently, meetings of the ECHO Board are only streamed live as a webinar, and they are not archived in the way the county council meetings are. If you are not able to attend the ECHO Board meetings or watch them live, you are out of luck. Virtually all of the county's various public meetings are held during the day when working citizens are unable to witness their government in action, and when they are unable to participate. I would request that all advisory board meetings be recorded and archived online in the same way the meetings of the county council are, and that the county's website be reworked, and that all meetings are archived on one page. I would also request that through the county's public information office a more streamlined system be put into place that would allow for citizens' questions submitted by phone, email, and letters be responded to in a more efficient and effective way, and that would also allow the citizens to participate in the public forums through emails and letters that are sent through the county's public information office. This county council has refused the idea of some night meetings, and to my knowledge, there have been no town hall meetings on the west side of the county in a very long time. Most emails to members of this council, and to the administrative staff of the county go unanswered. There has to be a better way of doing things. The citizens deserve better. Please improve the transparency of this government, and please find a better way to allow the citizens of this county to participate in the process. On another note, many have touted how ECHO was overwhelmingly approved by the voters. Here is an excerpt from a radio commercial that was paid for by the PAC, the ECHO Volusia Forever Alliance. You can protect our quality of life. Vote yes for Volusia Forever and ECHO to protect our water and our natural outdoor spaces. Vote yes to protect places to enjoy the arts, culture, and recreation. No new taxes and full accountability. Volusia Forever and ECHO help our economy and make Volusia County a great place to live, work, and play. After hearing that, who wouldn't want to vote for ECHO, especially if there is going to be full accountability and no new taxes? Both are lies. The previous ECHO program was coming to an end, thus there would be a new tax, and there certainly has not been full accountability. It is county government's responsibility to ensure the organizations receiving ECHO funds provide the services agreed upon in their contract agreements, and if they fail, the county ensures the funds provided are returned. Pushing funding out to more poorly organized nonprofits would certainly lead to more failures. And changing the rules of the program after the citizens have voted is wrong. There is nothing noble about forcing your neighbors to pay for your wants and desires, especially when you are willing to do it with little, if any, accountability. When approving ECHO projects, I certainly hope all of you will put your honor and integrity before your personal wants and desires.
Thank you.
And Keith is from DeLand. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. A couple of things. One, Dr. Lowry, welcome back. And please don't do that again, okay? Oh, good. Secondly, with regard, I talked about EMS and the fire department, et cetera, last time I was here. I read an article in a magazine that apparently there is something in their uniforms that causes cancer. There's a chemical that they use to fight fires with. So I'm wondering if we could take a look at the uniforms that we have. Apparently about 15% of the fire departments in the U.S. we have been looking at. Good. All right. And third, with regard to the budget, I'm glad you guys at least did a little bit of an increase on the budget. As you know, I'm not happy with that. I went through an experience with a whopping 27% increase. You guys are going to have to do better. You talked for an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, on reducing $1.3 million, and the following meeting, you increased back into the budget another $1 to $2 million. It was a net zero. I understand that from what I gather, it appeared that George was trying to get our employees to vaccinate because it would cost us less money. And I think the number was $243,000 was put aside for it. And if they don't vaccinate, then the cost to the county goes up. So instead of putting out $243,000, we're putting out $1 million to $2 million. So it's a net zero. So in 2 years, when the $8 million comes along, and I'm pretty good at numbers, I'm 7 for 7. All the things that I've hit with the roundabout, the widening of LPGA, that there would be homes in Margaritaville, everybody said, no, that's not going to happen. It did. Well, this thing is coming down the pike. You will have to pay that $8 million. So I'm going to give you a couple of suggestions, because somebody's going to have to bite the bullet. I'm suggesting that we take 6 months a year from, let's say, August to January, and no driving on the beach. We close the library at night and on weekends. We end up taking, what do you call it? All the things that people need, that they rely on. Take the buses. No buses at night and no buses on weekend. So where are you going to cut? No matter what you do on any of those, everybody's going to go crazy. But they save money. We can't nickel and dime this stuff. It has to be massive. So if we took $5 million from the budget this year, and we take 5 or 10 or 15 from the budget next year, not the budget, I'm sorry, the reserves. At some point, the reserves are going to end, and we're not going to be able to take any money out of the reserve. So you're going to have to be some really big budget cuts, or you're going to have to raise taxes. So please at least raise them a little bit. Thank you.
Libby Levette.
Morning, Chairman Brower and Council. Libby Levette, 1820 Hibiscus Drive, Edgewater, Florida. I'm actually wanting to just introduce myself. I know a lot of you know me, but you don't know that I've recently been appointed as the chair to the Environmental and Climate Justice Committee for the West Volusia NAACP. So I will be working to right some of the wrongs regarding some of our inner city infrastructure, communities that have been disproportionately impacted as a result of our failure to keep our environmental services and our stormwater treatment up. I met with several members of inner city communities, some of the poorer communities, and unfortunately, they are the most impacted with flooding. They are not getting the police services that they need. They are having people speed down their roads at 90 to 100 miles an hour with children in those communities playing. And that's extremely frustrating to me because we have the resources. It's not a matter of resource, it's a matter of priority. So that's my concern relative to that position. I have another position I'd like to tell you about with the Indian River Lagoon National Estuary Project. I'm on the Citizens Oversight Committee for that project, and so we get to hear a lot of grants. I have been nothing but excited and encouraged to learn the projects that we're working on. Unfortunately, they don't all get publicized, and so I'm going to help to do that. I want you to know that you're invited to come with me. I intend to tour every single grant that we have approved, the projects on every single grant to learn, and also to make sure that the money's being spent properly. It's my goal to stop source point pollution. There are a lot of ways to treat the water, to improve the water quality, but to bring that back to seagrass is really where the devil is in the details. We've got to bring the seagrass back, and there are many ways to do that, but no matter how much seagrass we bring back, no matter how much shellfish restoration we do, if we do not stop the pollution at the source, it's going to continue to die. The Indian River Lagoon is a dead zone. It is not a debate. It is a scientific fact. It is a dead zone. Is there life in there? Of course, but when you take away the seagrass, you take away the habitat and the diet for much of our marine life, whether it be the manatees who had an unusual mortality event this year and is expected to continue, or whether it be the crabs and the critters that live in that seagrass. So it's extremely important that when projects come before us, we see that you are eliminating the nutrient pollution. That is the number one priority for me. I can't speak for the rest of the committee, but I know that that seems to be an overall opinion for the Indian River Lagoon National Estuary Project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And that is the end of public participation, unless you have any more. So we'll close public participation. for now, and move on to the to item 1, which is the consent agenda. Did anybody have something they wanted to pull for discussion or vote? Billy Wheeler.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull for a vote item K.
Anybody else? Okay, then if I could get a motion to approve the consent agenda excluding item K, and we'll bring that up afterwards.
Motion to approve the consent agenda minus item K.
Second.
Motion by Wheeler, second by Lowry. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the consent agenda is passed. And Billy, item K.
Thank you. Last month, or last meeting that we had, we discussed, we actually approved a fee increase at the Marine Science Center for their annual pass of $1. My question is, I really think that that is not enough. We have not had an increase since, what was it, 2007 was when our original fees were set at $5 and $4 and $2 for youth. Since that time, you know, it has expanded with the population of visitors. And since that time, we have added a sea turtle hospital viewing window, an extremely popular stingray touch pool, a seahorse exhibit, a gopher tortoise exhibit, and an outdoor amphitheater. It is constantly attended well, and there's so many good things that are coming there. I think $1 is, it just doesn't touch the surface on some of the needs. I would really encourage that we increase it to at least $2 or $3. But again, if $5, so it would make it $8 for an adult for an event like that is still very, very cheap. The senior would be $6. So I think, you know, this is one of the good things that Volusia does. It's a wonderful thing, but you know, everything has gone up, and if we haven't increased a fee since 2007 was when we raised the admission, the last time we raised admission. So I would like to make a motion instead of the $1. I'm going to say $3
For adult?
$3 additional for adult. Seniors, add $3 on to whatever they are. So seniors would be $7.
Across the board then.
Uh-huh.
I'll second that.
So the,
Motion would be, instead of the $1 that we approved last time, to raise it across the board $3 for each one of the admissions.
okay. Before I call for the vote, Ginger, do you or Clay have anything you'd like to add to that, say?
Good morning, Ginger Adair, Environmental Management Director. The only thing that I would ask is that if we're raising the general admission, that we also raise the proposed annual passes.
Yes, and so the annual pass is what?
Well, so we had proposed $15 for an individual and $35 for a family based on the $1 increase. So if we raised it $3, I would propose it would be $21 for an individual and $59, or maybe we would round that to $60 for a family. We made some assumptions.
Yes,
on
that
how
would
many-
be my proposal, and that's still a heck of a deal for a family to get in full-time all year long to take their children through this, because it changes in there. It changes. That's a living, growing event. So that would be added to my motion then, that the increase would also go to the annual pass to make it $21, and the family pass, let's go 60, just to keep it.
I'll second that addition too.
Okay, so we have an amended motion for an across-the-board increase of $3, and the individual pass at $21, family pass at $60, seconded by Lowry, and comment Heather Post.
Ginger, is there anything separate for locals, or what is the children's ticket price?
There is no separate pricing for locals. Under the motion that we just had, the youth price for children
Be
over
$5.
3 would be $5. Right now it's, oh no, I'm sorry, right now it's $2. We had proposed 3. The newest motion would make it 6 for children.
5. Because it's 2 now, and I'm asking for $3 more.
Over the current.
Oh, correct, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
And they have a wonderful summer camp that you can never get children in because it's grabbed up so quickly.
Yes, and we aren't proposing an increase in the summer
Yeah.
camp amount.
So I know that we do have groups that go there. Is that, I'm just wondering, is that going to keep any of our, like, Boys and Girls Club or anyone from actually attending and doing this now, or?
Right, so we do have an education admission, which we were proposing that would be $6 for adults, $3 for youth. That was the original proposal. I'm assuming that, or maybe I shouldn't assume, would we want that to go up as well?
So that would be my ask.
The people
is
that
could-
come on field trips.
That
like
would be
the
my
school-
ask, is could we keep the educational admission the same, or what do people at the Marine Science Center feel about that?
I'm okay with keeping the educational portion of it the same.
I think that would be great. Those are the kids that come from the schools,
Right.
you
Right.
know, and.
Okay, that was my only concern, so as long as it's that
Yeah.
way, then I'm in support, absolutely.
And we do have some improvements coming. Of course, the council approved some funding for us to do some improvements. There are times, like when we're in the middle of construction, that we sort of suspend the admission fee, right, if the experience isn't great. And we will have that coming up. So just
Yeah.
full disclosure, we do have some improvements that'll be disruptive. So, you know, we could incrementally increase the rate if we wanted to do that, or if we want to do the whole thing at once, and we can just see if it impacts the, you know, the folks coming to visit. One of the things that we hear a lot on TripAdvisor and those other platforms that we get reviews is that it's a good value for the money, but
The
that
word
it's a
is cheap.
small,
They say it's cheap.
but that it's a small facility, right? You don't spend all day typically at the Marine Science Center, so there probably is a sweet spot, right, where it's a good value still, but it's still worth it, and we'll just have to judge that, and we watch those reviews really closely, and we do some exit surveying too, to ask folks if they think that the value is there for the experience that they get. So it's a little hard to predict, right? If we increase the entrance fee, what that'll do to our admissions. You know, the last full year we had before COVID, we had 107,000 visitors. Of course, in the COVID year, in the calendar year of 2020, we only had somewhere around 20,000 visitors, but we were closed most of that year. So,
Well, I'm totally okay in raising it in terms of tourism, but as a matter of fact, a friend of mine I was talking to this weekend said they just bought tickets to the Universal, the Halloween Horror Nights or something, and the bottom line expense that they made was like $800 for two people, and I thought, oh my God. So tourism, yes, but not for the children in our county.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
How many, I think in your last report, or maybe it was your written report, you told us what the breakdown was of the people visiting. How many, isn't it like 60% are from out of town, or what are those numbers?
yes. So in our latest survey, which there were only 143 responses, so it's not a huge data set. We had about 12% of people were Volusia County residents, 12% were surrounding counties, so Brevard, Orange, Seminole, Flagler. Another 12% were in other parts of Florida. 60% were out of state.
Okay.
And that doesn't
That's
include the
interesting.
education folks. That's the
Right.
actual like front door admission people.
Knowing those numbers, is there any interest on the council to amend your motion to keep the rates the same for Volusia County residents, and how does that make it very difficult for you to manage?
It's entirely possible. It'd take a little bit longer at the ticket counter. We'd have to ask for people's ID to demonstrate where they're from. But we can certainly set our point of sale system to accept different levels of admission. We just have to ask where they're from.
If you can't suggest that
don't go
amendment, I would ask for that amendment.
Okay. We have two people that want to speak to that. I think Dr. Lowry?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something. My oldest daughter and I are totally into butterflies, and we've gone to several butterfly encounters. Those things are $10 or $15, and you're in there for maybe 45 minutes or an hour or whatever, and this is cheaper than that, so I think we ought to just leave it.
Ben Johnson?
I like where we're putting the fee schedule right now. And what I would propose is you're looking at the out-of-town guest. Why don't we let them survey it until sometime early next year, and we can always readdress that part of it.
Okay. Heather Post?
Don't you already have those numbers? You just gave us those numbers, right, Ginger?
About where people come from?
Yeah.
Yes, 60% out of state, 12% Volusia County.
Okay, so I would ask that we make the decision then based on those numbers of who comes from out of town, who doesn't. But
My motion still is on the floor, and it was seconded, so.
Okay. Then we'll call for the vote. All in favor of the increase across the board for everyone, no matter where they come from, except for education, which remains the same. Say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Aye.
I'm gonna be an aye only for that specific factor, because I would prefer Volusia.
Yeah, I vote against it. I agree with the increase. I think it's timely, but I think with our current residents, they're paying, and they're also paying property taxes, that it's nice to give them just a little bit every now and then. So, but motion passes 5-2 for the increase. All right, thank you.
I thought Heather was an aye.
No, and I actually commented on why it was an aye.
Okay.
Yeah. Ginger, Mr. Chairman, may I ask one more question? I just wanted to get that number, just for my
Ginger Adair.
records. What was the number of Volusia County residents? The percentage?
12%.
The percent was 12.
Okay, thank
The number out of 143 I don't have that. I have 12% of 143 responses.
So where's my number guy? How many is that?
Hold on, I have a calculator.
That would be roughly 16 people.
So 16 people,
Yeah, it was a very small survey response.
and the
that we got.
current amount is what for them? The current amount is?
The current general admission?
Yeah.
$5 adults, $4 seniors, $2 youth. What you just voted on was $8 for adults, $6,
So that
$7
vote,
for seniors, $5 for youth.
okay, so that vote would have saved them the money, but only given the county $48.
Well, no, that's just of the responses. Okay, so let's do it this way. So we had 100,000 people in the calendar year of 2019, before COVID. If 12% of them were county residents, right? I can't find the calculator. So that's 12,000 people were county residents. You've just increased the fee for them $3 from what it is today. So $36,000.
Okay. Okay, that's what I wanted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ginger. Okay, that takes us to item 2 that everyone has been anticipating, waiting for. Sabrina, Attorney Sabrina Slack.
Sabrina Slack, Assistant County Attorney. Good morning, everyone. This is a item to discuss redistricting. We have a PowerPoint presentation. So what I really wanted to do was, we've just been doing this at the end of the meeting, so I put together a PowerPoint presentation to pull everything together that we've been talking about, kind of to figure out where we are. So, here we go. So where are we in redistricting? We received our census data certified on September 16th. We have 553,542 people. So with that data, we determined what's known as a target population, which is the near equal or the exact equal population, which is 110,709 people. So what we did, once we populated our existing districts with our new target population, we figured out where redistricting was going to be needed, and so we created some proposed maps. So just so we know, once we have these proposed maps, our next step is to meet with the school board and the county council to try and determine which map we're going to, or plan we're going to use. So I wanted to circle back to our numbers, because we've been talking about districts having too many people or too few people, and I just wanted to go back so that we understood where that concept came from. So this chart shows us the 2010 census versus the 2020 census numbers, and we've ranked the districts by where the population grew. Now, Volusia County grew overall 58,950 people from 2010 to 2020. Where those persons are distributed throughout the county, you will see District 1 between the 2010 census and the 2010 numbers. Again, those are your populations that we ended up with after the redistricting process in 2011. So that's where the base numbers came from with how many people are in each district. So after 2010, we had 593 people. Now we have 553 people, 553,543 people. In District 1, that resulted in an increase in persons of 15,221. And in District 4, you went up 12,797 people. District 3 went up 10,889 people. District 5 went up that many. I have them ranked. So District 3 is 10,340 people, and District 2 had 9,703 people. So each district grew in size. So, but we've been talking about districts that are smaller or larger. So where we get that from is when you go to the equal target population is 110,709 people per district. So from the 2020 data, we get this new target equal population where we have to adjust the districts to an equal number. So when you do that, you take the 2020 census population with the target and then figure out where the population has been distributed from 2010 to 2020. So in this instance now, you're going to get District 1 has 4,724 too many people in its district. District 2 has 2,963 too few people. District 3 has 2,290 too few people. District 4 has 141 more people than the equal population, and District 5 has 386 more people. So when we started doing this, we created a target population range of plus or minus 1% from the equal target population. So that's where you get a range of acceptable on our criteria between 109,602 and 111,816. That's our range that we can go into. So now you have an idea of why we're talking about too few or too less people when we had an overall growth in the county. So just wanted to go back, and I know we've been talking about this probably since January of this year, but because of the delay in the census data coming out, I just wanted to go back through what our criteria are and where those criteria were derived from. So we have in our charter, 301.1, we have to have 5 districts, contiguous territories, and nearly equal population. And then in our ordinance, 42-33, we have some more criteria that we have, again, nearly as possible equal in proportion of population. We need to consider existing election districts, considering special taxing districts, considering population density, and considering economic government, the economy of government operations. So in addition to that, at our January meeting and our June meeting, when we discussed the census, the council also added some additional criteria for staff to follow, and that was to keep residences of county council members in their current districts so that there were no two members in the same district after in any plan. Population differences between the plus or minus 1% we talked about. Preserve the integrity of municipal boundaries where feasible. Keep intact large populations of minorities, and preserve territorial communities of interest. So with all those criteria in mind, and with the census data, our GIS team, which is Brandon Barnett and Nancy Church, who's also in the back, started creating plans. So once they got the census data, they were able to generate 6 plans, which is on time for our timeline. This is Plan A, and essentially Plan A takes the existing lines for the districts and adjusts all of the lines in different areas to create, to shift the population into equal amounts. And the chart on the right shows you what the proposed population would be once they shift. So this plan actually continues to divide 3 municipalities, which is Daytona Beach, Port Orange, and DeBary. Those are the same ones that were already split. And as you can see, they're adjusted so the populations are pretty close to equal with less than a 500-person variation. This is just a basic shape map, so you can kind of see the overall shape adjustment, where you can see 4s moved further west, 3s moved further west, and 2 moved further south. So that is Plan A. With Plan B, we started with the school district's current lines and adjusted again to a near equal population, with the population variation being very close in each area. This particular plan also splits some municipalities, Daytona Beach, Port Orange, DeBary, and this plan actually splits the land. It takes the north part of the land and shifts it into District 4. So, and then this is get the idea of the puzzle piece where it shifts. You can see where 4 reaches down a little further to get that part of the land, and 5 reaches much further north. The existing school board, 5 goes further east than it does with our exact lines. So then for Plan C, we left the existing lines behind. In this particular one, we have an urban-rural mix in each district, which most noticeably results in District 5 reaching from the farthest west to the farthest east part of that district on the bottom. Municipalities split are DeBary, Port Orange, Daytona Beach, and Edgewater in this plan. You see also that 4 dramatically reaches down into the middle of the county, and you can see the population variance is very low with this plan, less than 200. And here's what the puzzle comparison would look like, where all of the lines are dramatically shifted. So Plan D, which is our next plan, this is also a plan that dramatically shifts the lines. And in this particular one, we have more north-south districts, where District 3 goes from the extreme northwest down to the southeast. District 2 extends the entire coastline. District 4 shrinks. 1 and 5 also shrink into more of a urban type plan, with 3 being mostly rural. This is the puzzle piece comparison for that one. So moving on to Plan E. Plan E is another variation. It's actually kind of similar to Plan C, but in this one, instead of 5 going across the entire bottom of the county, District 4 actually goes across the entire north of the county. This is again an urban sort of rural mix, where this one, you're only going to get 2 municipalities split, which would be Daytona Beach and Port Orange, which are currently split, And in this particular plan, DeBerry is reunited into District 1. So, and there is your puzzle piece comparison. Your last plan that we have for your consideration today is Plan F. Now, Plan F is what we call the minimal change. When we populated the districts with the census data, districts 4 and 5 were actually within the parameters allowed for variation. So 4 and 5 does not change at all as far as their district boundaries. In this particular plan, Lake Helen shifts over into District 3, and part of southern Port Orange or southeastern Port Orange shifts into District 2, so that the population is shifted from 1 to 3 to 2. And I would show you the puzzle piece, but that is the incorrect puzzle for F. That is actually E. And that is I went through them a little quickly, but those are the 6 plans. So today we are basically introducing the plans, seeking your comments on the plans. Our next step would be we're going to publish this out to the public through social media, website, and displays in public buildings. We're going to do the joint meetings with the school district coming up on the 10th, October 11th, October 18th, and the 28th if necessary. At those plans, we're hoping we'll have a plan selected by the end of the month, and we will have our ordinance passed by our deadline, which is December 31st. I know I ran through it a little quickly again, but it's a lot of information that I wanted to get out there. Any questions?
Michael Dyer, he has a question for you.
I do, a difficult one. Sabrina, you're ready. First of all, I just want to thank Brandon,
Yes.
who stepped into this role. Al Hill, this would have been his 4th redistricting effort with us. He retired this summer. The federal government's delay in the census data made it impossible for Al to be with us. So Brandon stepped up to the task, and I thank you for that. As I know we've talked about before, generally in our charter we have a 6-month time frame for council to make a decision on these district maps, and because of the federal government's delay with that census data, it's compressed it into a 3-month time frame. And so by state law, council will need to adopt new maps. We would do so by ordinance by December 31st of this year. Our goal was to, as you can see from these 6 scenarios, they're very different. As you get more comfortable with certain concepts, you could even have us, maybe there's 1 or 2 that you would like us to focus more on and bring back more information, we can do that. We realize that some are maybe more viable than others. And once you maybe zero in on a concept, we can make tweaks and adjustments to those lines, and Brandon could do that. We've set aside 3 joint meetings with the school board. I know we have Lisa Lewis here, dignitary, supervisor of elections. We have had a long history with the school board of collaborating. Your GIS staff provides a lot of technical support to them to see if they have an interest in adopting the same maps as the council. It is not required that we have the same set of maps. Obviously, I think from Lisa Lewis's perspective, that would be ideal, and it's understandable, I think, for the constituents. I would say 10 years ago when we went through this process, it was a very collaborative process with the school board, and ultimately the school board went with slightly different maps. So we've set aside 3 joint meeting dates if necessary. We'll be starting in the training rooms, I think, next Monday, Sabrina?
Yes.
And really, we got this data about 2 weeks sooner than we last told you, so it was good news. It afforded some time to be able to bring this information to you today and solicit any feedback you have. And we're happy to answer any questions.
Heather Post.
So the end game on this, the whole point of this is to just ensure that the districts are basically even. And due to the census, it's showing that certain districts have a little less than 1,000, or somewhere around 1,000, more or less than the others. So that's the end game. We just want to make sure that each district is is equal.
Great.
And I think considering our constituents, considering that they know who they can go to for their representatives, and I'm looking at Plan F. Plan F basically leaves most of the districts the same. Actually, all of them, but well, most of them, but except for a large neighborhood in Port Orange and then the city of Lake Helen. But it doesn't, I'm looking at the other ones and it really changes a lot of things. And I think for our constituents, to keep things somewhat orderly and have them have the best representation, or know what their representation is at least, I move that we stick with Plan F.
I don't think we're voting on the different maps today, are we? We're giving you direction.
Give you direction, right?
Yeah. Well, we
That's,
could,
wanna-
that would be my motion.
You
that
want
we
to
give
vote
them
as
dir-
your preference?
Yeah.
But we have to give them direction as to a plan, so that would be my motion, would be to give them
I'll
direction.
second that, but I want to amend the motion to also include A.
Right.
A and F are the least intrusive, and would like to force the focus on A and F.
Okay.
I'll make that as a amendment to the motion. If I
And I would second that amendment.
Okay, so I
Is there,
think,
go ahead.
do we have a second on the original motion? We do. Okay, so you're moving to amend. I see.
So the original motion was for F, which is fabulous.
That's
And
right.
the amendment is that we need to
Ryan's-
to decide what we're going to do here. The amendment was to add A, which is adequate. And none of this is a reflection on your drawing. You have done marvelous work, and you did what you had to do, and now it's our job to try and figure out what to go with, and then hope that the school board, I am very hopeful that the school board will join us and have the same districts. I think it would be much easier for the public to understand where they're voting, who they're voting for. So, all right. So we have an amendment to the motion.
Dr. Lowry seconded.
Lowry seconded. And are you satisfied with the amendment? Okay. Before we call for a vote, we need to hear from two other council members that this greatly affects. Ben Johnson.
I've looked through these, and I have to kind of agree with you. There was three of them that looked good, or pretty good, and three to me looked terrible. Heather would have to become a surveyor to know where she was, and so would the citizens, and that's something that we want to keep as simple as possible. I can very much accept those two because it only marked out one of them who I wanted, and I think that maybe if we can take and keep it to the two and let those school boards see it. But I had, let's see, C, D, and E marked out, so that'd be A, B, just in case, maybe as a backup that we kind of kept in the background in case the school board wasn't happy. But I like the idea of these two going forward, because as it is, the citizens, would be hard enough for a council person to know on these other ones where they were, much less the citizens knowing where they are, or some of them that you're having to cover so far across county. And once again, that District 4, when you have to go from North Peninsula to, to Pine Island, it's really just not fair. So I like this motion you put together.
Now, the school board they have all the maps.
We've shared all the maps with the school board. We anticipated on the 11th presenting all the maps for their discussion also and input. We don't have any input from the school board at this
Right.
time.
But they could come back with something totally different than what
They could.
than adequate or fabulous. Okay, Barb.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm not, don't go away. Barb German.
Well, I'm 100% in agreement with F. Fabulous. However, A is not adequate for me as it then moves the fairgrounds and that 44 corridor, which isn't a good move for me. For the for the district, in my opinion. So, can you show B again?
Yeah. On A?
B,
Which one?
B.
B.
Show the overlay
That's
difference.
B, and that's the proposed lines for B. So with,
And would you remind me what it shifts? Because
it shifts, B shifts 4 into District 1, and North DeLand shifts into 4. You're also going to see District 5 come up and take some of the unincorporated area around Lake Helen and north of Lake Helen. And I think some of DeBerry gets shifted into 5 also.
And 2 has that weird
Did you
little
want to
thing
see
going
one,
out.
another one?
No, I just wanted to comment, I think it's F that eliminates the fairgrounds for you, not A.
Actually, A limits the fairgrounds for her.
Oh, does it? Okay.
It does. You see, if you look, it's a little bit hard to see, but you see where the city of DeLand, it actually says DeLand, and then 44. There's a little line that moves further east.
Oh, I see a
in
little
3.
jig there. I see.
Right, it's right there.
Yeah.
It's the little subtleties. It's kind of hard to represent on the larger maps.
so that would be my concern with that one, and
Doesn't she lose it also on F?
No, actually, F only takes Lake Helen and the unincorporated area, Casadega, around Lake Helen,
Okay.
and moves that into, you see on F where that same area near where it says 44 is pushed out instead of in for 3, but Lake Helen, and then it curves in around and under Lake Helen to get the unincorporated area south of Lake Helen into 3.
Barb, does that move you out of your district?
Doesn't move her out.
no, it doesn't
No?
move
Okay.
me out of the district.
Do you live in Lake Helen?
No.
No, okay.
Oh,
I just see you there. You work a lot in Lake Helen. Okay.
all of the plans meet the criteria to keep both the school board and the county council in their current districts.
Good.
It meets that criteria, all the plans.
Okay, Ben Johnson. Were you done, Barb? Ben Johnson. Heather Post.
Do we, do any of these sort of match the school board maps? I mean, have,
The closest one to the school board map would be B, and so the school board currently, you see how 5 reaches down into that lower region, and 4 pushes out further west in the school board maps. That little finger coming off 2 is not in the current school board map. 2 would be, would end before that finger that reaches out west. But that would be generally what the school board map currently looks like. I don't think 5 reaches as far north either in the current map.
No.
but you said according to their current map, their map really needs to change to get with the numbers, correct?
Right,
Okay.
and in their map, 1 includes all of DeBerry.
Gotcha.
That's,
Okay.
their inclusion of all of DeBerry makes 1 their highest population area. So 1 is about 9,000, 9%. So it's about 9% over what it needs to be.
Okay, thank you.
So can we add B to our A, B, and F?
I think we need to vote on
Yeah.
the motion on the floor, and then if you want to make another motion. Is that adequate to you, Mr. Attorney?
Yes, sir. I think the motion, now the vote would be on the amendment, and then you could vote on the original motion as amended.
Okay, which is A and F, correct?
That's the amendment.
Okay. All in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay?
Nay.
So that motion passes 6-1. And would you like to make another motion?
I would like to make the motion that
Pardon me?
We have to vote on the motion.
I'm sorry.
We have to,
Vote on the amendment, right?
Right, so.
Got to
the-
vote on the motion now.
What my understanding is that Ms. Gertman is prepared to make another motion to amend the original motion. So you have the motion, the original motion has been amended to include A and F,
Yeah.
unless amended further.
Yeah, the first one's finished. Barb?
So, I would like to add B, so we would have F, A, and B
Okay.
in that order. F, B, and A.
Is there a second?
I'll second that if I can make a comment.
You can.
Can we rank those F, A, B in that order of preference?
F, B, and A?
I'll go along with that.
Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is to add B and rank them F, B, A, fabulous because Barb wants it, and A is adequate. And Fred Lowry seconded that motion. There, I don't see any discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Was there more than, I heard Billy, was there another opposed? Okay, that was it, so that motion carries 5-2.
So now you're, I think, back to the original motion, because the second amendment passed.
The original, I thought we voted for the original motion with the amendment, just the amendment?
So
Okay.
you've got the two amendments. So
All
now you
right.
just vote on the underlying motion, which is F, B, and A, in order of preference to staff, which was the
Right.
original motion as amended.
So the original motion, we just voted for that.
You voted on an amendment.
Okay. Let's vote, I'll call for the vote on the original amendment, which is F and A. Be careful how you say
Motion.
that.
Original motion, right?
Yeah, it's original motion as
What
amended.
did I say?
So
Amendment.
F,
No, original motion.
F, B, and A, and this will be your final vote unless you amend it again.
Okay. And that was,
Tell me what it was again.
that was the motion by Wheeler for,
Nope, that was mine.
Was Ms.
that
Post's
was a
original
motion by Post for, to go with Plan A and
F.
F.
She-
No, my motion was to go with F, just F.
Dr. Lowry's motion to amend added A.
Okay.
Ms. Gertman's motion, second motion to amend, added B with a ranking of F, B, and A as preference of council.
So what are we voting for? Just F?
No, F, B, and A. Just, it's basically what you just voted on, but it's the final motion because you were amending Ms. Post's original motion.
Which is what I thought we voted for, but,
Yeah.
I guess we had to do three.
okay, all in favor of
I'm not sure.
F, B, and A,
Okay.
in that order. And we'll see what the school board does. No further discussion. All in favor of F, B, and A, in that order, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
I didn't like B.
So-
But we're just voting on the motion, right? On F.
No, that was the final motion as amended, which was you're
Okay,
directing
I don't
staff
like
to
B. Nope. Mine's a negative.
Okay. The 5-2 vote.
Ugh.
So Sabrina, Brandon, you can correct me if I'm misstating. So what we'll do is we'll convey this to the school district
Yes.
staff so they can advise the school board. We will be ready at the workshop, joint meeting on Monday. We'll still have all 6 maps, but we'll be able to relay the initial feedback of this council that of your interest, and then we can go from there.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your work. Before we move on, I want to go backwards. I believe we had a request for a speaker, and I thought it was for item 5. It looks like it was for item F, the municipal agreement with Edgewater. Would Ms. Levette still care to speak on that?
In A.
This was item S from the consent agenda. which passed, but you wanted to make a comment.
I wanted to speak on S, but I think we're not speaking on S, are we?
If it's all right with the council, I was going to allow you to make your comments on, is it S?
Is S the one for the Indian River Lagoon?
No.
Which one's for the Indian River Lagoon?
That's 20.
20. Okay, that's the one I want to speak on. Are we going to be speaking on that?
At 1:30.
I'll come back for that one.
Yeah. It'll be sometime after 1:30. Okay. That takes us to item 2A, resolution for a name change. And that is going to be presented by Clay. All right. Thank you. Okay.
Good morning, Clay Urban, Director of Growth and Resource Management. County staff received a request from Pat Northey and from Clay Henderson to support an effort to change the name of the North Peninsula State Park, which is located on our barrier island up at our northern boundary with Flagler County, to change it from North Peninsula State Park to Reed B. Hughes State Park. Included in the staff agenda item is the letter we received from Mr. Henderson that was sent to the head of State Parks requesting the name change. Again, we do not have the ability to change the name. What the request is for is a resolution of support to change the name of the park from the North Penn State to Reed B. Hughes. That's really our report. If there's any questions, be glad to answer them.
We do have questions, and we have someone from the public that would like to speak as well. Ben Johnson?
Yes, I don't know how many of y'all had the pleasure of knowing who Reed Hughes really was. But Reed Hughes was a local businessman that did so much for the community and the environmental community. He always stepped up to the plate. He put his money where his mouth was, but more than that, work where it was needed to help this county. And I think this is a small token, and I think it's a very good token. And such, I'm going to make a motion that we approve a resolution to ask the state to rename this park
Second.
after Mr. Reed Hughes.
Well, and that clears a lot of the speakers, too. Okay, it cleared all of the speakers. And so I'll call on the public who wanted to speak. Pat Northey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, council members. Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for getting that motion out there. I'm just here to answer any questions. If you had any comments or concerns that you wanted to know about this, the letter that Clay Henderson wrote to the state really covers, Reed's history, and I don't know how many of you all knew him, but I want to thank the staff. I spoke to George, I spoke to Clay, I spoke to Kevin. They worked very hard to get this on this week's agenda because we are on kind of a time crunch with the state. It will now go to the ARC and the Historic Board at the state, and they'll make recommendations as well. And from there, we're just, the resolution from the county was really critical, though. That really sends a simple and important message that we want to honor this guy. So thank you all very much. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you. Otherwise, I'll get out of your hair.
I don't see any questions. So we have a motion on the floor to approve the resolution for the name change. Motion was by Johnson and second by everybody else on the, who wants to take
Heather.
the second? Heather
My
Post.
district. My district.
Oh, okay. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution passes 7-0. And that takes us to John Booker with item 3, renewal of contract with the Southern Group of Florida, our state lobbyist service.
Good morning, and our federal lobbyists as well. Clarence Williams from Becker. My name is John Booker, Government Affairs for Volusia County. For your consideration today is the renewal of a both our state and federal lobbying contracts. Southern Group is represented by Oscar Anderson, and then, as I said before, Becker Polikoff firm is represented by Clarence Williams. Clarence came down from DC for this to avoid perhaps some of the mess that's going on in DC. Who knows?
That's called escape.
So anyway, I'll start with the Southern Group folks. Oscar has been able to chat with a few of you via Zoom meetings and go-to meetings previously. We hope to get the rest of the folks in on that, and was able to give you all, those of you who were able to do it, some insights on what he might see is going to happen this coming fall with committee weeks, and then with the session, which begins first part of January. You just heard about a presentation on county redistricting, and the mantra that seems to be going on in Tallahassee is, along with their redistricting efforts, both on the state house side, the Senate side, and then of course the congressional districts, which actually Mr. Leak is chairman on the House side of that committee. So Oscar's going to talk to you a little bit about what else they may see is going to happen in Tallahassee this year. I won't steal any of you of his thunder. As I said, committee weeks began 2 weeks ago, and they will continue till December. January 11th is the first of the 60-day session. There will be a pool on whether or not they end on the 60 days, because typically redistricting will be fast and furious at the end of that time, so we'll see what happens. So far today, I checked, 232 general bills have been filed for the legislature to consider. Last year, it was around 2,000 general bills that were filed, with about 1,000 appropriation requests for, so they're running anywhere between 3,000 total bills and 3,400 bills, depending on the year. So anyway, with that, I will ask Oscar to come up and chat a little bit, give you an update on stuff happening on the state side.
Thanks, John. Hello, everyone. How are you? I'm glad I've gotten to speak to a few of you on Zoom ahead of time, and I know we're working through the rest of them. I think I have Councilman Johnson set up here soon. First and foremost, thank you. We are honored to represent you all in Tallahassee. We have for several years, and so as we always have, we have an open door policy, and any questions you have, whatever, we're there to answer and to try to be helpful. And we've had, as I've talked about in the past, some great successes with some appropriation projects, as well as some legislation, the local bill we passed, and a few other items. So upcoming session, as John and you've just passed your redistricting process and getting that started, they're starting in Tallahassee. But imagine, if you would, you know, you're, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks from having to get this process finished in December, and all of a sudden 2 of you are drawn out of the districts that you've been given. So that's going to happen in Tallahassee. There's always like 25 or 30 members that are drawn out of the districts that they represent, and so that causes a great deal of chaos in that process at the end there. So as John indicated, it's always a question whether they end on time when redistricting is happening. We don't anticipate a lot of significant legislation because of that. They're just going to be, once those maps get dropped in the first few weeks of session, it'll kind of cast a shadow over everything. The other thing that I wanted to touch on specifically was budget stuff. As you remember, last year we went into the budget with a $2 billion shortfall. Clarence found $10 billion for the state of Florida from DC, and so that helped fill a lot of holes. And then they didn't spend all that, so they've got some of that money left over, plus they closed the loophole on the online sales tax, and they passed the gaming compact, and both of those generate roughly $800 million to $1 billion a year in general revenue. So they got some cash at the state level, which will help significantly. As always, we'll be in the middle and working every day with the Association of Counties and League of Cities on home rule issues. I don't anticipate as many this year, just because of what's going on with redistricting. But you know, I say that you never really know. As he said, there's only 250 bills have been filed, and there'll be 2,000. So we're just really seeing the beginning of what happens. We'll be lucky if there's 250 bills passed at the end. And, you know, things like vacation rentals, which I know if there's an opportunity to work on the downward departure language, we'll work on that and try to get that included. So, again, here to answer any questions, and hopefully I'll connect with the rest of you all over the next few weeks before we go into session. So,
Heather Post.
Hi, Oscar.
Hello.
You've gone over keeping up with what's ahead and what's going on at the state level, but can you go over a little bit of what you've done for Volusia County over the last year?
Sure.
This contract?
Of course. So, gosh, starting at the beginning, you know, the Williamson Road project was a $2 million road project we got passed, you know, over the course of several years. The last couple of years, we've gotten some appropriations in the budget. They haven't gotten through the governor's veto pen. This last year, the project specifically was tied up in the larger resiliency fund that was created and the water fund that was created at the state. So he vetoed not all, but most of those projects. Just he wanted them to go through that process. That money is still kind of being held up. There was an article yesterday about when's that $400 million going to get released and get moving in the process. So so we did that. We work hand in hand with the Association of Counties on home rule stuff. There's been nothing unique to Volusia County from trying to protect from a home rule perspective. So, but you know, 3 years ago, we passed the local bill on the Legends racing issue. So we've had those are the issues we've been working on, and we're trying to work with John this year to try to find a little bigger kind of a project to go pursue. You know, we're going into a unique time from our delegation perspective. They're going to be pretty powerful in Tallahassee, so we need to capitalize on that over the next year. 3 years, actually. But.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Lowry?
Yeah, I just wanted to go ahead and move approval for item 3, renewal of the contract with the Southern Group for expenditure designated.
Motion to approve by Lowry, second by Johnson, to renew the contract for state and federal.
I thought he just did one, didn't he?
Are you just doing the state or both contracts, Fred
I believe,
Lowry?
if I may, it's one agenda item. Yes. I hate to presuppose. I don't know, Mike.
Can we do it separately?
If it needs to be separate or as a whole?
It can be together. The maker of the motion, was it your intent?
What was your motion? Both of them. Okay. And your second stands? So motion by Lowry to approve both, second by Johnson to approve the state and the federal lobbyist budget. I don't see any other questions. We'd still like to hear from.
Yeah, Clarence's aura is so much that he didn't even have to speak today.
Yeah.
But anyway, Clarence has represented us up in D.C. His assistance in regards to when COVID hit, and a lot of the information that was not coming down from Washington was challenging for everyone, state and federal side. But the Becker team has 7 or 8 folks up in D.C., so they all kind of work together. So somebody may have information in regards to CARES Act funding because they know somebody on the committee level or on the majority team. So that was invaluable for me specifically in trying to get some of that information out when CARES Act came out originally. Clarence was also probably 2.5 years ago set up a meeting that we had, Clarence and I had with the EDA, the Economic Development Agency, and out of those conversations was a progression of conversations which ended up into the award of that grant that EDA gave us 2 months ago, I think, over for the airport properties. So anyway, Clarence is going to try to explain in 3 or 4 minutes or less what Congress is doing or not doing in regards to reconciliation bills, debt limits, infrastructure, social bills, and so with that, Clarence, you have 3 minutes to tell the whole story.
Clarence, before you start, Ben, did you have a question or comment for? No? Okay. proceed.
Oh.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Mr. Manager and staff, very, very pleased to be here. Like you said, it was an escape from Washington, D.C. It's been a little crazy. I have been associated in some shape or form with Washington, D.C. since 2003. I don't think I've ever seen it as contentious as it is now, both intra-party as well as, bicamerally and with the two parties scrapping on just about everything there is to scrap on. As John mentioned, we have been absolutely pleased to work with you guys. That's been a personal joy for me. I've got a lot of roots here in Daytona. I was telling someone yesterday, of the people that were in my wedding, 5 of them are from Daytona. So I've spent a lot of my time here since college visiting folks and whatnot, so this has been an absolute pleasure. We are a fairly horizontally integrated group up in DC. When I and my partner opened up the DC branch for Becker and Poliakoff back in 2011, it was our intention then that we would have puzzle pieces that we were going to purpose build our team. And we've continued to do that. And since we first signed on with you guys, we've added 3 more people. One of those was the number 3 at USDOT under Ms. Elaine Chow. So we got him, and we have been ecstatic. And I'm going to make Cyrus ecstatic as well with that. So we look forward to this coming year and some of the great things we're going to be able to do. And I'll preface it that way because there's no smart money on this at this point. If things pan out the way folks want them to, I'll start from probably the most important thing to the county heading down. The bipartisan infrastructure bill. That is the bill that was passed by the Senate. It's a little over $500 billion. Your traditional infrastructure, roads, bridges. It also has about $65 billion for broadband in it. Those types of things. That bill is every bit bipartisan. It is a red and blue state issue, and most folks want to get it out. Unfortunately, it was coupled with the reconciliation package, which is not so bipartisan. The reconciliation bill, as you've probably heard on television, is a $3.5 trillion package that represents President Biden's plan for, as he refers to it, building back better. When the package was initially done by the House, it was planned at $3.5 trillion. However, when Ways and Means decided to go in and figure out how they're going to pay for it, they actually only paid for it at around $3.13 trillion. So that's the true starting point. They were going to have to make cuts to get to that number anyway. Enter all the conversations that you've seen playing out on television. That number is probably going to end up being somewhere between 1.7 and 2.1. They can actually get there a lot easier than a lot of folks thought. And I think despite some of the continued rumblings from the progressive side, there is enough cohesion around where they can make these cuts to do it. So the reconciliation package is basically soft infrastructure. It's workforce development. It's climate issues. It's dealing with healthcare. Capital infrastructure is a big piece of the healthcare component. There are ways to get around that $3.5 trillion price tag that I think they will go with. Probably the biggest ticket item is on the healthcare side, has to do with a benefit that they were proposing to provide Medicare beneficiaries with vision, dental, and hearing benefits. That's about a $350 billion price tag that was going to be about 5 to 6 years out. My guess is that's going to come out. Most of the authorizations for programs within that bill were set for 10 years. They're going to probably roll that back to 5 years. That will save you about $930 billion right there. And then there's some things here and there that is also means testing has been brought up to some of the social programs to make sure that we're providing a benefit to the folks who most need them. My guess is they won't touch housing. They won't touch most of healthcare. They won't touch any of the broadband infrastructure money. They probably won't touch any of the capital infrastructure money for healthcare, those kinds of things. But they'll get that number down to somewhere in that 1.7 area. At that point, the conversation you have with Senator Manchin, Senator Sinema, it gets a lot easier for everybody. The plan at this point is to be able to get both of these bills out by October 31. They really, really, really need to get the bipartisan infrastructure bill in there because the authorization for the highway transportation bill is in the bipartisan infrastructure bill, and that needs to get done. It's a lot of money to a lot of people. So one way or the other, they will find out how to figure out how to get that bill done. They passed, as you may have seen, a continuing resolution. I guess that was beginning of last week, end of the week before, to continue paying government through December 3rd. So they have to get the appropriations bills, the next chunk of tranche of money. They need to get those bills done by December 3rd. I think they're on schedule to get that done with not too much hassle, is my understanding as of this morning. And it's going to try to get their appropriations bill drafts out by October 15th out to the public, get them heard, then they'll do an ominous and try and get that thing out sometime before December 3rd, so we don't have to do this whole dance about the government shutting down. The fun one, the debt ceiling. You guys have heard a lot of conversation about that. Some of the stupidest things I've ever heard. Let's mint a coin. I didn't probably say that on the record. But at the end of the day, the debt ceiling is a dance that we do really, every time it comes up, no matter who's in charge. The folks in charge have to do it. Folks who are not, fight them. No different, no reason for it to be any different. We have spent an incredible amount of money over the last 18 months. So that conversation will continue to happen. There's a little lessening up of tension over on the Senate side. Mr. Blunt has been pretty clear that you probably have about 4 or 5 Republican holdouts at this point for doing away with the filibuster on it. They can probably be convinced to let the Democrats go at it. You guys want to vote it up? You vote it up. We're not going to help, but we're also not going to block it procedurally. So I expect by the end of the week they'll go ahead and take care of that. I think everybody's clear on the fact that we've probably got till October 18th before we start defaulting on our obligations. The problem is we can't get close to that 18th mark. We start seeing the effects of that every inch of every day we get closer to October 18th. You see it in the stock market. You start looking at your APRs on your loans and this, that, and the other. They're starting to creep up slowly but surely. So I don't think at the end of the day there's only going to be so much fighting on that before they finally decide, okay, let's go ahead and get that bit of business out of the way. Some things have happened very, very quietly and will continue to be worked on that are important to Volusia. The National Flood Insurance Program, for instance, we have not yet reauthorized that program. There is language in the reconciliation package to do away with their $27 billion worth of debt. That's probably going to come with some strings. You've heard of risk rating 2.0. It officially started for new policies October 1st. For existing policyholders, it's going to start April 1st of 22. And certainly if they go about, wiping that debt, it's going to probably go. But there's a bipartisan effort to slow the risk rating 2.0 down. Till we have a little bit more transparency, till we know exactly how FEMA is going to look at the different metrics that are involved in it now. Quite honestly, for folks who have median income housing and folks who are away from the known flood zones and those things, it does make the system a little bit more fair. It starts looking at things like your distance from the water, your elevation, things like that we didn't really look at before. If you're on the coast, it's going to hit your pocket. It's going to hit your pocket significantly. But we're also having to measure the value of the properties against the cost to replace them, and so that's where that cost comes in. But they've got to get that figured out. They've got to get it figured out here pretty soon. They've been extending and extending and extending, and I think there's a lot of desire to get at least the program itself reauthorized and then they'll figure out the risk rating 2.0 part as it goes along. So I'm going to go ahead and shut it down. Certainly, if you guys have any questions, I'll take those now. But at any point that you want to, don't hesitate to reach out, give me a call, shoot me an email, and we can talk through anything you might have. Mr. Chair, any questions?
I think you have several questions. I have a quick one. When you say on the coast, is that directly on the coast or between the river and the ocean?
I think, and that's one of those questions that pops up that we don't quite know the answer to. It's really going to be, they're looking very heavily at cost to replace. So the value of the home is going to be the bigger deal. And those homes, of course, that are on the water are going to cost the most. Now, whether that's on the ocean or on the river, on a lake, we don't really know. They haven't got to that level of detail.
Okay, thank you. Ben Johnson.
I just want to speak on the importance of having these lobbying firms. I had the opportunity to lobby for the Florida Sheriff's Association, and I know what a job it is, but the biggest part about it is you have to have somebody basically on campus all the time.
Yeah.
And people that know that the players up there, and I think we've got some pretty good groups here. As a matter of fact, we're kind of going on the cheap, and I think in the future we need to look at it. Because this is a drop in the bucket as to what we can get back from it. And to have the people there, not just to try to pass good legislation, but one of the biggest things they're doing up there is trying to stop bad legislation. And that takes as much of their time as the good legislation.
Probably more, yeah.
So I'm very much in favor of approving this, but in the future, I think we might want to look and especially see after the report cards, what do we want to do? Do we need to add more to it in order to help our county on what it will bring back to us?
Dr. Lowry?
I just want to echo same thing Mr. Johnson just said. I won't repeat, but I also thought it was appropriate that you said that the Build Back bankruptcy bill would be solved by Halloween, October 31st. I thought that was very appropriate.
Barb Gertman.
I've certainly appreciated the communication and the feedback and resources that you've been able to provide for us. Are we leaving anything on the table that we could invest in gaining more, or through your services or through your company services? Are there other resources that we're not gaining?
I hope not. I hope that we're investigating everything there is out there, and I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity. You and I have actually had a chance to have some conversation about the broadband pieces. And I think we certainly think through the healthcare pieces that are involved in the workforce side, there's going to be some great things to do. I'm really excited to be working with Cyrus. That airport property, I'm going to be saddened and disheartened if we can't do some transformational things at the airport and all the properties attendant to it. It's a great piece of property. It's got some great foundational effort. We've talked to EDA about it already and gotten their senses heightened to what can be done there. The opportunities for private investment because some of that area incorporates opportunity zones, which is a personal favorite thing of mine. There are a lot of opportunities that are going to come here over the next 6 months to a year or so that we're going to jump in with both feet. As I mentioned, having Anthony Bedell, Anthony knows where all the skeletons and funds and stuff are buried over at DOT, and so we've been smacking him over the head since he's just spit it out, man, spit it out. So we're going to bring all that to bear for you guys here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cyrus, did you want to make a comment before we vote? No? Okay, thank you. Then we have a motion on the floor to accept the state and federal lobbyist service expenditure of $132,500. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, gentlemen, and that takes us to some of the bread and butter of it in item 4, at least for the state of Florida, our legislative priority list.
Good morning, John Booker, Government Affairs. Before you is a proposed priority list for the council to chat about, edit, comment, whatever your pleasure may be. We are, of course, always concerned about unfunded mandates, and preservation of home rule activities, basic human services, economic development, and the economy. Those are what we kind of look at as our four cornerstones of what we're interested in. Specific to that list are a couple things that we are pursuing, and may not be a legislative fix at this point in time, but something that we pursue through other means with the administration or agencies. The first of which is the inmate Medicaid reform issue, which we've chatted about, presented to FAC for inclusion in their policy list. And so what we have been having discussions with various potential stakeholders in order to try and reform the way the business is done, so that ultimately it will create some savings for us on our jail side. That's something that I've talked to Oscar about in the past, and again with some of the contacts they have at the Healthcare Administration, Sheriff's Association, et cetera. So we continue to work on that. The vacation rentals, as Oscar said, should the legislature pursue vacation rentals bill, which nobody's really sure what they may do, but last year, if you recall, there was a provision in one of the bills which would allow for a lessening of some of the restrictions without releasing any of other rights that a county may have. So we would certainly be pursuing that should the leadership of either the House or the Senate have that out there as an issue. And then, of course, condominium reform. Nothing has really been instituted. I know that the Florida Bar has looked at some potential reform measures. They have not created anything yet. That obviously took all of our attention for during that tragedy. So we would be mindful that given our coastline and that should that reform start moving, that we will be taking a temperature of the legislature and see how further discussions would potentially help that situation. So the document is a moving document as the legislature goes. So at times we may add something that we had not anticipated. Try not to delete much because everything can happen until the handkerchief falls on the 60th day. So this document is, again, for your comments. If there's something that I have not included, or if you'd like a little bit more dialogue or narrative, I should say, please let me know. For your information, our county delegation meeting is tomorrow in DeLand. Assuming that this is passed, I'll be sending it out to our delegation here shortly for their consideration, and so that they know what our goals and aspirations are. So with that, I will take any questions.
Dr. Lowry?
I was just going to move approval for the 2022 State of Florida Legislative Priority List.
Is there a second? Johnson, Danny? Second by Robbins. And I'll just bring up something. I tried to say it at the meeting we had with city officials and county officials, that we talked about some language that needed to go to the state to control unpermitted events in Volusia County. And what I wanted to say was that I will make sure that it gets on the agenda if, but I can't make a motion. If Billy Wheeler would make a motion, I'm going to let her make that in just a minute.
Well, And if I may, I
Yes.
mean, we did add that portion. It was my mistake and not.
No, I'm looking at it now.
Oh, okay.
So I was gonna say, because the public really wants to know
Gotcha.
if we're doing anything with it, and we are. We've added it to the language that we are asking. Turns out that the cities or the county just can't double their fines on their own.
That's the
We
thing,
have to
fine.
ask permission of the state. So I often say in here that everything we do is touched by the state, by the federal government. This is certainly the case, but that is the desire of everybody, every city in Volusia County, is to double fines, and to be able to impound vehicles where there's actually some teeth. Would you like to add something,
Yeah.
Billy? This is
No,
a lot
I
in
think-
your district.
No, I think that pretty much covers it, Chair. The main thing was, that was one of my questions when after the last event, and I went to the shores and talked to them, and I said, can we double fines during event times? And they said no. So it was brought up at the task force, and I think that's mainly the enforcement that we felt that would be work for everybody, is during those special event times that we could double fines, increase the fines and everything during those events, so.
And you have added it, and we appreciate
So
it.
that's already on
The,
all of this?
Yes.
So, okay.
Unpermitted
In-
special events initiative.
Right, we-
This is for self-perpetuating events that just pop up that aren't permitted, usually on social media, and tend to destroy our county, our cities. Heather Post.
So John, you and I talked a little bit, but in council, I actually spoke in front of the Florida Association of Counties delegation at this last policy conference to ask their assistance in pushing our priorities, specifically from Volusia County, answered questions, and did receive a unanimous vote to push Volusia County specific priorities through all of the county commissioners in Florida, and through that also at the national level as well. That was good to have everybody on board and get us moving forward. I have a question on the unfunded mandates. I know that we had asked, I just wanted to make a point. I know I had asked about some of those numbers before, but perhaps at the end of or sometime during the meeting, if staff could get us the numbers in regards to the on 04-13, the unfunded mandates in reference to us housing the state prisoners for longer periods of times. If we could just, I'll try and remember to bring that up in open discussion, but if we could just staff touch on that later.
Yeah, and we do know that at least for the current year, it's been $3.1 million.
That we have spent on state prisoners that should already be in state prison, but we are still housing because they're not coming and getting, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
3.1 million.
Yeah.
And it's been an issue for several years, but that's the latest, and this is probably the worst we've ever seen it.
And so I think it's very important too for us to have these discussions and understand that's certainly something we've been pushing from Volusia through the National Association of Counties as well, and we're really working to get the federal support to change some of that. So very important to have all of us on board. But I appreciate all that you're doing, John, and definitely want to meet with you some more. I'm going to have Hazel get with you, and maybe we could start doing a monthly through these committees coming up. But thank you.
And Billy Wheeler.
Just clarification, Mr. Chair and John, on that one with the special events, it's got unpermitted special events. Are we only doing the unpermitted? I mean, aren't we really going for any events if they're breaking the, because there's a lot of permitted events that do come over and break the laws, and I would think that would cover all events, special events.
I think that was a request from the Daytona Beach city manager, but he has probably spoken with the county manager, so I'll turn that over to George.
Yes, well, actually, late yesterday, we received a copy of what their city of Daytona Beach is looking at, and it basically talks specifically about all events, and with the ability statewide, they're asking for all municipalities to have the ability to adjust the fines for some sort of a declared event. I think the details would have to get worked out. The idea here is that, and this is written pretty generally, to so that we can work with those cities as they kind of hammer out something that would be more definable. But
I just wanted to make sure it covered not just the unscheduled events, that any special event.
Well,
ours right now says unpermitted,
Yeah.
but again, I think that we can, and that's what I was going to ask at the end here. When you put this together for final vote, to maybe include in the motion the ability for the manager to adjust things and bring them back to you, especially because when you get going in session, 2 weeks will be too long in some cases to act on certain things. So if we could have a little flexibility that we would follow the general direction of these priorities, example, homeroom or home rule charter, where we want to maintain that. That's been their theme generally. So anything that comes up that maybe wasn't on this list, we would follow that and bring it to you at the earliest possible date to change that if it was necessary. And in this case here, I think Suzanne's trying to signal something here, so.
I just wanted to add, the title of this, unpermitted special events, maybe we should take the word unpermitted out, because the
That's
text
it.
below it
Yes.
is inclusive of sanctioned.
That's
and,
why I was confused. It kind of said.
Yeah, we
two
can just take
different
that
things.
out.
Yeah. Thank you.
No motion required to take it out? So the motion would be to approve the priority list as written with that minor change. Unpermitted is just special events initiatives.
Yes.
That would
Thank
be
you.
Sufficient. So the motion was by Lowry, who's nodding affirmative, second by Robbins, who's nodding affirmative. So, George, did you have something else you wanted to say?
That's it.
Okay. Heather Post?
I did want to mention as well, since we do have the condominium reform on here, I know that some members are very interested in that as well. But at our last Florida Association of Counties meeting, in the policy committee meeting, Miami-Dade, of course, where the event just happened, was really working on pushing forward pushing through some legislation with the state in regards to maintenance of some of the buildings, and that was approved. So just know that that is a push, and that is going to be a big discussion this year. So I know our members are very interested in that.
Yes, thank you. Ben Johnson.
It is important that we do it statewide, because as Heather said, Miami-Dade does something and we don't. These events get moved. You know, we push them out to go somewhere else. That's all that happens, so you have to be prepared for it. And in the past, we have had them. We ourselves have done away with them. That's how Miami ended up with it. And all these events can very easily be right back in your lap again. History forgets, so we need to do a statewide initiative on it.
Thank you. And not seeing any further discussion, I'll call for the vote to approve the legislative priority list with the minor change on page 413 to omit unpermitted to just say special events initiatives. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nice work.
Mr.
Motion
Bauer,
carries
did we
7-0.
give
Yes, sir.
Mr. Reckenwald the approval to act at a moment's notice? We need to go ahead and make sure he's clear on that, because as he said, 2 weeks' time, a lot of damage gets done in 2 weeks.
You want to make that motion?
I'll make a motion.
Make a motion, Johnson makes a motion to give the county manager flexibility to deal with the surrounding communities and during special events, seconded by Wheeler? George, your name is still up here. Did you want to say something?
Oh,
I wouldn't say just special events.
yeah, I was going to say,
I think we need to do it on legislative issues. If it's too important, he can call a special meeting, but the things that we can do, we don't want to tie his hands because this is fluid. This happens, and it may be a phone call saying, hey, they're trying to do this, and they need an answer right that minute. So I think we need to give him the flexibility to act on any of this legislation that is critical and immediate, that he can act immediately.
Okay, and I believe he said he would bring it back to the council if there was.
yeah, exactly. I would bring it back to the council at the next meeting.
Right. So the motion still stands by Johnson, second by Wheeler, by me, by Wheeler, to give county manager flexibility. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. And that takes us to item 5, land purchase for Howland Boulevard, Providence to Elkham by Tad Casper.
Good morning. Tad Casbier, County Engineer. Item 5 is a land purchase for the Howland Boulevard widening project that is currently underway. The parcel in question is the southwest corner of the intersection of Providence and Howland. We needed a corner clip, and we'd approached the property owner about purchasing said corner clip. They'd countered with purchasing the entire property. Their parcel doesn't meet the current zoning standards, so it's a non-conforming lot. So by buying even a corner clip, we continue to make the non-conformance worse. We work to rectify the situation, ultimately satisfying the situation by potentially purchasing the entire parcel. The original appraised value of the parcel was approximately $87,000. We negotiated with their attorney as their right. She brought in an attorney. We're responsible for their fees as a part of this, and we negotiated a price of $157,000 inclusive of their attorney's fees. So.
Second.
Thank you. Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Wheeler. Fred Lowry.
Well, I'm good. I'm good.
You were going to make a motion to approve. Okay. I don't see any discussion. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0 to make the land purchase. That takes us to item 6. Selection of firms to provide professional development review for impact fees. This has been a long discussion. It's good to see it on the agenda. Clay.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. By our own ordinances, we are required to review and update our impact fees for thoroughfare roads, fire protection, and parks and recreation. In the past, this has been done sometimes together, sometimes separately. At this point in time, staff believes it's important that we address all 3 of these at one time. We looked at what options we had available to us in order to procure a professional to conduct these studies. It's important in order to defend these things into the future if they are ever challenged by the development community to make sure that we're utilizing a credible methodology and that we have people who are very versed in not only Florida statutes in regards to our state laws for impact fees, but also the court cases and the science behind how these things are developed. Working with our purchasing department, we went out and put an RSQ for a continuing service contract. The reason why we want a continuing service contract is over the several years, the state legislature has put in place new laws that dictate how local governments not only establish the impact fees, monitor and report the impact fees. So we see that this is going to be a continuing issue where we will have to do updates and ensure that we have up-to-date data and that we are able to properly address any kind of challenges that may come this way. There was a selection committee. We reviewed the 2 proposals that came in. Both of the firms that were identified have vast experience and have worked here in Volusia County at one point in time. The contract before you is to now just Tyndall Oliver. They are a state firm that has done an extensive amount of work here on multiple projects. Tischler Bice was the second firm. We selected them to be part of the continuing contract, but there's a second item, which is the actual task assignment to go forward and conduct the necessary analysis and study that would support an amendment to our impact fee ordinances to reestablish a new fee based on up-to-date cost. That has been, the decision of the committee was to award it to Tyndall Oliver. We received notice from Tischler Bice that they were not interested in pursuing the continuing services contract. So at this point, in order to ensure that we have an expedited process, we are ahead of schedule, but we want to make sure that we are continuing to be ahead of schedule. We would recommend that we do go forward with the assignment of the continuing service contract to Tyndall Oliver and the first task assignment for the update to the Thoroughfare Road, Parks and Recreation and Fire Services impact fee to Tyndall Oliver for the amount of $134,360.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Lowry, and just for clarification for the public, you could just correct me if I'm wrong. Thoroughfare roads includes stormwater management as it affects a road being built or maintained?
When we go out and look at expanding or putting in a new road, one of the elements that has to be addressed is the stormwater that it will address the new pavement. So that indicates that we can utilize thoroughfare road impact fees for stormwater improvements associated for any road improvements.
Thank you. I'm already being asked why we're not doing schools. We can't, but schools are being done, I understand, by the school board as is necessary.
Correct. Volusia County's role in the school impact fee is basically an administrative one because the school board does not handle building permits, whereas we do. So we basically serve for the school board as their point of collection, and it's a pass-through to them. They are the ones that are responsible for review and establishment. And they are currently getting ready to do an update to their impact fee utilizing Tyndall Oliver.
Thank you. Heather Post.
Wait, Clay. Clay, I have a number of questions from the public. Previously, we had some discussion about an impact fee study. The impact fee study was done, I think, 2015.
It was finalized in 2018. It was initiated in 2015. The contract was awarded.
We came back to it in 2018, right?
Right.
But when we came back to it in 2018, I think there was an issue of, well, the information that we had in 2015 is no longer valid because that was a few years ago, and now we need to redo some of that. Knowing that, the questions I had were, how often do we do a study if we do one in 2015 and 3 years later it's no longer valid? So. Since we're talking about having someone on board to keep up with this data?
Okay. By ordinance, we have to go through with the thoroughfare road every 4 years. So we updated it in 2018, so we have to have that completed by the end of 2022. And just to clarify, what happened was the contract was awarded to Duncan and Associates. One of the requests that came out of council was that it seemed that the impact fee was very cumbersome, because we had 44 different land use categories. And there was an effort from both staff and the council to try and reduce that down to 9 total land use categories. And what we saw is that Duncan went out, did about a year's worth of work, came back, and the results were exactly the opposite of where we were trying to go from an economic development perspective, in that fast food restaurants, gas stations, and those types of uses, the fees were going down because of the aggregation of these uses, whereas manufacturing and those types of uses went up exponentially. So we realized that we had to basically start over. So that was why there was a delay from when the original contract was awarded till the final product.
Right, okay. And then, so I asked that one. How long will this study be good for in our eyes? So I know every 4 years it's mandate, or it's, we have to do it, but if we're looking at information, is there, they're going to be continuously working on this now if we approve this?
No, what will happen is this will be set in place
Mhm.
and it will be valid for the next 4 years. If the council wants to do this more often, we can do. The mandatory requirement in the ordinance is basically a method to show that we are doing it, the minimum to update it and keep it up into current terms. Also, please remember, we've also added an indexing so that each year it will be indexed by either an FDOT appropriate or the consumer price index, so that that way we are keeping up with inflation as it's related to the cost of transportation improvements.
Okay. And my last thing, I know that the chair had asked for the impact studies for us to have these discussions, and it has been a long process. I know that he's brought it up during several meetings. So from this point forward, if we are approving this contract, what are we looking at to actually have the study in hand? Just as an estimated time frame.
Well, with the task assignment that's here, we are looking for a 3 to 6 month time frame, depending on what the findings are, if there's additional data that they need. We also want to make sure we vet it through the public in a proper manner. So 3 to 6 months for those 3 to be completed in front of you for adoption and implementation within 90 days. Well, by state law, we cannot implement it until 90 days after a new fee is adopted. And then after that point, again, one of the things that we would like to see from a staff perspective is that currently the ordinances for the 3 different impact fees have different time frames as to when they have to be reviewed. We would basically make it such that all 3 have to be reviewed every 4 years at the same time, so that we're ensuring that we're keeping up and maintaining the appropriate fee.
Excellent. I think that's a very good point. Thank you.
So Clay, just on that point, you have several other questions. With the time frame you just gave, this current study goes through you said end of 2022. If we get through this process of, say, it takes 6 months to do the study that we're doing now, and then another 3 months before we can implement it, if the council chose to change impact fees, could we do that before the end of 2022, or is there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
It's probably going to be very close anyway.
Right. And I do have to clarify is that this was something that I found out when I first got here about 6 years ago. I was reading through the history and how the ordinances are written. Just because a study is done does not necessarily mean that the council has to increase the fees.
Correct, and we're limited now as well by state law to 12.5% per year.
And there is
over 4 years or 5 years.
Paolo can clarify that a little bit better. He's in regards to the legal aspect, but there's also like a kind of a get out of jail free third option for local governments, but it's kind of hard to prove, and that does eliminate the 12.5% option.
Right, right.
I just
go ahead.
If you're moving on.
No,
okay.
well, the county attorney wanted to say something.
So if I could just add one more comment.
Sure.
So I would stress that point that you just said. I really want to make sure everybody hears that. So with an impact fee study, it means that council does not necessarily have to take action, but on the other hand, without the impact fee study, typically council hands are tied to address it at all. So I really wanted to stress that. Thank you.
That's a very good point, and thank you for bringing it up. Please understand that impact fees are a variety of different factors. Cost of doing one more lane of road, but also we have to factor in the monies that may be obtained through federal, state funds, as well as local gas tax. So all of these different things have to be factored into. And so there's also an elaborate modeling aspect where they use the East Central Florida Regional Planning Model, which is utilized by DOT here in District 5, to come up with trip generation, trip assignment, trip distribution. These are all very, I've always heard transportation engineering is taking the black box and opening it up and seeing what the magic answer is. So in this situation, we're doing it so we can defend any kind of challenge that may happen.
Go ahead. You're going to speak for the county attorney's office.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paulo Soria, Senior Assistant County Attorney. In 2021, I think when it was signed, I think back in July, the legislature amended and limited the way that local governments may increase their impact fees. Essentially, it's approximately 12.5%, and then you can increase it. If you increase it by more than 25%, you need to split it up into 2 equal payments over the course of 2 years. If you increase it, I think it's 25, well, if it's below 25%, essentially you need to split it up between 2 years. If it's 25 to 50%, you need to split it up in 4 equal sections, I think over the course of 4 years. And if something happens to your community such that you need to go above that, there is a special provision in the statute that allows you to demonstrate extraordinary circumstances. It requires more public comment and public hearings. I think a few of our municipalities are going through that process because their increase is above the 50% threshold. So there's a mechanism if there's an extraordinary circumstance that affects the impact fees for a community when they want to increase it. But once again, the legislature has limited the manner and way we can increase impact fees.
Thank you. Billy Wheeler?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, excuse me, do the municipalities have the same 4 years that they have to look at their impact fees?
It depends upon the way their impact fees are structured. The standard rules is that your impact fees must be based on the most recent and available localized data. By ordinance, our roads are every 4 years, fire and parks are every 6 years. That's why, Clay kind of said he wants to make those uniform. So it's, we do a study to update all of them at the same time. It depends upon how recent and how recent your data is. The more recent, the more defendable your impact fees are.
Did your questions get answered, Barb Gertman?
Yeah, my question was what recent state regulations had been approved.
Michael Dyer.
Sure, thank you. Just to clarify, there's a question about the school impact fee. So by county ordinance, you've delegated that to the school board to determine the methodology and the rate. And that's the process they're going through now with Tyndall Oliver to set that school impact fee.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion on the floor to approve the selection of, is it Tyndall Oliver? Motion by Johnson, second by Lowry. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. And that brings us to item 7, resolution requesting a rezoning of 1.65 acre property located in 1563 East New York Avenue. Clay Irvin.
Yes, sir. This is a rezoning from B4 to B5 of this 1.65 acre tract. This property is on the east side of US 17. It is a property that currently has commercial uses allowed in there. The owner of the property is being able to develop it potentially for what we call flex space, which is a space where you have in the front a small office area, and then in the back you have warehousing that accommodates the business that's located there. Unfortunately, that type of use is not allowed in the B4 zoning. We were looking at what options we have, and rezoning to B5 provided that opportunity because that type of use is allowed by that zoning category. Staff reviewed it, made a recommendation of approval to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. We did receive comments from folks who live on Talmadge in regards to the fact that they have a residential neighborhood and they were concerned about commercial traffic potentially impacting their quality of life. At the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission meeting, the applicant agreed to limit access only to 17. So therefore, we will not necessarily see any traffic going back on Talmadge directly from this property. So with that, the PLDRC unanimously recommended approval to you, and it's coming to you from a staff approval and PLDRC, our Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission recommendation for approval. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you. And this is a quasi-judicial hearing. Does any of the council members have any ex parte to declare? Seeing none, it's also a public hearing, and there's been no request to speak on this matter. So I'll close the public hearing. Any staff or any council members? I don't see any desire to speak.
I'll move approval for resolution 2021.
Lowry makes the motion to approve.
Second.
Second by Gertman. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that takes us to item 8. Ordinance 2021-21, adoption hearing for amendment to Chapter 90 to allow online submissions to the Volusia Growth Management Commission. Claire.
Yes, sir. Claire, I'm Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is a request that came from your Volusia Growth Management Commission as an independent entity that is responsible for review to ensure consistency and compatibility amongst all the comprehensive plans and comprehensive plan amendments initiated by the 16 cities within Volusia County. The commission requested that they get away from older practices of requiring hard copies to be submitted and requested that the ordinance be changed to allow for electronic submittals. This was brought to you as a discussion item prior based on a request from the commission. Y'all directed us to bring it forward to you. This will enact that effort. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Heather Post.
Move approval. I'm all for pushing us into 2021.
Second, Wheeler.
Motion to approve by Post, second by Wheeler. Don't see any other questions. I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And item 9, ordinance, Clay, you're going to be here a while. 2021-17, first hearing, amending chapter 72, section 72-241 of the Code of Ordinance regarding excavations.
Once again, Clay Irving, your Director of Growth and Resource Management. What this is in April of 2020, the Sitting Council at that time requested that staff go and investigate how our current standards in regards to setbacks between wetlands, water bodies, and edge of top of bank for excavations. In other words, primarily mining for borrow pits, fill material, to see how that compares with the state and other local governments, and to report back. Staff took the initiative, met with both private and public sector folks, went over a variety of different discussions, and realized that this is a very difficult issue to analyze because it does involve hydrogeology and a very, very difficult world in which there's a lot of specifics and everything else. So we felt, from a staff perspective, the safest way to go forward was to maintain the 150-foot setback. And then if there's any ability to allow for a deviation from that, it would have to be supported by a site-specific analysis which would address the geology, the water table, what's happening when they do their dewatering, and what are they doing to replenish any kind of water bodies or wetlands. And that would have to be a detailed analysis. It would also have to include a series of monitoring wells to ensure that surrounding areas did not experience an inordinate drawdown of the groundwater. And by the way, we were doing this also for other purposes with some of our other exemption or excavations that were approved because of concerns brought by adjacent property owners who were concerned that their potable water wells on site would be impacted by the excavation. So we went through that. We brought it back to y'all this April, asked y'all for direction. You said, go ahead and follow through with the initial direction. As part of that, we wanted to make sure we had an outreach to all potential entities who would have an interest in this. So we made sure to send it to the Environmental Coalition of Volusia and Flagler counties, as well as VCARD, the Volusia Council of Responsible Development, and the Volusia Builders Industry Association. We received considerable questions and comments from both sides. The primary concerns that we saw from the environmental community was you should not really change or allow for a lessening of that setback. And I want to make sure it's a clarity, it's a setback. And what you need to do is actually possibly increase it. And there was a study that was provided to us from the University of Florida that was done for St. Johns County, where they documented, again, those critical elements that I just identified, where the water table was, the geology, what the soils types, what's the surface types, all of those things that factor into can you draw down that water and not have a negative impact. So we did present the recommendations of maintaining the 150 feet, allowing for a reduction subject to this detailed dewatering plan. There was clarity brought forward because, again, this should not be an additional cost to the county if you're trying to do this. So it was clarified that if someone is seeking this, the county would go out and seek their own consultant to review this plan, but the applicant requesting that reduction would be responsible for paying for that consultant. So it would be a pass-through from the applicant through the county to our consultant that we would be hiring to do the analysis. This was acceptable via the private sector, the folks that we heard from VCARD and those in the mining industry. There was still some concerns voiced by the Environmental Coalition and others who felt that there should not be any latitude in regards to doing these analysis, and that that we need to look harder and faster at what was identified in that St. John study, and perhaps we should be increasing our buffer, or excuse me, not our buffer, a setback from 150 to 300 or potentially more. Basically, y'all are at this point where you have a couple different options. The first option is to deny what's in front of you. And what will happen is we will basically default back to the current criteria that we implement, which is 150 feet, with no ability to deviate from that as a minimum setback. Second would be to follow what was presented to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission could not come up with a recommendation because at their meeting there were 6 members present. 3 were in favor of this, 3 were not. After discussion, they realized that there was not going to be any compromise or deviation that would be acceptable to the 3 who voted in one way and the 3 that were voting the other way, so they've brought it forward to you without a formal recommendation from them. And what was presented to them was maintaining the 150 feet, but allowing for property owners to go through and do the detailed analysis, allowing for the county to hire someone to review that who has the qualifications and capabilities and knowledge and experience to do so, but that would be covered by a pass-through from the applicant to the consultant. There's a discussion that you will hear from some of the people who may present today about doing away with the ability to get a waiver and increasing the setback from 150 feet to something more, 300 feet, 500 feet. Then there's also those who will propose that if you're going to do that, to allow for the deviation. In other words, increase the minimum setback from 150 feet to something larger, such as 300 or 500 feet, but still allow for that site-specific analysis, again, subject to the pass-through, et cetera. So those are the basic options that you have right now. From a staff's perspective, the 150 feet is tied to some ordinances that were passed in the 1980s, and we understand that there was a need to provide some level of protection to wetlands and water bodies because, again, the modeling capabilities and some of the other things that are here now may not have been advanced back then. This is also the same setback we had to property line and to right-of-way line for all of these non-exempt excavations. We're here just basically to make sure that we're following through on the policy that you as the county council believe is appropriate in this situation. As I said, the 150 to 300 feet to 500 feet, we can work with that, whatever y'all feel is an appropriate method of addressing that minimum standard. And if you decide that it's going to be something that should be allowed to deviate based on a site-specific analysis, as long as we have the provision that we as your staff can hire someone with those specialties. We fully acknowledge that this is a very detailed science, and so therefore we would need to reach out to someone who has that experience, that knowledge, and we would want to make sure that that would not be at any expense to the county staff. So we would definitely want you, if that is a route y'all are choosing to go, we would require that that be part of that, any kind of changes to the current standards. If there's any questions for staff, we're here. We'll do our best to answer what may come up.
Okay, and this is a public hearing, which I'll open in a minute. We do have several people that want to speak, including an attorney, but Billy, did you have a question for him before?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry?
No.
Oh, okay. This relates to non-exempt excavations only, right? Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then the monitoring. So how often would we find appropriate for monitoring?
Again, that's going to be site specific. You know, we're going to be relying on what the consultant identifies, but I mean,
Their consultant or who we have? Okay.
That would definitely be
Yes.
our consultant.
Yes.
And so the fact is that you are going to have a control well. In other words, pre-excavation, during excavation, and post-excavation, so you can sit there and see what's going on. You would also probably have it at critical locations next to those wetlands and water bodies that you're trying to protect. We would also identify if there was any private water wells that would also need to be protected. With the whole goal being that if you observed an inordinate amount of drawdown that was impacting both the wetlands and these potable water wells, that you would stop the pumping and allow for the groundwater to restore back, and then at that point not be able to restore pumping until we had an explanation of what was going on and what could be done to correct it, or if you can't correct it, stop it.
Yeah, so then again, so what would be the enforcement? If
There's a provision for
how would that happen?
There's a provision in the ordinance as drafted that would require a performance bond to identify, reclamation and repair to any kind of wetland bodies, upland bodies, those things, if there is discovered to be a negative impact above and beyond what was contemplated by the dewatering plan.
Okay, and the monitoring, would that also look at the water quality?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, again, what you're seeing, and I'm going to do a quick and dirty description of how this happens, and I'm sure others will correct me. Basically what happens is you have a sock and this giant hose that's sucking the water out of the ground and placing it elsewhere. In the past, it would just be pumped anywhere. What those in the industry are saying they're doing now is, instead of just losing that water is strategically returned back into any kind of adjacent wetland or water body. And the claim is that by pulling that water through and taking it through their equipment, the water that's coming out is not going to have a negative impact, because it will be of a good enough quality that it will not have any impacts on the wetlands. They're saying basically they're taking the groundwater from point A through a hose and depositing it at point B, which is the wetland or upland or water body.
Let's open it to the public hearing. Is that okay with you, Barb? Or do you have a question before?
I'll wait.
Okay. You're good too? Would you call those?
Mark Watts. followed by John Baker, followed by Susie Pierce.
I think I can just barely safely say good morning still. Good morning. For the record, Mark Watts with the law firm of Cobb Cole. My address is 231 North Woodland Boulevard, DeLand. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning. I've got a number of things to cover, so I'll try and do it very quickly. But let me first start off by thanking both you and your staff. This is the third time we've been here talking to you or the prior council about this particular topic. We've spent a lot of time talking to your staff and also with the St. John's River Water Management District staff, so we could all kind of understand, the right approaches for this. First and foremost, I think what's in front of you today is something that really does increase the level of protection for the wetland systems in the county. And let me start with why we're here asking you to consider this. And I keep forgetting you don't have the overhead anymore, so I'll just hold these up and pass them around if you can't see them. But this is figure 1-3 from the comprehensive plan, and this is the figure that identifies the major wetland systems. You do have the overhead.
Yeah,
you do have the overhead.
you can give it to me.
Identifies the major wetland systems throughout the county. I also have figure 1-5, which shows the areas that are identified in the comprehensive plan for mineral extraction, sand and other mining activities in the county. And you'll see when you look at those maps, they cover largely the same area. In other words, the area that we've identified in our comp plan for mineral extraction is the same area where we have a lot of wetland systems. And so what we have worked with staff to put in front of you today is something that does not change the 150-foot setback. That stays in place, but provides the opportunity for site-specific applications that can demonstrate why it may be permissible or okay in certain locations to reduce that number. And again, that's only based on site-specific data and analysis that provides you with the hydraulic and hydrogeologic data to support the reduction in that given location. So again, just so you can see, this is figure 1-3. This is the one that shows the wetland systems throughout the county. If you can rotate that 90 degrees counterclockwise, maybe. Yep, other way. There we go. All right. So you can see, kind of the green areas there are the major wetland systems through the county. And then if you put up the other map, you can see the brown areas that are included in that one cover largely the same areas and are the areas that we've identified in our comprehensive plan for mineral extraction activities like sand mining. So there's the map that kind of shows that for the countywide area. So again, you can principally see this covers a lot of the core areas of the county. So what we've worked with staff and gotten input from other experts in the field to cover is how do you balance these things? And again, primary goal, protection of those wetland systems, but also enhancing the ability to extract in the areas where it's appropriate to approve that and provide the protections there that you don't have in the ordinance otherwise. You don't have monitoring and water quality or aquifer level monitoring in the ordinance in general. So we've tried to incorporate all of those things. A couple of points that have come up in the course of this. I think when we were here back in April, the suggestion was, let's try this for a 5-year period, see if this is reasonable. We got some great input, both from the environmental community and planning board about reducing that. Let's do a 2-year trial period. Let's make it bi-monthly monitoring. Ms. Wheeler, to your question that you raised earlier, let's make the third-party review mandatory at the cost of the applicant. So I think all of those were things that enhanced and improved what we initially worked with staff and St. John's to look at. This has been peer reviewed. VHB, I think, looked at it at the request of the county staff, some water quality experts, to make sure that the protections that were being incorporated were reasonable. And also, again, it went out to VCARD and everybody else. And a couple of other things that I wanted to mention with regard to the St. John's study. Again, we think that's good information. It's prepared by a gentleman who's an ecologist. So it has some hydrogeology and modeling and everything incorporated into it that was done by the University of Florida. But a couple of the points, and Clay made reference a minute ago to the closed loop system that is the more modern standard. That's what St. John's uses to allow for a 50-foot setback. So as you're extracting water, you're putting it back into those wetland systems automatically. And if you look at the St. John's study, and I think the supplement that was in your materials is page 9-33, I'm sorry, 9-27. I'm trying to wrap up in the last couple seconds here.
Specifically, at the bottom of 927, it says the model runs simulated in the drawdown, or the drawdown that would result after 90 days with zero recharge to the system. So one of the things to point out in the St. John study is what it's modeling and everything that it shows, and Mr. Chair, if I could just have a couple seconds to wrap up here, doesn't look at that closed loop system. In other words, this study, it's from the year 2000, doesn't reference those more modern standards where that rehydration is required by the St. John's permits and would be required in this proposed change. And in fact, if you look on page 9-33, there's additional language about that drawdown and about the effect of the recharge, and it actually says when the effect of surface storage in the wetland system is taken into account. So if you're putting that water back in and storing it in the wetland system, a drawdown of 0.5 feet in the aquifer after 90 days with zero recharge is considered unlikely to result in any adverse impacts to the wetland. So even in that St. John study, it talked about the effects and effectiveness of recharge back into that wetland as a protection for the wetland. So we're here to answer any questions. I've tried to cover a whole lot of things in a short period of time. I've got more that I can certainly say to answer questions you might have.
Did you have a question for okay. Okay. Did you call John Baker next? Or Susie Peace?
John Baker.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
And we may come back to you, Mr. Watts.
Yes.
You're John Baker.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
John Baker, 9 Cunningham Lane, DeBerry. I'm the president of the Environmental Council of Volusia and Flagler counties. We've been around for over 40 years. We were established by Dr. Boardman back in the 70s. I've been a member for 35 years. First of all, I'd like to thank staff. I heard some people disparaging staff at the beginning of this meeting. I found that dealing with Ms. Adair, Mr. Irwin, and Ms. Jackson has been a very pleasant thing. They've been very professional, very helpful, courteous. I worked in some local governments where you actually got reprimanded for that. So it's nice to have good staff who helps the public. The ordinance, when it came to the June PLDRC meeting, did not address groundwater quality. We've raised an objection or a concern about that. We also provided a copy of the Oviedo borrow pit ordinance written in 1993. And we referenced the Seminole County ordinance that was adopted this year, which established some pretty stringent setbacks. The PLDRC was very receptive to our concerns, and they sent it back. It is a much improved document from what we first saw. Before we got to the August PLDRC meeting, we were contacted by Dr. Brown and one of his associates, a hydrologist. Dr. Brown stated that he felt that in most cases 150 to 300 foot setback or buffer was necessary to protect both the wetland and the plants and animals that depend on the wetland. The hydrologist stated that even a minor drawdown in the groundwater level in a wetland could have substantial negative effects. We brought that study in and submitted it, both physical copy and electronically, at the PLDRC meeting. As you know, they voted 3-3. We also voiced concerns about the monitoring and reporting, and some of the members seem to share a lot of our concerns about the monitoring and reporting. The revised ordinance does not adequately address all of our concerns, although it's much better than originally proposed. The effect on the wetlands, its plants, and the wetland-dependent wildlife does not seem to be adequately addressed yet. We have concerns about what may be unproven science. Can I have just a couple minutes, just a couple seconds? Okay, and again, the monitoring. And I just say that a borrow pit operation may be short-term or long-term, but the borrow pit itself will be there for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you. Susie Peace?
Hello, everyone. Susie Peace, 1571 Allenson Drive, DeLand, Florida. And I'm also the Vice President of the Environmental Council of Volusia Flagler. And I'm glad that I'm here today. It was a long wait. And I thank all of you for your amazing work in Volusia County, for your service, and your wonderful questions that you're asking to everyone as I've been listening. As John said, we have a lot of concerns about this. I imagine Volusia County in the future to look like polka dots. It seems like there are more and more of these borrow pits turning up. And of course, this ordinance is not just about sand mining, but it could be also applied to mining. And I think we need to be extremely careful about what kind of mining and what kind of borrow pitting that we want going on in our county. Mr. Watts spoke. He probably represents some companies that want to do this type of mining. And of course, we want to be fair in allowing businesses to come in, but I think that we need to be very careful with this kind of business, that we need to make sure that we have strict enforcement, like monitoring, bi-monthly monitoring, but more than that, give ourselves some distance from the borrow pit to the adjacent lands. That's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to say that if you've been out on I-4 between DeLand and Daytona, you've seen that borrow pit. That's a borrow pit. It's like 90 feet deep. There's nothing gradual about the edge of it, so wildlife, it's not friendly for wildlife habitat. And I mean, all of that dirt has been put somewhere in our county. And I have, questions about whether or not we should be changing the elevation of our land and whether, how all of this will affect us in the future. But thank you very much for all you do, and staff. That was an incredible report that Clay gave. And so I thank you very much. Susie Peace.
Thank you. Elizabeth Levette. This is the first meeting I've heard Clay get this many, so much recognition for being friendly.
This is the first meeting I spoke so much. Libby Levette at 1820 Hibiscus Drive. And honestly, this is the first meeting I've come to where I thought you guys all seemed cohesive and respectful of one another. So I want to give you that, because it means a lot to us out here when there's not so much bickering up there. Having said that, I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I went to a Springs meeting a few years ago where we discussed borrow pits, and we discussed recharging the aquifer, and we discussed reducing setbacks. And basically, when you remove those setbacks, you are reducing the filtration. If you're reducing the filtration, even though it's percolating into the wetlands, you've removed some of them. The percolation that's happening, that's getting down into our aquifer, is higher in nutrients. It's higher in pollution. And there's no exact science. The science is that there's some science that says this could be beneficial, but we don't know. That's why there's so much oversight. It's extremely important that every single agency is having oversight. And historically, what we've seen is DEP say, well, St. John's handling it. St. John says FWC's handling it. And unfortunately, that extraordinary oversight we need is minimal at best. And when we're talking about our aquifer, we don't get that back. So we need not only that additional oversight, we need it frequently. And we here at the County of Volusia, if you're going to allow these borrow pits, which I don't believe that you should, that they can do business elsewhere. I'm sorry, it's not a not in my backyard approach. It's just that I've seen the danger that comes from these borrow pits. I have shell pits in Edgewater, a little bit different, but similar. And what happens to these shell pits, and in fact, one of them is on a national registry for toxic pollution, is that things get dumped into them that should not be dumped into them. Now, I'm sure everyone's going to use their best management practices. I think that term's just decorative window covering, quite frankly. We need to make sure that we have done all of the research, asked for all sides, and that you guys understand the hydrology. Came here a few years ago, and I really didn't feel like this council had a grasp on the hydrology. We don't even do LIDAR. So basically, as far as I'm concerned, we're going into this blind. LIDAR would be the radar that we used to do periodically from the air, and it would give us real-time data because our hydrology changes with development. But we were told that no, it's been put on the developers. Well, I'm sorry. I don't trust the developers. I trust us. I want us to take that back over, and I want us to do it regularly, especially when we're talking about making these kinds of changes that could be not able to be recovered. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's the end of the requests I had to speak. So we'll close the public hearing, and I'll open it up to discussion by the council. Dr. Lowry.
Yeah, Mr. Clay. This ordinance leaves the buffer at 150 feet, but allows for
site-specific analysis.
Exceptions. What if we do accept this ordinance or approve it today? How would it affect current borrow pits? Will they be able to come back then later and?
Yes, sir. Once you change this law, if someone, and let me kind of go back and answer your question. I apologize for the long response. In order to do this, you have to get approval of a special exception. The special exception criteria is where this is included. You have to basically detail all of this information to us as part of the special exception, and then you go through a site plan process. So it's a two-step approval. So what happens if there's an existing active excavation going on and we amend our code, they can come back and request to amend their special exception and their site plan. So it will not just happen to those that are going forward, it's also to anyone who has an active one or one that has been completed and reclaimed if they feel that they can go back. So it is open to anyone who has that opportunity.
And St. John's only requires 50 feet, so we're 3 times that, or is that comparing apples and oranges?
Yes, well, I mean, you got to remember something is that their buffering requirements are one thing, but then they also have to go through a consumptive use permit to go through and get this approval because there's a expectation that there will be loss of groundwater as you're doing this. So the requirement for the consumptive use permit has a different requirement entirely.
Heather Post.
So confirming if someone wanted to do a borrow pit in the future, they would still need to come back and it has a special exception to get that approved, correct?
Yes, it would have to go through a public
It's not just allowable.
No, ma'am. The zoning specifically requires non-exempt excavations to go through the special exception process, which requires a public hearing in front of the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission and ultimate approval through a public hearing at the county council. Notification goes out to all adjacent property owners and the property is posted.
Okay. I'm looking at the mandatory third-party review to include groundwater quality.
Okay.
And bi-monthly monitoring, but increasing the payment or increasing the cost coverage to make it to where they have to pay and not the county pays for it.
Mm-hmm.
So, increasing the setback. I don't think, there's a lot of things I think that we look at across the board that are legal, and I think we've had many discussions throughout my tenure, certainly, where things are legal in the system, and there are things that we've talked about where, we even say, well, the state level, they're saying, you only have to do A and B, but we would prefer they do A through F. So 50 feet, oh my gosh, totally not a good setback, I think. And even the 150 I have issues with. So I would move, I'm actually going to make the motion that we require mandatory third-party review to include groundwater quality and bi-monthly monitoring, leaving it to the costs not be covered by the county, they be covered by the applicant, and also increasing the setback to 250 feet. And that would be my motion.
I would second if it was monthly monitoring.
I would take that amendment, absolutely. Or I'll change my motion, whatever we need to do, Mike.
Just change your motion.
That's
It's
fine.
250
Yeah.
feet with bi-monthly or monthly?
250 feet, mandatory third-party review to include
Right.
groundwater quality and monthly monitoring, and the applicant pays the costs.
Okay, so we have a motion by Post and a second by Gertman, and I actually like that. I appreciate it. I was actually going to ask for same thing, but with a 300-foot setback, and the reason being that if you measure off 150 feet, it's just not that far. And our wetlands are our kidneys, and you know what happens when your kidneys die, get sick, get cancer, then you end up dying. And we have to opt on the side of the greatest amount of precaution to protect our wetlands, because that water eventually gets in to the Indian River Lagoon, our springs. We're going to be talking about a way to clean up the lagoon, and it makes no sense to do that if we're not stopping point of source pollution. And once we destroy our wetlands, we'll never get ahead of it, because the wetlands are our kidneys. So I will, I'll vote for the 250 feet as a reasonable compromise. I think it's better than, it's 100 feet more than where we are now. And I don't see anybody else that wishes to speak, so we have a motion on the floor for 250 feet with a mandatory monitoring with a third party and, pardon me? And monthly monitoring, and second by Gertman. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed say nay.
Nay.
I heard one nay, so the motion carries 6-1. And we have a question.
Mr. Chair, what you have done is you have amended the ordinance to read as your motion. This is a two-hearing process, because we are
Correct.
changing the list of allowable uses. So if you would, the motion would be to hear the second hearing at a time other than after 5:00 p.m., if the council so should choose.
We can keep the same date of December 14th? Yes, no, maybe?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And why don't we just do a second motion for that? Is that adequate?
Yes, yes. Just the
Okay.
motion.
Can we have a motion to hear this? It's required to have a second hearing on December 14th, 2021, after,
We have it as no sooner than 10:30 a.m.
and that's adequate? I thought you just said evening.
The standard is you can't, the second one of the hearings must be after 5:00. So your motion would be to hold it before 5:00, but after 10:30 a.m. usually when.
Okay. So I need a motion to have the second hearing December 14th, 2021, no sooner than 10:30 a.m. and before 5 p.m. Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Post. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. With that, Clay, I think with what's coming up at 1:30, it might be wise to take a lunch break now.
All right.
And then we're going to have to back up anyway, but we do have a time certain, 1:30, because we got speakers zooming in from, I believe, Spain and Key West. And so with that said, we'll break for lunch until 1:20. Is that enough time? And okay, thank you. So if the public would like to come back, there will be a presentation made on cleaning up one of the things that we can do for cleaning up the Indian River Lagoon at 1:30. Thank you. Hello? Okay, it's 1:20. So we're going to try and fit another item in, Clay. Maybe just start right where we were at item 10. And we feel like that might go quickly. And then we'll break it. We won't break, but we'll go to item 20 at 1:30. And so item 10 is, oh, she's already there. Ordinance 2021-19, adoption hearing, amending Chapter 72, Section 72-241 of the Code of Ordinance.
Yes, sir. This is a directive from the County Council to look at what we have in regards to our minimum standards for rezoning to planned unit development. This allows for a property owner to seek out alternative development standards in regards to setbacks, building coverage, etc. We currently have a 1 acre minimum requirement. This has been a bit difficult for anyone who's located in our primary CRA area that's within Volusia County is Spring Hill, but because the size of the parcels don't meet that. So we felt it was best just to eliminate the minimum area requirement so that way property owners had the maximum flexibility in order to address some of their redevelopment efforts. This is consistent with what was requested by our council. It was presented to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. They recommended approval unanimously.
This is all about my favorite kind of development, infill.
Sure.
And so this is a good move for the county, I believe. Barbara Gertman.
I move to approve.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Wheeler. I see nobody waiting for discussion, so I will call for the vote. All in favor of the adoption hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes 7-0, item 10.
Thank you all.
We're going to use it too?
We've got 6 minutes. Is anybody brave enough to try property rights element? Clay, you're still here. This is item 11, ordinance 2021-20, transmittal hearing for establishing Chapter 19 property rights element of the Volusia County Comprehensive Plan as required by Florida law. Thank you.
Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. The state said we had to do this. We're doing it. We're following the standards that the state established for the quickest, most effective way to do so. Staff is going to be monitoring this over the next year or so to see how others may be doing it. We feel this is the quick and easiest way. It establishes 4 questions that have to be addressed by any public decision as we go forward with comprehensive planning and land development. It meets the state's requirements. We'll transmit it to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and the Volusia Growth Management Commission for their review. We do not expect any comments because, again, we are keeping the letter as it was approved in the statute. So therefore, we feel confident that what we have is going to meet that minimum requirement, and we will be able to report back to you after a year or so as to whether or not we feel additional changes need to be made.
Move approval.
Second, Wheeler.
Beat you. Motion to approve by Lowry, second by Wheeler. Any discussion? Pretty good. All in favor then, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes 7-0. And we have 4 minutes left. I've got lots of questions on 12, 13, and 14, really for discussion. Yeah, that's where I was.
Maybe 19. 19 just implements to state law, same as we just did.
Okay, and that is going to be Michael Dyer. Is he in the room? Michael, we're talking about item 19, ordinance 2021-39, amendment to county emergency management regulations in chapter 46 to implement changes to state law.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Kevin Captain was talking my ear off. I'll put the blame on him.
He's communications director. That's his job.
That's right. This is just really a cleanup ordinance to implement some changes that came out of the last state legislative session governing county and city emergency orders and ordinances. It applied a 7-day duration limit and a total of 42-day limit to those emergency orders that meet the new state definition that would impact basically personal liberties. I would say that the change in state law, I don't think it would impact anything that we did do during the pandemic. It really, to me, seems like somewhat of a legislative reaction to some of the mask mandates we saw adopted by ordinance. So I don't see anything controversial that really changes how we have operated on this change. It's merely to reflect those changes.
Move approval.
Motion to approve by Lowry, second by Wheeler. Any discussion, questions? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. I still don't see Dr. LaPointe or Grow up here, so how long do you need for your community update? Dr. Brian LaPointe is with us. And, pardon me?
I'm here, Brian LaPointe.
I see you. Thank you for joining us. Can you poke your head in? I'm not talking to you, Dr. LaPointe, talking to Kevin. Does he know if Dr. Grow is on the line?
He's not yet, but they are communicating.
Okay. They are communicating. Yeah, Dr. LaPointe, you are first. So I'll give just a kind of a brief introduction of how we got here today. I was actually introduced to your colleague, Dr. Grow, and the whole BioRock concept about 1.5 years ago by Paul Zimmerman, who is the president of Sons of the Beach, which is a environmental and beach access promoting group. At first, when we looked at his research, Paul had brought it to that group as a means of stabilizing coastline, because we were aware of the work that he is doing around the world, protecting islands, coast, restoring washed out beaches. But excuse me, the more that we investigated, we saw that he also had amazing success with marine restoration in intercoastal systems, lagoons included, where the BioRock system was actually able to create, there he is, the growing of seagrasses, bringing back fish and oysters, and so I'm excited to hear that, how that happened. Dr. Grow is on the screen now. He is president of the Global Reef Alliance, I believe for 30 years, from 1990. 30 years of successful work protecting and restoring coastlines as well as intercoastal marine systems. And just, you'll probably talk about this, but I'll just mention in passing that, actually not in passing, that the actual creator of BioRock was an architect, Dr. Wolf Hilbert, who was using it for a construction material. And then it was developed by Dr. Grow, architect Wolf, for marine restoration. It's really a very exciting story. Thank you both for being here. We really appreciate it. Dr. Grow, you are in Spain?
No, actually it's not. I'm in Cambridge, Massachusetts. That trip didn't come through last moment, so I'm in the States.
They have a different accent there. My wife came with that accent. And Dr. Brian LaPointe, thank you very much for being here. Dr. LaPointe is with the Florida Atlantic University's Harbor Branch Oceanographic Institute. He is, I don't want to embarrass him, but he is a leading authority around the world, especially in Florida, on marine quality, and he's going to give us the good, the bad, and the ugly of the Indian River Lagoon. And I think that's a good place to start. So,
Chair? Mr. Chair, could we do just a quick point of housekeeping? I see everyone straining to look back there. I know we didn't have them up on the screens here before, but they are now over there. So the audience doesn't have to try and look that way. Okay, I see. I just wanted to.
Is it up? Is it behind me now?
No, oh, yes, it is. Okay, good.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Everybody
Good
was
job.
straining. Okay.
So, Dr. LaPointe, thank you again for being here, and everybody can see you now. So I've just been asked by the public that when you speak, there's a lot of Volusia County residents and beyond listening in online, so please speak loud and clearly into your computer. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff, and the rest of the council members for the invitation to speak today on the research I've been doing. I'm going to share my screen and just have about a 15-minute PowerPoint that, let's see. All right, can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, and you can hear me fine?
Perfect.
Great, okay. So Tommy and I go way back to Woods Hole, really back to the 1970s, and we both moved to Florida in the early 1980s. And that's really my first research on the Indian River Lagoon really dates back to those years when I was a Woods Hole employee. And of course, we've all seen how the lagoon has changed over the decades. And this is the kind of work I was really trained at Woods Hole to study. And this marine eutrophication, nutrient enrichment, and how that has led to the seagrass decline and the crisis that we have today in the Indian River Lagoon. As we all know, the lagoon is extensive. It goes from Jupiter Inlet in the south to Ponce Inlet, considered by many to be the most biologically diverse estuary in the United States. And it was added to the National Estuary Program in 1990 because of its national significance. We've had macroalgae blooms. These are seaweeds or benthic algae that can overgrow seagrasses. We've seen blooms of macroalgae for many decades, but just in recent years, really the past decade, have we seen these phytoplankton blooms in the water column, and we refer to both these when they become excessive as harmful algal blooms, that they've increased with population growth in recent decades. The algae blooms are a result of increasing dissolved reactive ammonium, nitrate, and soluble reactive phosphorus nutrient forms. That's really the food that drives these harmful algal blooms. And since 2010, these harmful algal blooms have caused light reduction and catastrophic loss of seagrasses, which has led to the critical issues we're seeing with manatee starvation and mortality. That first occurred in 2013 in a big way, but of course this year is the worst on record. And I think statewide we have, I think, around 970 manatee mortalities this year, many of those from the Indian River Lagoon. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the research I've done, looking at the nutrients in the tissues of macroalgae and seagrasses and what they can tell us about the health of the lagoon. And the panel on the right is just a cartoon showing, how the lagoon has changed. From decades ago when we had clear water and extensive seagrass meadows and fisheries. And over time, with increasing development, pollution, not just of surficial stormwater runoff, but also groundwater from septic tanks. And this is particularly problematic in the northern lagoon segments where we have long residence time of the water in the lagoon, where the lagoon and the groundwater, the surface water of the lagoon, they're very much connected because of those long residence times. And so as nutrients build up, we see more phytoplankton in the water, reduced light hitting the bottom that the seagrasses require, and more macroalgae as well. And of course, that bottom panel is kind of where we're at today, where we have even more humans on the watershed, more wastewater coming into the lagoon, stormwater, a lot of that nitrogen in particular coming in, driving these phytoplankton blooms like the brown tide. And it's not just the increasing nutrients, but also the ratio of nitrogen to phosphorus that we're very concerned about, particularly in Volusia County. Now, my research back in the 70s really started looking at using macroalgae, like this one I'm holding, Gracilaria, a red seaweed, to actually remove these nutrients from sewage seawater mixtures through this aquaculture process. And we were doing this at the time both at Harbor Branch and Woods Hole. I was actually an employee of Woods Hole Oceanographic at the time, and working for Dr. John Ryther, shown here on the left. That's at Woods Hole. He's holding a net full of this Gracilaria, which is very common in the Indian River Lagoon. And you can see how dark it is, very dark brown, almost black, indicating it has very high nitrogen levels in it that increases pigment content. And I did research, that middle photo is me many years ago at Harbor Branch doing research with different types of nitrogen, including sewage, sewage from our local wastewater treatment plant right at Harbor Branch. And what we found was, you know, this plant, Gracilaria, really responds to ammonium in the water. Of course, ammonium is what's coming out of septic tanks into the groundwater. We've shown with research that the groundwater around septic systems is very ammonium rich, more so than nitrate rich because it's not nitrifying. And this happens to be the preferred form of nitrogen, not just for Gracilaria, but most algae. We get the highest growth, and this is from a paper I published many years ago with John Ryther back in 1979, showing that. And of course, with more people, more wastewater, climate change being a hammer that helps to transport these nutrients into the lagoon from the watersheds. We've seen, well, you can see Dr. Burrell down in Brevard County holding a large mass of Gracilaria. And again, you see how heavily pigmented it is, very dark brown, meaning it's got very high nitrogen content. And the graph, you can see since 1990, when the lagoon became an NEP, you can see the population growth and how the black circles, that's chlorophyll A in the water column, has gone up over time. And that green line is the numeric criteria for chlorophyll A. We're looking at phytoplankton in the water in this graph. And that value is about 7 micrograms per liter of chlorophyll A. And we now are commonly seeing very high levels up to 50 or 100 micrograms per liter or more during these phytoplankton blooms that are reducing light in the lagoon. Well, I began studying more closely these nutrient and eutrophication issues in the lagoon starting in 2011 when I got funding to do this work. And the concept was to measure dissolved nutrients with very low detection limits so we could really get good numbers for the nutrient levels, as well as the macroalgae, measure their carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, and stable nitrogen isotopes to look at nutrient availability, nitrogen versus phosphorus limitation, and try to identify the sources fueling the eutrophication in the lagoon. At that time, you may recall, most people thought it was primarily fertilizers, and that spawned a lot of interest in fertilizer ordinances. And our goal was to really get the first data of this type to really look carefully at the sources. And the goal was to improve, the data and inform resource managers and policymakers. And I'm glad to say that last year, Florida Senate Bill 712, also known as the Clean Waterways Bill, that was introduced by Senator Debbie Mayfield, was signed by the governor, and is going to provide matching funds for wastewater upgrades up and down the Indian River Lagoon and other areas of Florida. So our studies, this was the first time we did anyone did a Indian River Lagoon wide study like this, extending from Ponce Inlet in the north to Jupiter Inlet in the south, and all 5 segments: the Mosquito Lagoon, the northern Indian River Lagoon, the Banana River, the central Indian River Lagoon, and the southern Indian River Lagoon. And depending where you are in the lagoon, you can have different types of these algal blooms, whether it's macroalgae, overgrowing seagrasses, or the brown tide Oriumbra lagunensis, or the freshwater blue-green alga Microcystis aeruginosa. Of course, that's down in the St. Lucie estuary when it's got very low salinity. You clearly can have a variety of different types and forms of these harmful algal blooms. Well, what the nutrient sampling showed us was that the northern 3 segments, the Mosquito Lagoon, Banana River, and northern Indian River Lagoon, had the highest nitrogen levels. Not surprisingly, that's where we see, the most intense and severe harmful algal blooms occurring, these phytoplankton blooms like the brown tide. So you can see that in these years, 2011, 2012, we were above that 50 micromolar target value for the Indian River Lagoon, actually right into the central Indian River Lagoon, but mostly those 3 northern segments. And as I mentioned previously, it's not just the concentration of these nutrients, but the ratio. And this was very problematic when I saw these data, that the nitrogen to phosphorus ratio was also very high in these 3 northern segments. In the oceans, the N to P ratio is about 16 to 1. And when you get above 30 to 1, you're getting into a region where marine plants become very limited by phosphorus, which is a key nutrient for photosynthesis and respiration. So things are starting to get unbalanced in the lagoon in these 3 northern segments. You can see in the central and southern IRL that gets more flushing compared to the northern segments, that those values are much lower and closer to the marine Redfield ratio of 16 to 1. We collected macroalgae at the 20 stations in the 5 segments, and I'm going to just show the nitrogen isotope values and what we found. That top left graph shows the different samplings of the macroalgae for the stable nitrogen isotope values, which averaged lagoon-wide around 6.3 parts per mil. Now, if you look at the source values for different nitrogen sources, septic tank effluent, treated wastewater, you can see those values are above +3 parts per mil and go up as high as +28. All the other nitrogen sources that could be available to algae in the lagoon are below that. They're below +3. Upwelling from offshore deep Atlantic water, nitrogen fixation, rainfall, atmospheric nitrogen, fertilizers, and even biosolids, which of course is from human waste. All those values are much lower than the septic effluent and treated wastewater that we know is going into the groundwater, and if not directly at times into the surface waters of the lagoon. So that value of 6.3 parts per mil matches up pretty much identically with the values reported for Boston Harbor macroalgae back when the wastewater stream from the Boston area was going into the harbor before the big dig that moved it offshore. And so we have, I think, very compelling evidence that wastewater is really the primary source driving a lot of these blooms we're seeing in the lagoon. We published that in 2015 And that really did change, the discussion in terms of what we need to do to get this lagoon into recovery regarding nutrients. And of course, one of the worst of the harmful algal blooms that we see in these three northern segments are the brown tides. And this, I did not take this photo, by the way, showing the Sebastian Inlet, the flushing of the lagoon there. But you can see the brown tide organism, how it shades the water. And of course, in 2013, when we began to see the unusual mass mortalities of manatees, they were, of course, losing their food source, the seagrasses. They were diet switching, eating a lot of macroalgae, and that's something we're looking very closely at right now. But we realized the seagrasses were disappearing so quickly that we better start looking at the seagrass tissue, not just the macroalgae and the phytoplankton. So at these same 20 stations, lagoon-wide, we began collecting the seagrasses, making light measurements, and looking at the chemistry of the seagrass tissue to see what we could learn from that. And, the Indian River Lagoon has 7 species of seagrasses. That's a lot. I don't know of another estuary that has 7 species of seagrasses. These are the 3 primary genera that we find at the 20 stations that we have studied. Haliduli, or the Cuban shoalweed, is ubiquitous. It grows throughout the lagoon. It's the most hardy. The Syringodium, also known as manatee grass, we didn't find it at our stations in the Banana River or the Mosquito Lagoon. And the turtle grass, we only found in the central and southern Indian River Lagoon, and that is the most sensitive to nutrients and reduced light and other stresses. So when we look at the nutrient content, we see some very interesting patterns. This is the nitrogen content of the seagrasses in the different segments of the lagoon. And 81% of these measurements exceed the critical eutrophication values published by Carlos Duarte. And you can see the Mosquito Lagoon, the red circles are right there in the middle of that plot. Okay, some of the highest values are in the Banana River. That's, of course, ground zero for a lot of the worst phytoplankton blooms that we are seeing in the lagoon. And if we look at phosphorus, we see a little different picture. 65% exceed that critical eutrophication threshold. But look at the red circles, the Mosquito Lagoon values, how low the phosphorus is in the seagrass tissue. And this gets back to those high N to P ratios, that we have a very high degree of phosphorus limitation. And so above and beyond just the light limitation that I'm going to talk about in a minute, it's very likely that the low phosphorus content in these northern lagoon segments could be further impairing photosynthesis and growth of the seagrasses. But this is the big kicker, is the light. As a result of the phytoplankton blooms and the macroalgae, this is the light attenuation coefficient, K sub D, that is so critical to seagrass recovery in the Indian River Lagoon. And a value of about 0.8 is critical. Values above that, the seagrasses are just not getting enough light. And you can see in the dry season, we're pretty much at that level right now. In the wet season, we're way over it, meaning these seagrasses are extremely light limited. And that 0.8 value is something we really need to, I think, monitor more closely to see how light is limiting the growth and sustainability of seagrasses in the lagoon. And another measurement we made up and down the lagoon in the seagrass tissue is the del-13C carbon isotope value. And this is very interesting. We did this, I'm showing this just for the turtle grass that's in the southern segments. and comparing it to the Bahamas, to values we found from the Bahamas, the Florida Keys, where you can get turtle grass growing from 1 meter down to below 10 meters depth in both the Bahamas and the Florida Keys. But look at the Indian River Lagoon up here. The turtle grass really can't grow greater than 2 meters because of the light limitation. And so the more negative those values are, the more depleted they are, and it's a greater indication of light limitation. So as this relates to the Lagoon Reef Project, I do suggest that a monitoring program be put in place with the reefs to monitor the dissolved nutrients, light attenuation, the chlorophyll A, the amount of algae in the water column, at least at quarterly intervals at both the reef site and a reference site. And also, there's likely to be macroalgae that could be monitored in and around these sites, as well as the seagrass tissue for carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus, as well as the isotopes. And finally, to use these data to address the dual importance of light limitation and phosphorus stress, this phosphorus limitation, to better understand seagrass growth at the reef as to how the seagrass responds to the electrical current, and also at a reference site for comparison. And that's it. I look forward to, seeing Tommy's presentation. I'll be glad to answer questions probably after that, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Garreau, how do we get to the picture on the right here with all the beautiful sea life?
Yes, let me get hold of the screen. I'll jump right into the PowerPoint presentation. It's a pleasure to be here. I hope you can hear me, but okay, yes, share screen. What Brian has just told you, let me just get this in the slideshow mode. Okay. What Brian has just told you is that this is a situation that's built up over a long period of time as nutrients have built up. And, I think those of you who've lived there all your life, which I haven't, all of you know more about the area than I do, but, can remember when the waters were clear and blue and there was seagrass all over the bottom and these lagoons, and now that's mostly not the case. And that's why the manatee are in crisis. So, as Brian has said, it's built up because of the nutrients over a long period of time, and cleaning it up has got to be done at the source, and that's going to take some time. As no one can wave a magic wand and make the algae, they're floating in the water and on the bottom disappear, and they're hard to collect, especially the ones that are microscopic and floating. But anyway, there are other solutions, and one solution that I want to point out is the possibility of increasing the growth of the seagrass directly, and oysters too. I was asked to say something about that. And I'm going to show you a little bit about what we've done with regard to seagrass and oysters using BioRock technology, which is very low voltage trickle charge, like what you get from a battery, just a couple of volts. You can't feel it. It's undetectable to us. But what it does in the water is pretty amazing. If you blow solid rock of any size or shape in the ocean over steel frameworks, and this was, as Jeff has pointed out, was invented by an architect in order to produce building materials from the sea, and we're still working on that. We believe we can produce much better building materials with this technology, but he originally developed it, but it has to be done slowly to be very hard. So we go at it only, a couple centimeters, less than half an inch a year. So, and people want their buildings more quickly. So we've focused on using it to regenerate marine ecosystems. We grow reefs, we grow everything in the ocean much faster with a little bit of electricity. We're not fertilizing, we're not adding any nutrients, so that's kind of interesting. We're able to get everything to grow faster. And I'm not going to show this, but basically we use this to grow back coral reefs. We keep coral reefs alive when they would die from high temperatures. Where we build reefs in front of eroding beaches, we grow the beaches back at record rates. So again, I'm not going to talk about that. I've mentioned that before in other contexts. But what I will show you is what we do with seagrasses. But this is an example here. This is a structure that we built in Indonesia to grow back a severely eroded beach. And in this area, there was a shallow seagrass in front. And these structures that you see are steel mats in which we're growing a layer of limestone rock. That white coating that you see has only been growing for a couple of weeks. It's brand new, it's growing, it's rock, and it's actually growing, coating over the steel. And the seagrass, as you see, is growing pretty healthy. And as you can see, there's some algae in there too. But what we see around these structures here, this structure that you see here is one of 50 structures that we built in front of a beach that had washed away, and the beach grew back in months as a result of that, because as the waves went through the structure, they slowed down, and when they reached the shore, they deposited sand instead of washing it away. But I'm here to really tell you about the seagrass, and as you can see, all around them, the seagrass kind of proliferated and grew very tall. And we see this pretty much every place you do this in seagrass. And I'll show you a short video from the Bahamas in a minute. In Panama and in other places, what I notice typically is the seagrass grows about twice as tall surrounding these structures for some distance around them, but I've never really had a chance to measure them. Somewhere between 10, 20 feet, or perhaps even more. The seagrass is greener and taller. And in addition, we get increased growth, not of the fleshy algae, but of the, what I call the good algae, the sand-producing algae, the ones that make our beaches. So we get them to proliferate around these things too. So this is what we've noticed every place we make these things in seagrasses, we see benefits. Now in this case, here's an example. This is in Italy, in the Mediterranean. Here, these are little patches that are a little more than a square foot. We put down a steel mesh on the bottom, and as you can see, it's turning white on the bottom because we're growing a little layer of limestone. It's powered by a solar panel on the shore. And we tied these seagrass plants to that mesh, and they grew. They grew so quickly that they attached themselves to bare rock. And that's what amazed everyone, because no one had ever seen that happen before. Normally, they need about 3 to 5 inches of sand or sediment or mud of some kind for the roots to grow into, and these didn't have that. But the roots grew so quickly, they attached to bare rock, and what we saw very quickly was that there's a close-up, and you can see the white limestone growing on it, and then we had oysters and mussels move into it. There were shrimp and fish and crabs and everything else. We built up these little mini ecosystems, and we only did it for 3 months. Unfortunately, at the end of the experiment, the scientists took everything up and counted everything, so that was the end of it. But it was pretty amazing. I mean, no one had ever seen this before, and it's a pretty general result. This is salt marsh. This is a Superfund toxic waste site in New York City. And what you see there is there's a mesh, a thin mesh on the bottom on the ground, that's 6-inch fencing. We put that down, we connected that to solar panel, we planted some of the salt marsh grass in between them, and they grew much taller and greener. And you can see here we're measuring the height of it. There's a solar panel in the background. It's powering all of this stuff. And the seagrass we grew were about twice as fast, just in terms of height, but they were also greener. They flowered earlier, and they had many more stems in each clump, so their biomass was just really, really much higher. But we didn't dig them up, but their roots proliferated. What happened is we were able to grow these lower in the intertidal than they can grow. Normally they can't grow down there because the waves wash them away. But we had such prolific root growth. The few plants we put in have just proliferated like mad. They die back every winter there, and they spring back up more every year. The controls, the ones that are not getting that trickle charge, they all die. So this is just so you can see what we do. Now, what we do in Indian River or Mosquito Lagoon is something like this. We just put down a 6-inch square mesh fencing material like this. You see, it doesn't rust. In fact, the steel is protected from rusting completely. Limestone grows over it, and then the seagrass just grows right up through it. So I've done this in Panama and the Bahamas. We've done it in Indonesia and other places, and it really works nicely. So we think we can get faster growth, and hopefully that can help the seagrass outcompete the algae that are killing them. I'll pass up on this. We think it will work with mangroves too. This is a site in Indonesia that we plan to restore using our methods as well. Let me talk a little bit about oysters, because that's also an issue there, as I understand it. This is an experiment that was done in Louisiana by Wolf Hilberts back in the 1970s. And it's a little metal basket, 6 inch, I guess 9 inches across. And he put it down in the water, he wired it up, and he came back a few months later and was full of oysters that had settled in it and grown. The rusting that you see happened afterwards. There was no rust on it when he took it out of the water, but then before this picture was taken, it sat in somebody's backyard for 20 years, and that's when it rusted. But what you see is incredible oyster growth that we got on it. And so we seem to speed up the growth of all marine organisms. And this is an example of oysters, again, from that Superfund toxic waste site in New York City, where pretty much everything had died. And what I'm showing here is the controls are oysters. We just measured the length and we just grew them. And as you can see, they grew very slowly through the growing season there, the bad water quality. But with a little bit of electricity and a little more, we got them to grow something like nearly 8 times faster in length, 8 times wider, 8 times thicker. So it's about 450 times more volume growth with the electricity. What was really amazing was that in winter in New York City, they stopped growing. They stopped growing for the winter. Ours kept growing all winter long. They never stopped growing. They had very bright, shiny shells. The ones that had no trickle charge of electricity, almost all of them died, and the ones that didn't die all shrank in size because the shells were actually dissolving in the cold water. So we think we can, that shows the growth. With BioRock, they grew in length all winter long. The control shrank in size. So what we would like to try to do is a very small pilot project in the northern end of Mosquito Lagoon, and it's been suggested that we try something at the Oak Hill Fishing Camp. I'll show a picture of that in a minute. And simply small pilot project in which we have a little trickle of charge running from the fishing camp into a flat mesh like what I showed you in the salt marsh experiment. And we put one on a bit of seagrass and see if we can increase its growth rate. Put one on sand and see if we can transplant seagrass and get them to grow and establish themselves more quickly. And we'd also suggest to make a small tunnel to put oysters on, so you can get them to grow. And that would look something like this. This is a BioRock tunnel in Florida. This is a project I did about 10 years ago in Broward County. And actually, this is for growing corals. That structure you see in the background is about 3 feet tall. Now, there's a long story there. We grew corals there really beautifully on that structure, but after the 3 years of monitored, Florida State official monitoring period ended, unfortunately, the town went and slashed the cable to the floating solar power buoy that was powering it. So that's had no power now for years, and almost all our corals have died. Some of them are still alive. But anyway, that just gives you an idea of that was settled on by mangrove oysters. It spontaneously settled on it right away. And right now it's covered with barnacles. So we'd think of making a small tunnel like that, small, only about 1 foot high, in the seagrass, and attach oysters to it. But it would look something like that, like this one that's this was just taken about 2 months ago in Florida. That structure has been there without any power now for more than 5 years. So it's still strong and intact. But we'd make something that's a much scaled down version. But I'm showing it to you so you can visualize what the project would look like. And we propose to do that at the Oak Hill Fish Camp. And this is an aerial view from Google Earth. And I guess the dark area here is seagrass beds. And so probably what we'd just do is run a cable from shore and put some small structures, maybe about 10 or 20 feet long, in seagrass and on sand, and see if we can grow the seagrass faster. Obviously, we'd also look very carefully at the seagrass, how fast it grows, I think by photographing it. But also would like Brian LaPointe to look at the nutrient contents and see, are we growing them faster? Are they removing more nutrients? And so forth. So this may be a short-term solution to growing back seagrass. This could be done with solar panels very easily. You can do very large areas of the solar panel because we're using such little current. So if it works here, it could be potentially scaled up any place where seagrass used to grow or might be able to grow again. And we might be able to get them to grow even under conditions now that they normally can't tolerate. But in the long run, obviously the solution is to clean up the water quality. I mean, we can't make the water transparent, but hopefully we can get the seagrass to grow more quickly. So we'd love to do a pilot project there, and something that could be visible and accessible and people can see and learn, and post photos and video and so forth. So that's what we're proposing, if that's possible to do. I'll stop there. I think that's the end of my presentation, but I'll be glad to provide more information. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. We do have some of the public that had questions or remarks, but I want to open it up to the council as well for questions. You, I think what I just heard you say in the pilot project, Dr. Groh, is the mesh on the bottom, and then also a low tunnel.
Well, yes. Well, let me put it this way. I was told that you were interested, or the county was interested. I'm not sure who now, who mentioned that in our previous meeting, that oyster regeneration was also an issue. So I mentioned that. The tunnel would be for oysters because they're filter feeders, and so they don't really want to be on the bottom. They like to be on top of rocks or something. The beauty of a biorock structure is that they don't overgrow each other, and they all have access to food. So I'd like to get them, up above the bottom. The oysters, are an additional project. They can be done or not, depending on what the priorities are.
Okay, thank you.
Seagrass is the first priority, but we can also do a small oyster project as well, quite easily, and if people are interested in doing that.
Okay, we do have two members of the public that wanted to speak. I'll just call them in order. Suzanne Schreiber and then John Nicholson. Had three, one of which just had to leave for an appointment.
Hello, Suzanne Schreiber, Ormond Beach, Florida, representing.
Can you speak up for our people online?
Yes, I'm Suzanne Schreiber in Ormond Beach, Florida, and I'm here representing Dream Green Volusia. I have to say, this is really exciting. I think this is one of the first times I've been excited to come up here and speak in quite a while. I'm expressing support for the BioRock project in the lagoon. It's exciting to hear water quality projects brought up forward addressing pollution in the river. In addition to support for this project, please address point of source pollution. It will take both addressing point of source pollution and strong water quality projects like this to clean up the water. This has been a devastating year with the loss of over 900 manatees in our state. It's imperative we act to bring back seagrass and help marine life. It's imperative we help ourselves. Here we are with a valuable project with excellent potential. I'm asking you, please don't wait until it's too late to restore the lagoon. We must address grass lawns, clear cutting, stormwater, wastewater, and more. Please take action today, voting to fund the future of the prototype in our county. It's important to Volusia County's livelihood. Thank you for your time.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. I came before you this morning about funding, watching our pennies, but there are times when things need to be done. You have to do them. This is relatively minor amount of money. Several years ago when I was on the Glen Ritchie's Kitchen Cabinet, a guy came from Cocoa with this idea of putting balloons filled with sand out on the beach, $5 million a mile, and it would increase our sand, it would create surfing for the surfers, it would lower our insurance rates for our hotels, et cetera, et cetera. And Jim Deneen said, fine, we can do that for free. We have all these hotels coming down, and all that waste that we could put, all that cement, could be created as these reefs to do it for free. And Jim Chisholm said no, he didn't want it. It was within our city limits and it couldn't be done. This is the same thing. it's virtually free. I hate to say free, but what we're going to gain from this for the little amount of money is virtually free. And it's an experiment. You don't have to do the entire thing. Do what the experiment asks to do, and if it works, sorry, George, you can find the money. And when we do that, we solve many problems because the value of our properties, I'm always in with the money. Remember the 8 million? The value of these properties keep going down when we lose the value of the river. If we can increase the value of the river, the oysters, the quality of fishing, the smell, because apparently in St. Lucie it's terrible. If we can increase the value of all of this, then the properties go up. If the property values go up, we can pay for the $8 million. Thank you.
Excuse me, I'd like to just say something.
Please, go ahead.
Sort of response, but part. I had meant to show a 1 minute and 44-second video. I forgot to do that. I would like permission to do that because I think in part it answers the question that gentleman just raised, as well as allows you to see what we're proposing in Volusia. So is it possible to get on the screen and show that video?
Absolutely.
Yes, okay. So do I have the screen? Okay, yes, all right. So I hit share. Okay, right. Let me now find that. Hold on. TV. Oh, yes, okay. Okay, I hope you can see, and you'll hear it in a minute. This is in the Bahamas, and it's a seagrass restoration project, so you can see what it looks like. Seagrass beds are crucial habitats as fish nurseries, but there's no place for fish to hide. There are no structures for them, and so they get eaten by predators. This biorock reef in a shallow seagrass in the Bahamas has attracted huge populations of fish that hide in here in the daytime and feed at night, and vice versa. It's made from a single sheet of fencing material that's been rolled up into a double spiral. It's been charged with 6 volts and about 1 amp, about 6 watts. And there are a few tiny fragments of corals. Corals couldn't grow in this habitat because it's too shallow and hot for them. And so there are very few naturally broken fragments of live coral that are washed in from storms. And we transplanted a few of them, and as you can see, they've grown quite magnificently. In addition, the seagrass inside this and around the structure is quite green and growing more tall. Seagrass beds worldwide are being wiped out, and it's a huge ecological catastrophe. With BioRock, we believe we can help restore seagrasses and restore fisheries habitat of the species that rely on these habitats. We've done work with seagrasses in the Mediterranean, and we've found that we're able to grow seagrasses on bare rock where they normally couldn't grow, with prolific root growth and attraction of fish and mussels and clams and a whole very complex ecosystem that built up around them. So we believe that BioRock is going to be a crucial method for restoring seagrass habitat and coastal fisheries in the future. Yes, so I'd like to just add, you see that we wouldn't necessarily use that shape. I mean, that was actually intended to grow corals, but you can see the seagrass grew much greener all around that structure. In this case, we'd probably just lay it flat. We wouldn't put a structure at all unless we wanted to grow oysters up above them, or to create habitat for fish or habitat for lobsters. All of those things we can do. But the other thing regarding to what the other gentleman was saying about the shore protection, well, this is actually, we're here to talk about seagrass, but the point is that similar kinds of biorock reefs are much better shore protection than concrete is, because they don't reflect the waves, and that's what the reflections what causes the scar and erosion. And with structures like this, we can in fact create fish habitat full of fish and lobsters that the waves go through but lose energy without being reflected. But they cause the beaches to grow, and that's actually regenerating your natural coastal ecosystems with biorock is really your best shore protection of all. Anyway, thank you, but I just wanted you to see that video because you can see really a bit about what we do more clearly with that image. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And Heather Post, you have a question?
Yes, so I wanted to thank you both for being here. You know, I actually grew up in Brevard County and swam in the Indian River Lagoon, and grew up in Titusville and Port St. John area. And I can remember as a kid, so in the 70s, I can remember the river once a year started to, you know, throughout the 80s, it started to smell so bad, so bad. And that was, you know, in the beginning of the 80s. And I've seen it deteriorate since then tremendously. So thank you, number one, for doing this. But my question I actually have is, I know that we're talking about the Indian River Lagoon specifically, but further up in our county as well, we have the Halifax River that doesn't have, we have flow through the jetty, the same as Sebastian Inlet down south, but and then out north, just like the Mosquito Lagoon with the Indian River Lagoon, but in the middle, not a lot of flow, right? And so we're seeing a lot of the bad stuff sort of percolate there. And I'm wondering if something like this might also be helpful in that area. I just wondered if you had any thoughts on that.
I'm not sure which of you wants to answer that, but I'm going to say something to Ginger Adair. You can just nod your head. I believe that part of what we call the Halifax River has now been designated the northern section of the Indian River Lagoon. But she's right, it's about halfway between two inlets, so we get horrible flushing, and a lot of the partially treated effluent that gets pumped there just stays and builds, and everything else stormwater. Am I correct in saying that is part of the lagoon now? Okay. So Dr. LaPointe or Dr. Crow, whichever one of you might care to.
I'll comment first, Tommy, and maybe you can comment as well. I do think it would be great to look at these lagoon reefs in a number of different locations to compare, you know, the site-specific effects. And that area you're mentioning in the Halifax River, I agree. I think that would be a really interesting place to have one of these located, to say compare with the Oak Hill Fishing Camp site. All these sites are going to be affected at different levels of nutrients and algal blooms and light attenuation and nutrient availability, and not just concentration, but again, the ratio of these nutrients. So I think several sites, and that particular site in the Halifax River sounds like an interesting place that could potentially see a lot of improvement from these lagoon reefs, these electric reefs.
And let me add to that. I don't know the area as you do, as all of you do, but I will say this: is there are other applications for what we do. For instance, we grow all marine organisms more quickly, you know, animals and plants. And I built some floating bio-rock reefs powered by solar panels on a barge in a canal in the Bahamas, in Grand Bahama. And what we were growing filter feeding communities to try to clean up the water in the canal. Sponges, mussels, oysters. We actually were growing corals in there too, amazingly enough, despite the water quality. So but we're able to grow a lot of things. So that was one reason for growing oysters. The reason we were growing oysters in New York City was not to eat, because it's toxic. That's what it's surrounded by. The purpose was to try to improve the water quality by their filtering action. And so there are organisms that we can try to proliferate that do in fact, hopefully, will help clear the water up. And there's a lot of places. I give a classic example. It was Chesapeake Bay back when the oysters were there and they filtered the water every day. The water was clear and the light reached the bottom, and that's where the algae grew that the crabs fed off. But when they harvested all the oysters, the water turned murky because it wasn't being filtered, not because of the nutrients. Well, that was a component too, but it went because it wasn't being filtered clean anymore. And that's when all the crabs crashed, because there wasn't light reaching the bottom. So anyway, there's I think things we can do trying to stimulate other oysters, filter feeders. I don't know the ecosystem well, so I don't know tunicates, whatever you have there, but that is a possibility. And you can actually make floating devices like that, as well as build them into, say, pilings or into seawalls. That's, your seawall could be a filtering community trying to clean up the water. We can stimulate those with solar panels very readily. Yeah, thank you.
No, thank you, that's helpful. We've got two other people that have questions. I want to add something real quick before they do, because John Nicholson scared me, and so he probably scared everybody else here. I'm very happy that he's for it, but I believe I heard a number of $8 million. That's not the price tag for this pilot. We could, okay, he's shaking his head, no, that's not what he meant. We could spend $8 million because we could put these all over the shoreline and even in the ocean. But when we get done here asking questions, I'm gonna ask for a motion from the council that we give this to the county manager to evaluate the proposal, to evaluate cost and funding, because we're hearing that we could add other areas, different structures, shoreline. So I'm going to ask for a motion. Like I said, we have other people that want to speak, for the county manager to evaluate this proposal, funding sources. The governor just released $52 million from stormwater funding for the Indian River Lagoon project. We need to get part of that $52 million. We might get 8, John. And also to evaluate legal aspects of it for licensing permits because this water will be the state of Florida water. So wasn't $8 million, not yet. Ben Johnson.
I'm curious, how much does this cost an acre to implement?
Well, that's hard to say, because all we've done are very small pilot projects with fencing material, and they can be any size or shape. But it's hard to answer. I would have to, I guess, given that we're not having to build a strong structure that's holding weight in anything, this just sits flat on the bottom. It's going to disappear into the seagrass. You're not even going to see it from above. So it doesn't need to be strong. So I think we can use sort of fairly flimsy fencing material. Just lay it on the bottom. If we're trying to build structures that are holding up oysters or trying to absorb wave energy, that's a different story. They've got to be a lot stronger. So I think it can be about as cheap as covering the ground with a roll of fencing material in terms of the actual material. Besides that, there's of course a power system, an electrode, solar panels, other stuff that adds up. But it's pretty cheap compared to any other structure you could build. Let's put it that way. Because there's no cement, there's none of the other things. Essentially, what we're doing is laying down something flat and connecting it to a trickle charge, and we can cover. Well, with that, I've never measured the power into those strips, so I couldn't really tell you how much power it's consuming. But it's if you take a look at that project in the Bahamas, well, that was a whole roll of fencing material that I got, that I rolled up in various, and that was drawing 6 watts of power. So
well, that's something that I would have to know, is how much does it cost per acre? We got 36,000 acres in the Mosquito Lagoon alone.
If I'd laid that roll flat, I would, I'd have to figure out the cost and all that. I'm not sure. But let me put it this way: I don't know of another alternative that method of trying to grow the seagrass itself faster. If we can show that we can do that, then this could be done with solar panels and simply for really pretty cheap material. This doesn't cost much compared to any other material you'd have to buy. Solar panels, not coming down in price, and you can cover I'd say pretty large area with this. But I'd have to set one up and measure how much power it takes to really answer your question properly.
Yeah, that's some of the things that we would have to know before I could say let's go on this, because it's
no, that's why you have to do a pilot experiment, is to see how much power it uses. I mean, this has never been done. It's never been done except in these projects that I did that were not maintained and where there was no possibility of measuring them.
Material cost and power is something that can be ascertained pretty easy for an acre. I would think.
Yes.
But
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
we need
Yeah.
that kind of information for us to make a really good decision on this. I mean, we all want the mosquito lagoon cleaned up, but we have to look at all the different ways of doing it. And
Yeah.
I mean, 36,000 acres just for us, not counting the rest of the Indian River Basin.
Well, I would say the key thing first is to get those areas where you still have seagrasses that are, viable and reasonably healthy, and try to get those growing as quickly as you can. And then around the edges of that, where you can try to proliferate them into marginal habitat, and then try to clean up the water that sources nearest to those areas as quickly as you can.
Well, water's not
Try
an
to
infinite
spread out.
product.
Good. Yeah. Sorry?
Water's not an infinite product, but neither is the money. So that's something we need to know.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure what the condition is. You see, as I say, what the current condition is, how much of that seagrass is in healthy condition, how much is in very unhealthy condition, how much is just gone. I don't know. I mean, it is a critical situation. You've got to identify what there is that can be saved and focus on those areas right away. It seems to me, if it's that urgent.
Billy Wheeler.
Yes. Very interesting. Thank you both so much. We always like to see hope and ideas to come before our beautiful waterways, because that is our lifeline too. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for bringing this to our attention. There's several questions. Of course, the money is always going to be involved in this, but you said that this has been worked in the islands and everything. So have you worked in this kind of waterway with a project like this? Has it been proven in this kind of water conditions, lighting conditions that are in there? And also, this does not start from just a bare bottom, which is what we have in many areas. There is no seagrass at all. So there would have to be plantings or whatever, and then of course who pays for the plantings? And then you said there's never really been a total follow-up. Well, that would be a big concern to me too. How often would it be monitored, and who would monitor it? So do you have any answers to any of those things? Then I've got a few more. That was a question.
Well, Brian's a Florida seagrass expert, so I'll leave that one to him. Yeah. I would just say this, though. I mean, you say a lot of it is bare. Is it bare because there's no longer seagrass there?
Correct.
Because there never was?
No, there was, but it's no longer there.
Okay, yes, okay, all right, yes, okay. So that is, it was habitat that needs to be regenerated yeah, okay.
It would
Yeah, Brian,
take,
sorry, over to you.
it would take seedlings or transplant. I was very engaged with the Indian River Lagoon estuary, and by the way, Brian, Dwayne DeFreeze said hello.
Oh, thank you for that.
Yeah, I spoke with him, and he's doing well. So
oh, that's
yeah,
great.
yeah,
That's great to know.
yeah. But one of the things he had said, and I would like to ask you some of the questions that he gave me to ask.
Okay.
One of them is, before council commits 60,000 or whatever it is for a pilot, is there a project proposal with some details, designs, and expected outcomes? Is there a proposal at this time?
Tommy,
No, this would be
I believe,
Tommy, yeah.
has put together a draft proposal. Is that right, Tom?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah,
yes.
these are for Tommy right now. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. There's something else I was going to say, though. Sorry, not so.
So let me continue to ask, and then maybe you can jump in with that. So do you have data from previous projects to support the expected outcomes?
Well, oh, yes, that's right. That was that part. Yes. Well, we don't have data, because the thing is, we never had the opportunity to make measurements on these things. I set them up, I go away. When I come back, usually they're no longer there because they didn't maintain them or they lost their lease. That's what happened in the Bahamas. I got back there once. The next time I got back, the whole operation had gone. It literally had stopped everything. The one in the Mediterranean was a 3-month experiment. They took it out. The other projects were not done specifically for seagrass. They were done to grow coral reefs, and we just noticed the seagrass proliferating all around them, but also the sand-producing algae. Because what we've done there is we've produced so much sand-producing algae, we're building up white sand under all those structures, and it's piling up on the shore and making beaches. And so we've grown back the beaches with new sand that we grew ourselves on these structures. So that's it'd be interesting, and that's one thing that'll be very interesting to look at, is which algae grow and whether we get the ones we want and not the ones we don't. So now, the other thing that's really important is that BioRock stimulates the transplants. How we've done both seagrass and salt marshes, so we can transplant them into habitat they shouldn't be able to grow in, and that they did anyway and proliferated. And
So that was my main thing. So you need.
In terms of similar habitat, I did work in a canal in Grand Bahama, which was, basically a dead end canal that had septic tanks draining into it. So it's not too unlike, say, Florida Keys or South Florida type canals. And so, that's where we grew corals and sponges and oysters and mussels and a whole huge community of filter feeding organisms. And we realized that we could be using that to clean up canals that are stagnant. And that's something I think we would like to do in Florida very much so. And then, of course, the other habitat we worked in that really is as nasty as you can get is that Superfund toxic waste dump in New York City, which is a place that had every known toxin dumped in it illegally for about 50 years. So we've worked in some pretty stressful places,
Okay.
I'd say.
So I am a little concerned that you have said that there's no data because those projects weren't carried on. So that is one thing I would like to see. But then have you reviewed water quality at that site and considered site fidelity to support a seagrass restoration project? If yes, again, who's going to supply the seagrass, or are you going to rely on natural recolonization? Those are questions.
That's a good question. I don't know. Are there people transplanting seagrass in Indian River Lagoon?
Well, they have tried, and they have seagrass restoration is complicated. Successful projects require local knowledge, scientific expertise, seagrass restoration experience. Water quality and clarity are the basis for success. Seagrass restoration is expensive, capital costs. Long-term site monitoring is required. He believed 3 to 5 years is a minimum to really see what's going on. Site selections need to be science-based. Water quality, sediment quality, water flow, wave energy, nearby shoreline impacts are all considered important. Seagrass won't recolonize if there are no grasses to recolonize through either seed dispersal or vegetation. Planting is going to be needed to accelerate the recovery of Indian River seagrasses. That's some of the comments that he had on the seagrass. And then the other thing is, has anyone talked with the state permitting agencies as to, like FDEP or FWC, Fish and Water, to see if this restoration activity and site would be permitted?
Tommy, I don't think you've talked to any of the agencies yet.
No, I don't know. Yes, yeah. I'm not sure. I mean, all I can say is that with transplants, we get results where other people can't or don't, because the reason most transplantation methods fail is because the plants get washed away by waves before any roots grow. And, people plant millions of them and you come back a year later and usually there aren't any, very, very few. And we get over that because our plants are growing their roots much faster right at the start and gliding underground as well as above ground. I mean, they're forming new clumps underground. So we think we'll be able to expand the areas where it can grow into marginal areas where at the present time it's not able to. So I think that is a strategy we need to try to look at there.
Yeah, but there's no data that's been done.
Yeah.
So, and then are there any Volusia organizations with experience in Indian River Lagoon restoration involved? like UCF for Oyster Reef Restoration, MDC Riverside Conservatory. These are all for you, Tommy, I think.
Yeah.
You know, I think this is so interesting and so exciting. We all know that low voltage currents can assist calcium carbonate. You know, I feel right now that I don't have enough data, and especially when we just did a budget, and so money was a huge issue with the budget. I absolutely think we need to be progressing forward on all water issues, and especially our lagoon. So what I am suggesting in my thoughts is that Indian River Lagoon, the NEP is available to hear about new technologies at their Science STEM Advisory Committee and Management Board meetings. And they would love to hear that there. And I would love for the scientists I'm not a scientist, and I need more data, and they would be able to help with that data, and that's a great opportunity through the Indian River Lagoon, because they do have grants, Mr. Chair, and there's money there that, you know, I think that would be a wonderful fit, because they do have so much documentation. And if it's not the best place right there at the fish camp, I don't know if it is or not, but we don't really know with the testing, because we haven't done that. So I think they would be able to assist in that. So I would,
Let me just say that I don't know, I'm not from the area, and I don't know the groups that are involved. For sure, there are many of them that I don't know. And I can just say that we're happy to collaborate with anyone who has a sincere interest in seeing this kind of regeneration happen, but especially those people who have officially designated environmental management responsibilities long-term for maintaining an area, because that's your hope of success.
Yeah,
I mean,
I could see that really.
The necessity of monitoring and maintaining it, and that's and the difficulty of funding. And the reason our projects have been short-term is because they were done without funding. So we showed what we could in the time we had, but then that was it.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, you know, with this STEM thing, and they want those new technologies, and I think that would be a great collaboration there. That, you know, I could see that as being very, very exciting for more than just one area, one or two areas. So those are my thoughts at this point.
Aspects too, because we could be including fisheries habitat and lobster habitat and habitat for other things that are in that area. I mean, when I make lobster habitat, I get dozens or hundreds of them in an arm span. I mean, you'd be amazed, you know. But each organism is looking for something different. So I don't know your ecosystems, and I don't know what your critical species are. The ones
that's exactly my point.
Back.
Yeah.
But definitely, try to do something for those as well.
Right. So I think that would be a great connection for us.
That's
now one thing that could be done. I don't know how much of an environmental laboratory support you have in Volusia County at the county level, but some of the monitoring could be done by your personnel, your staff, possibly. And I've worked pretty closely with Lori Morris and her team, who do the monitoring of seagrasses in the Indian River Lagoon. And they, of course, have the capability not just to monitor seagrasses, but also water quality.
Right.
So there's a potential collaboration with St. John's Water Management through the NEP that could be brought to bear, which could reduce the cost to the county.
Yeah, and they are involved, St. John's Water Management and everything. They are involved in that Indian River Lagoon Council. There's 5 counties, the DEP, and St. John Water Management also is involved in that. But I did want to tell you, as a little bit of a little light too, that the Indian River Lagoon National Estuary Program through Dwayne and all that will release its competitive RFPs for fiscal year 22-23 this fall. So that's right here, right now. Right. So this could be a great opportunity.
Yeah, one way to do this, this could come from the county. That might make it actually more competitive to approach it from that angle.
Absolutely.
And that's, I'll just add real quick, we've got several other people that want to speak. There's, that's really the process here that that I'm suggesting, is that if there's interest that this looks viable, and I will add that I'm positive that Billy didn't mean to disparage you by saying I want to hear from the scientists. We are hearing from the scientists. You're two very, very fine scientists, and I'm sure she means local people that are involved in it too. But the process is to give it back to the county manager to evaluate the proposal and return with information about cost according to what we want to try, other people involved. He and I have already talked about putting Ginger in a wetsuit and letting her monitor some of the reefs. We do have staff that's capable of doing that. And I will add that there is seagrass at the camp now. It's not a pasture for manatees like it used to be, but there's still seagrass left to start with. And part of the pilot is for you being here to test the water, test the location, and tell us if that current condition is viable for for BioRock. Correct?
Well, the BioRock can be done at any water quality. I mean, what organisms grow in it depends very much on the water quality, but definitely, I mean, I think as Brian pointed out, most of these places are in the dry season, but in the rainy season, when everything gets flushed into it, that's no longer the case. So obviously some places are further from the sources and a lot cleaner than others, and that's where, I don't know the area, I'm sorry, that's where but you do, the local people definitely do know the best places, and we really have to talk to them, and then appreciate those groups you mentioned earlier, that lady before, if you could please put us in touch with them, we'll be glad to provide more information, try to work with them. If we can show it's viable in a pilot project, then it's worth scaling up to work with them to do so.
Yes, and that's what I'm hoping happens from here, because there are a lot of people working on the lagoon, but the fact is that it keeps getting worse. And so now we've been handed this tremendous problem. And so I'm looking for other ways. I'm of the opinion that we should do everything that looks like it can help, do 300 little things and a couple of big things. This is the only one I've seen that actually grows seagrass back. Heather Post.
I have a couple of questions, and I'm sorry, I'm going to reference you as Tommy because that's what the other doctor keeps referring to you as. But
only my family does that.
Or doctor.
Well, that's fine.
Doctor on the right.
Tom, that's okay.
Yes. So just trying to figure out costs, and if you don't have specific costs, just estimates, can you tell us how many of those fence groupings you put down in the Bahamas, and then how much that cost you?
Oh, yeah, I don't really remember. I went to the hardware store. Actually, I didn't buy it. You see, it's that the guy, I parted off an outlet in a dive shop, and I think that he had the roll lying around in the back, or he went and bought it, but I never learned what it cost. But essentially, it's a standard roll of fencing material, 6-inch square mesh. It's pretty light stuff. It's not it's not the really heavy-duty material. It's, I guess, a 16th-inch diameter. I'm not sure. I'd have to check that. But I don't remember what it costs. But you can buy them by the hundreds at any big hardware store, construction hardware store.
Am I correct in that?
This construction item there is.
Am I correct in that? Am I correct in that in the Bahamas? So it wasn't you providing the electric source. It was someone else.
No, that's correct. And then what I did is I brought with me a small power supply that produced 6 volts power supply. It's like a very small charger. I mean, really, it's like a hand-sized one. And I plugged that into an outlet, and I ran one cable to that structure. The other was to a special electrode that I built and brought with me. And that we would have to supply because that's a specialty material. So, but typically with one electrode, so what we would do is we would build the power supply that would be a plug-in unit, you know, basically buy a rock in a box that you has the electrode and something that you plug into a power supply, which can be either standard 110 volts alternating current, and it's just going to step it down to very low voltage DC trickle charge, or from solar panels, in which your case you've still got a slightly different transformer. But then there's an electrode and the water flows between them, and that's an inert metal, but it's a specialty metal that we have to provide. That, unfortunately, with COVID has become harder to get and more expensive with all specialty rare metal supply chains. So that is going up in price, unfortunately. But what I would say is that if we build one electrode, we'd be able to power, oh my goodness, typically we power 5 big structures much larger than these ones, 5 or 6 off one of those. And that I think, if we make a set, that's going to cost a couple $1,000s for the electrode and the power system. But then beyond that, all you need is the steel and a bit of electrical cable to connect it, however far away it is from your power supply.
Okay.
But it really is not very much. I mean, compared to building a seawall or anything like that, it's almost nothing compared to that in cost, except for the electric.
So I just wanted to try and get some sort of idea there, but I think really the bottom line is that we you know, I mean, I was talking about 70s and 80s in the Indian River, the North Indian River there, and it has progressively gotten worse and worse and worse. And even the Halifax River, I moved to Volusia County in 2003, and since then, I've noticed it progressively getting more murky and, you know, various things going on. So you can see a difference. And what we know is that from here to here, it's getting worse. I also know that there are lots of groups and lots of committees and lots of people who are very interested in helping and in contributing to solutions. But I also know we've still getting from here to here. So somewhere in there, we need to really be looking, sitting down and saying, look, out of all of this, out of everybody talking about it, out of everybody getting together, out of the scientists, out of everyone, we've got to come up with some solutions, and we've got to start putting some things into place, because again, when we lose it, you can't get it back. I know that we have Dream Green Volusia, we have Suzanne who has diligently been pushing and pushing and pushing, and you know, the thing she brought up this morning was point of source solution and wastewater and stormwater. We have to be looking at things from different angles and attacking it to try and get from point A to point B. So what I would love to see, first of all, I would love to hear from the Indian River Lagoon Council or any of those other committees more ideas of what's actually happening. What are they doing in the river, right? But I don't see those studies, right, unless I research and go to look for them myself. So if those could be brought here to us so that we know as a council what's being proposed or what's being actually worked on. But I would love to hear from staff. I know Ginger's very plugged in. Ideas, right? If we're trying to figure out the budget for water projects and we're talking about these things, you know, you said before you've got water, a little bit of the water project budget was set aside every year. We would love to use these monies and do these things, but on what is where I'm at, right? And I want to make sure, of course, that we're spending the money the most wisely, but I also want to get from point A to point B. And so I don't know what we need to do that, Council.
Yep.
Just trying to hold on one second. I'm trying to get direction for staff. But if we could actually have staff come back with options, you know, best case scenario, Ginger Dare, you know, if you had all the money in the world, you would want blah, blah, blah done, and we could actually fix the river this way, or, you know, whatever, right? Just so that we know. And we're probably not going to start at that end, but right now I've got no options. I am very, very interested in this, though, but Is council on board with giving staff direction to at least come back with us with options of projects or things
Heather,
for us to start
I just
looking
have
at?
to interject. You know, we do have a Mosquito Lagoon Reasonable Assurance Plan.
Mm-hmm.
Have you read through that? There's a lot that's being done that right here and right now. And this was started in August of 2019. So this is really a lot of good things that we all have that are going on. And
Yes.
that was Oak Hill, New Smyrna, Edgewater, Volusia County.
Yes, but those are things that we're working on, but what can we do more to get from point A to point B is what I'm
It
asking.
would be great to have Indian
and
River
that's not in
Lagoon
there.
coming.
That's what I'm asking staff for. So is everybody on board with that? Do I hear a negative? I guess that's what I'm asking.
No,
Okay.
well, for me, that's what I've been asking, is
Right.
that
Well,
we give it to that we give it to the county manager and his staff, and I know that he's willing to do that, and then come back with,
But with options, complete options.
Sounds
right?
good to me.
Good, Ginger?
Sorry, can I interject here one second, because a colleague of mine has just given me some information about the costs of the fencing, and he says it's about $230 for a 5 by 250-foot roll of steel mesh, retail price, no bulk discount. So, in other words, with a about a bit over $200, you could do 250-foot length of seagrass, 5 foot wide, but you'd stimulate a much larger area around it. I can't tell you how much. So that gives you an idea of what you could do. Say, one solar panel might be able to handle one or two of those whole rolls, possibly one solar panel. Solar panel might be 100-watt solar panel, might be $100, might be less now. So that gives you some sort of ballpark idea, but you can do fairly large areas pretty cheaply. What the expensive thing is the power supply that we have to, transformer that we have to build with the electrode, and that's a specialty item, and that would cost about $1,500, but that could handle several such projects. So it just gives you a ballpark idea. It's, I think, pretty cheap compared to some other things that you could do. Probably cost quite a bit less just to lay it down than the transplanting of the labor for that. It just gives you an idea, but it's not that expensive.
after you were done for now, after your initial visit, is it possible with your guidance for the county and for volunteers that are chomping at the bit to get involved with something like this, to continue and expand
what
this?
What we'd really have to do is, if there's funding to apply it on a large scale, and we don't know that till we have a successful pilot project that demonstrates it's worth pursuing. But at that point, I mean, what we would do is we'd train people to do it. If it comes to the point that you say you want to start expanding, trying to use it to transplant to some of these barren areas and see if you can get those areas reseeded on a large scale, obviously would have to train people how to do it. But it's not that hard. I mean, for people who love to dive, this is fun work. I mean, we can't do anything about the water quality yet, but this is in a sense a short-term interim bottom-up solution to expand the seagrass and the filter feeding organisms as well, as much as you can. And then at the same time, work on trying to clean up the water so that the areas that are healthy can be expanding rather than decreasing. So that would be sort of a long-term strategy. But yes, we'd be happy to come in and train people. And then what we do is we formed a company to produce the power supplies and electrodes. Those will be available commercially at that point. So there'd basically be a plug-and-play system that you attach to a mesh and to a solar panel or to an electrical outlet, depending which type you get. And you could power large areas with one of those.
Thank you. Ben Johnson.
This is very interesting, and it may have some application. I'm gonna have to have a whole lot more information before I can support it. You know, you're even talking wire alone. If my figuring is correct, over $3,000 an acre for the wire alone, not counting installation, and after a point, volunteers run out. You're not going to have them come in there and do the whole place.
Well, you wouldn't cover everything. You only have to do small parts of it because the effect is a much larger area surrounding it. So it's not as if you would pave everything over. You'd have, strips.
Oh, I
in the
realize you're
middle of
not
that.
gonna do every acre out there, but from what we've seen here, basically, when you don't have anything there, nothing grows where you don't have it. From a lot of what I've seen, right next to it, where you have it grows very well. Next to it, very close where you have a little electric current, seems to grow pretty well. Outside of that, nothing grows. And I'm not discounting the project. We need more information, and y'all need to be able to provide us more information because you're the experts on this. And we also need to look and see what else is out there. There may be other solutions, there may not be. So before we take and spend a lot of money or get too deep in this, we've got to make sure St. John's Water's involved, FWC's involved, our partners in Brevard County and along the river are involved. So there's a lot of work to be done before I'd say even we start on the pilot. Let's look at it and get some more information. We don't have to have all the information before we start on the pilot, but I think we need to get a little bit more information right now. It's a good presentation. Possibly it may be better than the Model T. Of course, the Model T got us into part of this, but it's something that we need to look at a little bit more before I can say I'm ready to go with it. And you may get me all the way before it's over with, but I need more information. And we can't just hand it to staff and say, y'all go do all of this, because there's a lot of work that we need from the experts that are out there that have basically invented this thing.
Yeah, well, that's what staff's going to do, is bring back that information from experts. Barbara Gertman?
Thank you, Chair. And this is very interesting. It's great to see people who want to invest and think broadly about different opportunities to bring about change. And it's even great to have people who aren't from here, right, bringing things with fresh eyes and that you haven't tried here before. But I also think that needs to be connected in a collaboration with those who are here, who do know the region, who do know the area, and I think it can be a great complement. I think we've talked about perhaps the opportunity for grants and other resources to help bring about a pilot project like this. I kind of feel like Ben, I don't want to give a lot to the staff to have to do, right? I think, can we connect you with St. John's Water Management and the Committee for the Indian River Lagoon, and have that collaboration already working, so when it comes back to us and to staff, we have more to talk about and we have more detail about how the scientists, right, see the opportunity of how to put a proposal together for a pilot. I don't know that should come from staff. So, but I am excited about the opportunity. I am a bit concerned or questioning why other areas where it was done, they didn't pursue the investment that you had made and they had made when you were demonstrating success. So I'm kind of interested why that didn't
Hey,
continue.
Matt. Good afternoon, Matt.
How you doing?
Good.
Hi, Matt.
Rachel's on her way back.
Hi, Matt.
Hi, Matt. But but it is of a concern, that others didn't pursue the investment that had been made when, as you've referenced, it demonstrated successes. So
Actually, I must say they didn't make an investment. We did the project as short-term experiments just to see what would happen. So that's
So there
They
wasn't
were.
a financial investment made in that time
No,
and other?
no. These are short-term scientific experiments for the most part, or we were growing biorock reefs for corals, and we just noticed the seagrass proliferating around them. We didn't expect that. That was just what happened. We saw happen overall. But unfortunately, the other ones we did were all short-term experiments. No one's done it long-term. It needs to be done. I mean, if it's done in Volusia, that'll be the first place that's happened.
Well, I'm certainly interested in learning more about it, but I'd also like it to see it connected to resources that are already working on this effort, and
Sure.
seeing you coupled with that to bring even greater value. So, thank you.
Would love to work with the local groups that are already trying to grow seagrass. We would just like to work with them and show them how to apply our method to what they do. So we'd like to bring it into whatever pilot project is involved, and then try to see them continue that after.
Yes, sir. Sounds good.
Fred Lowry.
Yeah, I kind of think we're getting the cart before the horse. If we don't do something about the phosphorus nitrogen issue, it doesn't matter what we do out there, it's not going to work. And I would like to see us attack the problem from the chemistry aspect first, because if I understand the scenario here, the chemistry issue is what's causing the problem. And if we can't get the ammonium and all that corrected, I'm not so sure anything we're going to do is going to work, because that's the cause of the problem. And so I know the professor there on the left that we've been talking to, that seems to be his expertise, but that's the area I think we need to look at first before we try any of these projects, is to get that problem solved, because otherwise they're just going to keep putting the nitrates in there. The things that are causing the problem are going to continue to go in. Seems like to me we would be kind of wasting our effort to start doing projects to restore things when we've not dealt with the source of the problem. Thank you.
Well, you're right in the long run that the source has to be dealt. But you see, what's amazing about our method is that they're actually creating biological energy in these organisms. They're growing faster, they're stronger, they're able to resist stress they couldn't otherwise. And so for that reason, we're able to keep whole coral reefs alive through severe bleaching events. When, around them, 95 and 99% of the corals are dying from high temperature. Our corals survive that condition. We're able to grow corals in really muddy water that they normally couldn't take. So our experience with in New York City with the oysters and with the salt marshes, we're definitely growing them where no one else could. So we think that to some extent our method is able to overcome some of those limitations. I mean, they are real, but I think we can grow them in places otherwise they couldn't be grown. And I think that's what we want to try to find out, to see if we can transplant them and make them grow faster and spread what we have.
Heather Post.
So I just wanted to point out, though, because I'm definitely all for looking at it from different angles, and certainly for looking at it from outside the box, for sure. But I do see Suzanne sitting in the audience, and I do know that she proposed water goats, which has been very successful, and now she, by her, sort of by herself, has been working to get them more and more around the county. And those are going to have tremendous impact, and are having already tremendous impact. And it's such a tiny thing. So she's a member of the public, not to, but here we have a member of the public who's coming up with these very small but such impactful differences. And this to me sounds like a very small, from what you're saying with the fences and whatnot. Thing to do or to try to have greater impact, and to be sort of looking at it and hitting it from different angles. But so I'm all for doing that, for sure, because doing nothing is not enough.
Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just want to thank you for bringing this to the front, because I think what we're hearing here is that all of us are in total agreement that this need needs to be pushed forward in whatever manner. You know, we haven't, it's certainly, we've never not addressed it because we've got many things going on out there for water quality and all of those things. But, you know, the point of source, you know, that's a huge thing that we have to get under control. I think if nothing else, this is saying we need to project more energy and possibly more funding and go for more grants and really push the need that we see the priority in the need for this. You know, we've got all these other ideas going on in the county, but it's just because you brought this forward, it certainly showed the enthusiasm from all of us. We need to do something. We need to do something more than just, even though we've been very active in doing things, what else can we do? What more can we do? There needs to be more. And if we need to have our legislative guy work on more ways to get us more grants or whatever it is, this is a high priority for all of us. And I thank you for bringing that, because I think it brought us all together to realize the importance of this. Huge importance. And you being on the Indian River Lagoon, you've seen the expertise that's there and the people that we haven't really had a chance to go to the meetings because they've been shut down with COVID. But the expertise that is there, you've got state and federal in there involved in that conversation. So we need to jump on those things and really, really pursue it. And I thank you for bringing that so we could all realize the impact of how much we need to focus on these major, major water issues.
I agree with that, which is why I brought it, which is exactly why I don't want this just a dead end here. I don't mind asking the county staff to do the work of connecting Dr. Grow, Dr. LaPointe to local decision makers, but we cannot let this dead end and just say it's interesting, it was good, but
I'm sure
we
there's
have to
other
take
people out there with other ideas too. So, you know, maybe we need to really get that out there. What else is out there? But I think this one is wonderful, and I think we have places we can connect him with to move that idea forward so we can check that out.
Heather Post.
So we talk a lot. I know we have all the different state agencies, and I actually was sad to see Ann Shortell go with St. John's Water Management, but our approach to the water projects doesn't necessarily have to be at the state level or consistently looking for state monies or federal monies to do these big scale projects. You know, the water goat thing is a great example of that. That is a very tiny, tiny amount to have a large impact. And, I think that there are things that we should be doing across the board parallel and at the same time and collectively. But I also think that there are a lot of things that we can be doing specifically as a county, and I know Ginger has been doing a number of things, but I think Ginger also works a lot with these other agencies, and so it's more of a collective push and a collective projects. But I think that there are also various things that the county itself can be doing to help our water supply and our water quality and all of these different areas to then assist these other giant areas, right? So if we're asking for funding, we're asking for funding from the state and federal government, but if we're not willing to invest, 5, 10, 1,000, whatever it is, at the local level to try some of these various things, then I think we're not doing ourselves justice.
Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank both professors, obviously, for coming out here, and all the councils. Very appreciative for your hard work and for your dedication and willingness to come out and talk to us about this. But here locally, in Volusia County. We're dealing with a multitude of problems, mostly up here on the north end of the lagoon. We're having a hard time handling other people's problems. We're on the tail end of a major scale problem, whether it's base flow pollution, runoff, septic systems, whatever it is. We get a lot of our problems from Brevard, but targeting it here locally, I can tell you a couple things that we have done. We are doing a lot here in Volusia County, and I've dedicated over half my life and spent half my life on the backwaters of Mosquito Lagoon. So I know a lot of the folks that are hands-on and actually in this field. But here locally, recently the Gabordi Canal project, where they're actually measuring the nutrients coming in and out, where there's hard data, scientific data, where we can actually track some of these issues and runoff and water quality. Ms. Schreiber with the water goat, it's excellent, collects a lot of trash and whatnot that comes through our canals and our water systems down south, especially in Veterans Park. But a couple local grants have been released. I want to say it was $20,000. We had a scientist come in from, I want to say it was the University of Kentucky or Missouri, to retrofit some seawalls that recreated habitat for mangroves that pretty much retrofitted vertical seawalls. Volusia County did have a quarter-mile grant funding tool where $20,000 or $25,000 was released. A pilot location was determined down there in Edgewater. Also, too, some more funding was just released. I want to say another $20,000 or $25,000 to purchase over 700,000 clams that are currently being hung on multiple docks throughout the southeast Volusia region. Also, too, we've also donated some, myself and the Conservancy, multiple mini reefs that hang under docks that are a good base to grow oysters and whatnot, and other filter feeders and grasses. So there's a lot going on here in Volusia County for this, but all this stuff that I'm talking about has been proven with hard data, hard facts, and like Mr. Johnson, Ms. Gertman, there appears to be little to no scientific data. I was able to pull up a Florida DEP on the floridadep.gov site, Professor Tom. Back in 2007, in February, are you able to talk to us a little bit about what you guys did with that study with the DEP? At the Southeast Florida Reef Initiative?
Well, you mean, sorry, are you talking about the project that was done in Lauderdale by the Sea?
Well, I'm just looking at the February 2007 Southeast Florida Coral Reef Initiative. It's on the floridadep.gov. Did you guys do a pilot project?
You know, that's well, okay, I'm not sure which one that is. I made quite a lot of, I was actually the first person to write a report scientifically describing the staghorn reefs off Broward County. And that was, I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to, but then after that we did a small biorock coral reef project in Lauderdale by the Sea, and I showed you a photograph of that. After the 3 years of monitoring was over, they terminated the project by cutting the cable, literally pulling the plug on it. So that project's had no power for about 5 years or so, but it's still there. So that's when I show. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to.
Well, I know that picture was from 2000, but I'm talking about the study that was done in 2007 with the Maritime Industry and Coastal Construction Impact Workshop that you were showcased in. Do you have any information on that one?
Oh, I vaguely recall that. No, I don't recall much about that.
Okay. And what were the results other than the power loss of that reef in Fort Lauderdale? Did they give you any indication?
Oh well, it was interesting. We had beautiful corals growing there, and they were growing quite nice. They're seriously underpowered because they were only powered by a very small floating solar power buoy up on the top. And so they were underpowered. But in fact, the corals were growing pretty nicely. After they cut the power, most of them appear to have died. I have not been back there for more than 5 years, so I haven't seen what has happened to it. The structure is still intact, and I'm told by the local divers that they go there all the time. This is completely covered with barnacles now. And some of the corals that we put on years ago are still alive, to my amazement, but they're not growing faster and healthier and more resistant to stress the way they were when we were growing them. So that's kind of sad to see, but some of them are still just hanging on there.
And we're dealing with a complex issue. You know, the lagoon is, or the mosquito lagoon's one in its own. There isn't another place like it on Earth, and we have some very specific problems here. And what I'm gathering in a nutshell, Doc, is it safe to say that this technology provides pretty much a foundation for marine organisms to grow? Is that safe to say, yes or no?
Yeah, that's the amazing thing, is we speed up the growth of all marine organisms. And I don't know if you see me on camera, but I mean, for instance, there's a book we published. That's a 4-year-old biorock reef in Indonesia, full of fish and corals, where there was nothing there before. So we see that sort of effect sort of pretty much in every ecosystem we work in, whether it's oysters, seagrass, salt marsh, coral reefs, fisheries habitat, lobster habitat, etc. Because what we're doing is actually stimulating the fundamental energy metabolism of all forms of marine life. That's why we get such pretty amazing results. So we don't know what results we're going to get. The results vary, obviously, depending on the habitat, the water quality, and all of that. That determines what can grow there. But what we find is that we're able to get things to grow much faster than other people can. We get the best results, the best conditions, but we also get results under the worst conditions where nobody else gets results. And that's where it becomes really, really pretty surprising that we can keep things alive under awful conditions. And so I think it's well worth trying to see what we can do with seagrass there, and see what happens. If it works like it does in other places, I think you'll want to expand it. If you decide it doesn't, then you won't. That's fine. But we don't know any other method that increases the growth of every marine organism and every habitat we've looked at like this. I mean, it's really there's nothing else like it.
Well, you have bee mats that are produced here locally. There's oyster mats, a number of things here that are produced that sort of do the same thing. And what I was getting at was...
Wait, let me explain. I don't know if you saw the data. I mean, our data shows that we get the oysters to grow nearly 8 times faster. 8 times faster length, and 8 times wider, 8 times thick. It's not a small difference. So yes, there are many ways you can put down substrate and things will settle on them, but we're doing something beyond just providing a substrate. We're actually stimulating their growth, their health, and their ability to resist environmental stress, especially extreme stress. So that is, something no other method does. If our method is applied in conjunction with their approaches, using them as substrate, we put them in an electrical field, you'll see that they'll get much better results.
Sure.
Quite confident.
What happens when you lose power traditionally to any of these units?
Yeah, well, when you lose power, well, I can tell you exactly what happens. I mean, I did a project, for instance, in the island of Tobago, and we were growing corals about 8 times faster than a similar control structure not getting power. And then the cable broke, and all of a sudden, our corals started growing at the same very slow rate as controls. We found the cable break and fix it, and they started growing much faster again. So it told us there was no residual effect. It's the actual electrical field that stimulates them. And we've seen that in other places. In Indonesia, we have projects that are getting power. There's severe bleaching events that kill all the corals on the reef. Our corals don't die if they're under power. If they're under power only a small part of the time, then they die. So the electricity is really stimulating them directly. It's quite remarkable. So once they no longer have that, they go back to what they were like before, meaning that they are vulnerable and sensitive to ecological stresses and pollutants.
And I just, I don't know if we need, I definitely would like to see some more R&D on this. It has my ears, you have my attention on it. I think it's definitely something to maybe get a third party opinion on as well, or get you hooked up with somebody. But, right now, and I'm the water guy. I mean, it's in my district, and it's a passion of mine. And, I'm seeing, I don't have a lot of answers here with what I got so far, but I do want to hear them once we have them. But before I can make a commitment where I'm stuck, at the moment is I don't want to shoot from the hip and blindly in the dark, because we don't have a lot of answers for this, and literally I don't want to go on a fishing expedition with taxpayer money. But I want to make all this count, because this could be something very well for not only Volusia County or Southeast Volusia, but it could be something very well for you guys as well. So I'm definitely interested in, seeing the outcome and hearing more information that you guys hopefully come back with. Thank you guys, and once again, thank you for taking the time out for us.
Dr. Lowry.
Yes, County Manager, do you guys have time to put into this to do a little research on it? I'm trying to cut to the chase here because we're kind of wearing this thing out.
Yes, I was getting ready to speak in that I think we're looking at a couple different things here, and the short answer is yes, we'll make the time if that's the county council's desire. I want people to understand, I think that we have a water quality plan that's been in place for several years, and then on part of that plan was the regional assurance plan in the lagoon. And a lot of that work, just about all of it, concentrates the efforts on the sources. So as Mr. Robbins just pointed out, the Gabordi Canal is a very good example. There's millions of dollars that have gone into cleaning the water that goes into the lagoon. We have the Ariel Canal project coming soon. We have work with the water treatment plants, wastewater plants. There are still plants that up and down the lagoon that overflow at times into the lagoon. That's something that those cities that are involved in that need to continue to work on. They were our partners in the Regional Assurance Plan. I see this, what we're doing here, is complementary to that work. In other words, what these gentlemen are pointing out is if you can fix the stuff going in, you also have a time element here, trying to get these seagrasses growing, which would complement the process. You know, the point of getting those sources of stuff out of the water is to prevent the algae blooms, to bring back the ecology, so to speak, of the air, of the water, and obviously the seagrass is a critical component of that. And it looks like the system, from what I can tell, not being a scientist, but it's aimed at, it kind of, as he said, speeds up the process, literally adds juice, electrical juice in this case, to the plants and to the organisms, to give them the ability to withstand either harsher conditions and some of the things that are occurring out there in that ecosystem. So kind of gives them like a steroid shot, so to speak, to keep them going and maybe speed up the process for the grasses and or other organisms that we need out there. So we can take a look at what they're doing. I do think we need to get them connected to our state agencies, because those projects that we've been doing are millions of dollars. And you know, we remember we nicknamed Mike Ulrich Aquaman because of the amount of water quality projects that he has brought money in, and I have to also give, you know, retired Judy Grimm, who did a lot of the work, now Ben Bartlett, and of course Ginger and her staff making sure that we regulate the waterways and do the stuff we're doing. So that whole team right there is responsible, and they will tell you that we need the support of those state agencies. They need to also be on board with these type products, and then they will help fund them. And that's a big part of what we're doing. So again, I think we can take this and take that information, get further information, work with the state and the other water quality agencies around, and maybe get some grants and get some other get their product so that it is approved or seen as a viable project for them to help fund. And then I think everybody wins. I see a future with this product as well, that I think that what I'm hearing, that they're going to teach us things as part of what they get out of that. And then I do think that it sounds like the construction of it or the monitoring of it could be definitely things our staff or local agencies or local groups. You got the Marine Discovery Center. We've got other things in this area that also could participate in monitoring. And it sounds like one of the issues has been, having some stable body that can carry through the data and carry through the work that they've done. They've done initial stuff to show that things work, but they need some way to carry that over a period of time to see, again, well, what does it cost to maintain it and monitor it, and is it cost effective? But they don't have a large enough data set to prove all that yet. But I think it's very interesting, exciting, and I think that it's another tool in the toolbox that I think we need out there in this fight for water quality. So.
Okay, well, I'd like to wrap this up by just saying I'll make a motion that we direct staff to look into this.
Perfect.
Boom.
Motion by Lowry to take George up on everything that he just said, bring us back more information, and to work with Dr. Garreau. And second by Wheeler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. That you will be hearing from the county manager, other people, from me. And yes, thank you very much for spending this much time out of your busy schedules. I hope everything's going well in the Keys. Dr. LaPointe, we need more lobster down there.
Did I mention I think I
And more coral too.
More coral. The Turks and Caicos to get a personal look at this. So
yes, we need a county council boat and a field trip. Coral, just quickly, if you can, you just perked the coral is dying in a more rapid pace in the Keys now. Wow.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, it's very much related to the issue I just spoke about the high nitrogen to phosphorus ratio. That is particularly problematic for corals and the symbiosis. They become phosphorus starved. You need ATP, ADP, these phosphorus containing molecules, for basic photosynthesis and respiration. And so we are finding that because of that nutrient imbalance, it lowers the temperature threshold for bleaching and promotes coral diseases. So it really, a lot of these problems we're seeing with coral mortality, bleaching, and diseases is related directly to water quality, high nitrogen and high nitrogen to phosphorus ratios. Very similar to what's going on in Volusia County in the Mosquito Lagoon.
I'd just like to add to what Brian said. I mean, what the BioRock process does encourages organisms to make ATP, and that's why they have more energy. So
that's right.
These limitations. So it's pretty fundamental. And what I just want to say is, I mean, I think obviously you can't guarantee results in place would never worked. And you know your ecosystems and I don't, but we're eager to try to see how we can help you stimulate what you have and help you with your critical environmental management problems there, because we think it will help. And, to what extent and how cost effective it is, you can only find out by trying. And we're eager to work with people there who are working hard to try to solve the problems of the water and transplant the seagrass to try to combine forces with them and see if we can help them be more effective at what they do.
Great.
So
Thank you.
thank you for the opportunity to, and we hope we can work together with all these people in Volusia.
Thank you.
Yeah,
very much.
thank you also, Mr. Chair, for your interest in this, and I look forward to working with your staff, on the water quality monitoring end of this project, and seeing how we can leverage, collaboration with the agencies, because I do work with a number of these agencies, DEP, St. John's Water Management District. So
Very good.
look
Thank
forward
you.
to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lapointe. Thank you, Tommy. We appreciate it. Okay. Thank you, George. Pardon me? Are we on 12? I think we're on. Did we do 11? We did 11. I don't show that we did 12, but.
We did not.
Pardon me?
We're on item 12.
Yes. Okay. Thank you again, gentlemen. That brings us to item 12, ordinance 2021-22, transmittal hearing for an amendment to Chapter 8 solid waste element of the Volusia County Comp Plan.
Good afternoon. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. What you see before you today is an administrative effort to get our comprehensive plan in order so that we are in compliance with the state's requirement of having a 10-year planning horizon. We've initiated this actually almost 2.5 years ago to get these things done. What we realized is that the ability to come in and make giant policy changes and everything else, we did not have enough time, because right now we're 4 years away from our planning horizon and it's supposed to be 10 years out. So these are relatively simple changes to update dates, terms, and anything else that is pertaining to the particular element. In this particular one, we're talking about solid waste element. The element sets in place goals, objectives, and policies that pertain to how Volusia County handles the waste stream and management of solid waste generated by the residents and businesses that are here. It focuses on a variety of different topics, including how it's collected, the efforts to try and improve recycling, and to minimize the stream going into the various solid waste landfills. If you read through the first page, with the introduction was revised by our solid waste director. The timeline was pushed from 2025 to 2035 to meet our requirements. We removed the term sub-elements. What you're seeing is that all of the items that we're bringing for you today were under utilities element, sub-element. So we're making these their own element to eliminate any kind of confusion. We deleted a variety of policies pertaining to the Plymouth Road landfill. Its closure has been completed. We deleted policy 8.2.1.6 to focus on maximizing capacity at the Tomoka Farms Road landfill, since capacity is available beyond the 2035 timeline. We've included locational criteria for siting transfer stations, household hazardous waste sites, and future landfills. Added language related to fire suppression and hazardous waste notification. We deleted 8.3.3.5 at the request of fire services, as this is a critical service that is consistently funded by the general fund. And then we added provisions for social media and the internet as the ways to educate the public. This was brought forward to your Planning Land Development Regulation Commission. They unanimously recommended approval. Anyone who's looking for how we specifically changed and why, at the end of all of these elements, what we try and do is put in a matrix. And what it does is it breaks it down by goals, objectives, and policies, and it indicates whether we're keeping it the same, if we're changing it, and if we're deleting, and then the last column indicates what's going on in a very brief way. So what you're seeing is that this is the solid waste element. We believe that we are meeting all the requirements of Florida Statutes 163, the Community Planning Act, and we request your approval to transmit so we can initiate that effort.
Thank you. The next four things that we're working on with comp plan. I just want to commend you and your staff. There's a lot of really well-written information in there.
Thank you. It's not me, it's all them.
It's the third time today that you've been complimented, so in lieu of a raise at the end of the year. But seriously, I just have a couple questions for information for the public, because I think I'm asked this all the time, especially after touring the Tomoka landfill. I'll make a statement first, kind of a cheap commercial for what's coming up in November, but on your goal 8.1 on page 12.7, you mentioned the fact that we have to reduce the amount of landfill. And one of the ways we can do that is with the high heat commercial composting that we'll be looking at. But just a couple of quick questions. Recycling has been a real problem with markets around the world. I understand that's improved now. Can you just quickly tell us what all is being recycled?
Well, right now, we are, according to the information we have from our public works staff, specifically Regina Montgomery, who oversees your landfill, we are recycling through a private contractor aluminum, glass, cardboard, plastic. So we are hitting all of the major categories. Yes, there has been a downturn in some of these markets, and so it has made it difficult at times to find end user. But Gelcor, who is our consultant out there, or contractor out there, is good at basically holding on to the raw aggregate until they're able to secure the price, and so that we can work with them so that way it's still going to be profitable for them and still be economical for them to continue to do so.
You discuss voluntary recycling from the public. What do they need to do in order to participate in that?
Well, right now we do provide for recycling bins for all residential and non-residential. Many of them are doing it on their own just simply because of the return. Specifically, anyone such as anytime you go to a grocery store, you will see that they have a huge cardboard compactor because they see that as again a revenue stream that they can utilize with that. So basically, it is just contact Regina Montgomery and our folks at Solid Waste, and they'll be able to hook them up with any kind of issues or programs or education that they want about that.
Most of us probably already have the little
bin.
Container that it goes. That just gets put out on trash day, or is there a separate recycle day?
There's a separate recycle day depending on where your location.
Okay, and they can get that information probably from our website.
Definitely from the website, and if there's any questions, I know that there's folks available at Solid Waste who can answer those questions.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. Dr. Lowry?
Yeah, I just was going to move approval for ordinance 2021-22, the transmittal hearing for amendment to Chapter 8, solid waste element of the Volusia County Comprehensive Plan.
Motion for approval by Lowry, second by Johnson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0, which takes us to item 13. Also a transmittal hearing for amendment to Chapter 9, drainage element of the Volusia County Comp Plan. Clay.
This is public hearing for a transmittal. Again, same situation. The drainage element talks about how we handle not just drainage, but how we treat it and how we process it. It provides us the utility aspect of stormwater. Again, going through just on what's on the agenda sheet, we revised the introduction based on information we received from our friends in Public Works. We extended the timeline out from 2025 to 2035. Again, this same also, we changed it from a sub-element to a full element for housekeeping. Updated agency names, ever reference to the future flood conditions and predicted sea level rise in stormwater management. That is consistent with our regional action, resiliency action plan that we've approved and adopted here through our coordination with the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council, as well as other initiatives in regards to sea level change. We deleted policy 9.1.25 as environmental management discourages the use of wetlands for stormwater retention and development engineering recommended deleting the policy, deferring simply to state rules. So in other words, the ability to utilize wetlands for some stormwater treatment can be done, but only in circumstances, and the fact is that direct discharge is not one of them. Adding policy 9.1.7 to monitor conditions in Volusia County so local data can supplement federal and state data, and adding policy 9.1.2.6 to encourage low impact development and green infrastructure for stormwater management. One of the things that we're seeing, especially in redevelopment efforts, is that being able to put in large ponds and all those other things, and that alternatives would be much better and provide for options that would be more conducive for redevelopment, and also looking at what can be done to help greenfield development be more in line with those goals of low impact. So again, this went to your Planning Land Development Regulation Commission with a recommendation of approval from the staff who drafted these changes. It's coming to you with a 6-0 recommendation for approval. On pages, starting on page 13-22 is the matrix I referenced in the last item in regards to the changes we have proposed and why.
Thank you. Another question. Honestly, I don't know how you answer this. If you go to you just mentioned it on page 9.117, where Volusia County will study the increase in groundwater elevation caused by predicted sea level rise. I'm wondering, we spend all this time on these documents on the comp plan, and sometimes I wonder why. What good is it doing if we don't follow it, if we don't implement it? And what I want to ask you about is not that directly, but increase in groundwater elevation. We are experiencing all over the county. We talked about one yesterday at Sawyer's Landing with new development. We take ground that is accepting water now, absorbing it, and as it should be, and we're developing it, paving it over so that it's permeable, and the water's got to go somewhere. The developments are designed to not spill water somewhere else, but they often impede the flow of water or cause flooding somewhere else. What can we do? What can we add to a comp plan to make sure that a new development going in isn't causing flooding to their neighbors? That's part of private property rights. You know, you can do what you want with your property until you harm your neighbor.
Well, there's three distinct tracks that we need to look at when we go forward with this. First of all, the policies that we have currently, the goals, objectives, and policies that we have in all of our comp plan, because you can't just read one element to get and say that's exactly it. You have to look through all of our elements to make sure you have a clear understanding of what our focus is. In this particular situation, there's an acknowledgement that sea level change will have the potential for increasing groundwater. The reason why that is important is that when you're designing a stormwater pond, or if you're trying to design a stormwater treatment system, you have to have what they call as freeboard. That's the distance between the surface and the highest point or median average height of the groundwater. And that's an area where you allow for percolation, and that's where water in a pond supposedly goes to as it's treated. So therefore, if your groundwater levels are increasing, that means you've got two impacts, that future development has to be able to address it, but also existing development where they banked on the groundwater being here, and if it's up here now, have an issue with what you were talking about in that monitoring and follow-up of those designed and those engineered stormwater systems to make sure that they are being able to accommodate any changing conditions. And also the fact is that we have two distinct systems in regards to stormwater management. We have the areas that were done before we had many of the stormwater regulations we have in place. And most of these are in urbanized areas where you have curb and gutter with pipes that lead either into a river body, a water body, or a pond. Those are the ones that are a bit older. Those are the ones that perhaps are better maintained because they're usually a local government-owned and maintained utility. With new development that has occurred over the 80s, 90s, and into the 2000s, many of these are having to provide their own stormwater on site. So when we get a greenfield development, they have to provide their own stormwater pond. They are responsible for the maintenance of it. We do not maintain any of those that are in these private residential developments. So therefore, it's basically working with St. Johns River Water Management District and making sure that these homeowners association are doing what they're supposed to be doing in regards to pumps, weirs, and ensuring that conveyance lines that may be on their property are continued and maintained. So it's a three-prong approach. It's making sure that we have good valid data, making sure that we have up-to-date regulations that are pertinent and are effective, and three, it's also making sure that we have effective methods of going forward and ensuring that any of these privately held ponds are being properly managed.
So who's doing that?
Well, first of all, we do have complaints that are given to our engineering department and our public works department. So if we go out and we see that if something is going on in a private pond that is within the jurisdiction of Volusia County, we will make them correct the problem. Also, the St. Johns River Water Management District has some responsibility as well in this. We will always coordinate with them in regards to that. So when we get the flooding complaints, that's where Ben Bartlett and Tad Casebier's they convey and look or they meet and discuss how it can be addressed based on what they see from a site-specific inspection.
Has St. John's Water Management District been out to Sawyer Landing to check?
I have no idea.
How do we find out?
It's in the city.
City
so
of DeLand?
Yeah, it's in the city of DeLand, so we will check with them to see what's
You
going
will?
on.
Thank you. You know what I'm referring to. There's serious flooding problems there, and in 9.1.2.1, you discuss Volusia County shall identify and prioritize urban drainage systems in need of retrofining. That to me is one. I don't know if that includes existing flooding problems from current development, or it's a problem we're going to face from here on out as we add developments in Volusia County. We're going to have more flooding, and we need to make it. There needs to be a way where a development going in is responsible for the effects on their neighbors if they cause flooding. I guess that's what you have here is excellent, but I don't think it covers that. I don't know if we need to add something or do what you just said and follow up with the St. John's Water Management District, where we're all, we're spread out here, and who's responsible for what.
Well, speaking for Volusia County, what you have on your books right now is a series of county-wide stormwater management requirements that are part of our Chapter 50 minimum environmental standards. Those are carried out such that our standards are above and beyond what you currently see in St. Johns River Water Management and also through the state. So we already have initiated an effort here in Volusia County to do something that is addressing what we see as an important issue. So therefore, that translates into standards that are contained in Chapter 72 of our Land Development Code, which pertains specifically to development that occurs within the jurisdiction of unincorporated. And that's where Tad Casbier and Stuart Kazmarvac go forward, and when an application is coming in for review, we're making sure that it's complying with, it's a 24-hour, 25-year storm event with 72-hour attenuation, making sure that we have all of the data that shows that they're going to be in compliance with those requirements, and making sure you'll hear engineers and planners talk about pre and post development. If I have 100 acres that I'm developing, I have to provide you as a reviewer the contours, the soils, the groundwater levels, the naturally occurring at that time stormwater, such that pre-development conditions are maintained with post-development. So that's including water coming off the site and conveying through the site. So there is that requirement for pre and post such that it does not create a problem with a 25-year storm event.
It gets complicated when Cypress Landing is city, correct?
Well, they have to meet the minimum requirements we have from a county standard, and they also have the development St. John's River Water Management Permit as well.
But the flooding's occurring in the county, the development's in the city. Are you finding cooperation or finger pointing?
Say cooperation.
Okay. Dr. Lowry. Thank you, Clay.
Well, if we're ready, I was going to move approval for item 13, ordinance 2021-23, transmittal hearing to amendment to Chapter 9, drainage element of Volusia County Comprehensive Plan.
Motion by Lowry to accept, second by Robbins. I see no other questions. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And that brings us to item 14, similar discussion, a transmittal hearing for amendment to Chapter 10, groundwater and recharge element of the Volusia County Comp Plan.
Once again, this is a requirement through 163, and I would say that we would be doing this regardless because we understand the importance of protecting the aquifer because it is our primary source of potable water. And so what you're seeing is, again, a situation to bring it into compliance, all of the other things, taking it out to 2035, getting rid of the term sub-element, all of those things. And we've added policy 10.1.1.3 to address sea level rise. We added 10.1.1.13 to address green infrastructure and low impact development. We've added policy 10.1.2.13 to address stricter FDEP protection rules in the springsteads of the basin management action plans and priority focus areas. This is very important. We're coordinating here basically to ensure that our comprehensive plan is consistent with the state's effort with its outstanding Florida springs. We have 3 of them within our jurisdiction. So what we're seeing is these basin management plans and the priority focus areas are critical. We're working through some other changes to make sure that we are up to speed so that way if we do have development applications for new development in these priority focus areas, that we are making sure it's going to have the least amount, if any, impact at all on those springs. And that's what this is tied to. We added definitions for the BMAP and the PFA, so again, that's talking about that. And then we're planners, we can't get away without having another acronym, that's TMDLs, total maximum daily loading. This pertains to your nutrient. Several years ago, the state of Florida realized that just doing the basic stormwater management does not necessarily address the fact that you're changing potentially what is happening with stormwater as a property is developed from, say, a forested or relatively low impact agricultural state to a developed state. So they said that there's a loading that has to be addressed because now all of a sudden you're changing it. And so they've created these total maximum daily loading requirements for specific parcels so that way there's additional treatment beyond what is required by our stormwater management. And this is all pertaining to making sure that anything that is being filtered down to our groundwater is meeting all of the requirements to ensure that it's as clean as could be and is not going to have a negative impact on that resource. We provide policies relating to the county's petroleum storage tank, as this is no longer contracted from DEP. Just for clarification, if there's any questions, many years ago we had a staff function where we were working to do basically the tank enforcement. It was a contract with the state. The state started slowly but surely decreasing the amount and changing the requirements, and so therefore we made a decision that was best handled through the state and allow them to do it, and we no longer contracted for those services. So now they've contracted and they've got I believe other counties of Hillsborough and Orange handling some of our tank problems. And removed policies, or excuse me, and updated the Florida Aquifer Recharge Area Map. That map was in woeful need of updating. The fact is that You got to remember this comp plan was originally adopted in 1990. There's been a series of map changes. The last was in 2010. So we were able to go in there, and Chris Cromer, who oversees our functions for GIS for planning, was able to update that map with the latest data. And so is Kelly Stewart, who is in our environmental management division, also helped out with that. So that is what's going on with regards to the groundwater recharge element of the comprehensive plan.
Thank you. At the risk of making enemies up here, these are some of the most important things we do, I believe, in.
Yes, it is.
In the comp plan. On page 14.4 in the BMAP, which is acronyms you keep mentioning, I promise not to speak in acronyms. It's Basin Management Action Plan.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a framework for water quality restoration. Can I just make a plug for BioRock? You pay attention to that, and I'm sure you will. It's coming to your department to look at. But go to page 14.7, chapter 10 overview, if I can get there. At the bottom of it, it just mentions natural groundwater recharge areas. Have those areas been identified? Are they on a map?
Yes, sir.
And is it us or St. John's Water Management District?
I can't remember the source of that. I'll have to check with.
How can I see one? Not right this minute, but.
We'll make sure we get that to you. We'll send it out to the council immediately today.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I
yes,
believe there's page 14-15 is the exhibit for the aquifer recharge area here in Volusia County. That's not completely accurate. I believe it does require some additional studies to determine, the extent of the aquifer recharge area, but we do have those general areas in our comprehensive plan.
Okay. I would be interested in seeing that. On page 14.8, you mention, or the document mentions monitoring the aquifer, but it seems like that's been taken out. Are we monitoring the aquifer? Do we know what's happening there? If you look at, I think it's 10.1.1.5 now. I know you've taken out definitions.
Right. We completed the study and went forward with that. And so are you referencing Volusia County Utilities shall promote the efficient use of groundwater supplies as outlined in the potable water element, or one above it where it says those are all pertaining to I'm sorry, sir, which specific policy are you referencing?
Looking at 10.1.1.4 or 0.3, and it looks like that responsible. Well, it says we're collaborating with the St. John's Water Management District.
Active predicted sea level rise on groundwater table and make necessary changes in practice and policy depending on the findings. What is going on is that the state itself has acknowledged the importance of resiliency. There's significant funds being actually sent to local governments to come up with resiliency plans. And one of the critical things is partnering with the water management districts, because they are the ones who oversee basically what is the water supply. And so they are the ones who are conducting much of the modeling and determination, because again, the water management district is the group that issues the consumptive use permits for those who want to withdraw water from the ground. So we will be coordinating with them as they go through in their models, starting to put in those factors that address for sea level change, so that way if there's anything that's significantly changing, either in regards to where our well fields are located and what kind of equipment's being utilized. And I mean, I'll give you a real world example. Ormond Beach uses well fields that are well within the city that were going brackish, but we're able to get a grant to switch to reverse osmosis so that they could utilize a lower quality groundwater. So if that's something, where we're coming from is that this gives us a lot of valuable data that we get from the Water Management District so that Ben and Mike Ulrich can make plans, and we can also modify our codes where needed in regards to other aspects of development that would be impacted by increasing groundwater.
Okay. And look just underneath that at 10.1.1.5 groundwater protection plan. All that's been
Completed.
It's been struck out.
Because the plan was completed and implemented through a variety of different either codes or other aspects of it.
Okay.
And I can get y'all an update on that.
Okay. I'm trying to be quick. On 14.9, page 14.9, 10.1.1.11, it says prime, this is really small print, prime or, huh?
You want me to read it, or?
No, I thought you asked me if I wanted your cheaters. You don't have cheaters. Prime or high aquifer recharge areas appropriate for development shall be developed so as to continue to maintain pre-development net retention. And then the rest is struck out. How are we doing that?
Mr. Chair, that one, you can see that language, that struck out language, was moved to another policy. It's directly afterwards. It's the same. We split it up because those are two separate policies, and we want them to treat them as two separate policies.
Does that tell us how it's being done? I don't.
No, sir. I mean, and again, the comprehensive plan is not necessarily a point where we're going to be putting in specific regulations. What you do is you sit there and you say that you will develop regulations that accomplish these goals, objectives, and policies, and then that's carried on in Chapter 72 and Chapter 50 of our Code of Ordinances. What we can do is we can send you a clarification on those specific points where we have the regulations.
You know, I don't know if I need a clarification. What I want to know is that when there's a new development, if we're supposed to be monitoring the aquifer recharge areas and we're putting in a development, how do we know if that's happening?
Well, first of all, when you go through and you start looking at the engineering that's being done, they're factoring in the soils conditions, the ground covers, the native vegetation that's in place, and the height of the groundwater. So right off the bat, there's going to be a model that's going to analyze what's going to be needed to do the treatment of that area. So from that perspective, we know what any kind of pre-development needs or containments need to be done. At that point, again, what you're asking is, how can we make sure that the aquifer is not getting diluted or polluted or otherwise impacted by a specific development? That one is harder to prove, but what's happening is we can work with St. John's on a larger area to see what is happening in regards to water quality and quantity of the aquifer.
And are we? Because it's not one development. It's all the developments together. Are we draining the aquifer? Is there time for it to replenish?
Well, we're not in charge of issuance of. That's
Correct.
something
That's
that the
St.
state
John's.
the St. John's River Water Management District does it. So I can tell you, as anyone who's gone through a consumptive use permit, the amount of information that you have to provide is pretty exhaustive. And they will deny it. They will modify it. They will require alterations. So there is information that is provided to the water management districts to ensure that any kind of impacts. You know, many years ago we had the Volusia Water Alliance and the Water Alliance of Volusia that were all, again, trying to make sure that we were doing a coordinated effort. And right now we still have that to a certain extent on I would say a looser organization where the water managers of the individual local governments and providers work together in regards to ensure that we have that taken care of.
Okay. And finally, it's along the same lines on the next page, 10.1.1.21. I think it's what we're talking about. The county shall continue to utilize and update regulations to protect the aquifer, which includes standards to maximize open space, limit impervious surfaces, promote protection of natural vegetation, and it goes on. I don't see that happening. It looks good here. it's great to have in the comp plan,
We
but I
have-
don't see it happening.
These are right now regulations in Chapter 72 of your Land Development Code. We have
I know.
we have a requirement for native plantings. We have requirements for a minimum 15% now native vegetation area to be retained with each development site. We have limitations on impervious surface depending on the unit, depending on the zoning. That's where you see like the maximum building coverages requirements that we have. So we've actually implemented almost all of these. I'm not certain about the karst sensitive areas, which makes sense, we should be, but I can't speak exactly what's required there, but I can tell you all the other things we do have currently as regulations in Chapter 72.
This isn't I'm going to give you an example, but it's Daytona Beach. It wasn't a county project, but if you look at latitudes, and we've gone from, just throwing out numbers, 300 homes per in that development to 6,000 or 3,000, I think it began with. Was there, does the county have any influence, or would it be strictly Daytona Beach? Because I don't see maximum open space, limited impervious surfaces.
The county does not have any review over that development because it is within the city of Daytona Beach. And the city of Daytona Beach does have impervious areas. They have first of all, they have to meet our minimum standards from Chapter 50 in regards to tree preservation, tree protection. And then they do have maximum open space or minimum open space requirements, impervious surfaces restrictions. They do have requirements for natural protection. They also have a firewise requirement in regards to what kind of landscaping and where its placement can be. So yes, the city does have those same standards in place.
All right, they don't seem to be working. So I'm not. I know that you can't go to another city and tell them to, but it's a problem all over the county, and with the rate of building and the rate of landscape that we're taking out, and recharge areas that are being paved over where the water can never get through. We're seeing flooding in places we've never seen it. And we have it right here in the comp plan, but Heather Post.
Yes, I actually just have one quick thing. If we could change one of the words. So in 13, the item 13 that we just went through for the drainage element, you don't need to look at it, Clay, you don't need to pull it up. But in that one, regarding drainage, we mentioned sinkholes.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're in item 14, and we mentioned buffer karst sensitive areas.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have to tell a tiny story. I was looking into a sinkhole issue, and had some questions about a sinkhole, and the word karst kept coming up.
Mm-hmm.
They're the same thing. So if
sinkholes
Yes.
occur because of the karst geology.
Yes, so is it possible to just say buffer sinkhole sensitive areas in there, since we do use that verbiage in the other?
What we can do is say buffer karst sensitive areas, and then in parentheses, areas prone to sinkhole.
Okay. Because there was some definitive confusion
Okay.
with others on that. Thanks.
You got it.
Thanks. Anywhere else in here that karst might be used? Could we do that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay.
You don't like karst?
No, because I was not from Clay, but specifically told that karst is not a sinkhole, and then I Googled it and it says sinkhole.
Okay.
So, but it was just so I think if we put it in here in layman's terms, I think that works out better.
Dr. Lowry.
If it's time, I'll make a motion. That's okay. All right.
Certainly.
Ordinance, move approval for ordinance 2021-24 transmittal hearing for amendment to chapter 10, ground and water recharge element of Volusia County Comprehensive Plan.
You would,
We will do a global search over all of these elements to make sure if we're using the term karst, that also we reference areas prone to sinkhole development.
Thank you.
Motion to accept by Lowry, second by Robbins. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? And the transmittal passes 7-0. And you have one more.
Yes, sir. The last of these is agenda item number 15. This is pertaining to our recreation and open space element. We coordinated with Tim Bailey over in our Parks and Recreation to update this. Again, same situation in regards to the dates and all those fun things. There has been some questions regarding this, and I just do need to clarify. We have policies in our older comp plan that went across multiple elements. And over time, it may have been changed in one element, but not the others. And so it's created this unfortunate inconsistency where we've tried to be redundant with goals, objectives, and policies. So when we started on this venture 2+ years ago, we decided that it was probably best so that way we concentrate anything under that specific element that's tied to it. So for example, in this particular one, we had some things in regards to the scenic highway programs. Those have been moved to the transportation element. So just when you see some of the changes that are going on here, you'll see that they may have either been moved over to the transportation element, coastal management, or conservation. So we made minor changes throughout. We removed policies relating to coastal management element, which was updated in 2020. We updated the recreational facilities list for each park type to reflect current practices. We removed items from the list of recreational facilities that are not actual facilities, such as tree replacement and site clearance. Added facilities such as canoe, kayak launch, accessible beach access, and informational kiosk. And added goal 13.3 and related policies to recognize the commitment to a comprehensive trail system that serves a variety of users. This was again presented to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, who unanimously recommended approval. We did receive some questions in regards to specifically, if I can find it, the term tree replacement. And I have to kind of clarify, starting with policy 13.1.4.2, this is where we list the components of what is a local park and what is a district park. And within local parks, we identified tree replacement as an acceptable component of what a local park could be. Tree replacement pertains to utilizing it for mitigation for trees that are impacted by either development or the county along those lines. So we felt that that was not necessarily a true local recreational component. It doesn't mean that we are not going to be held in account by our own Chapter 50 and our own code in regards to the amount of natural vegetation area. So when we go to develop a park, we will have to retain at least 15% of the site in natural vegetation area. If there's critical wetlands, we're not going to be taking those out. And we do have a tree mitigation fund where we collect money from developers who are unable to do their mitigation on site. We can use that on public properties, including parks. So there's no real need to have this in our comp plan as a component of a local park for us to be able to utilize those funds. There was also questions and concerns about how our Parks Department manages and maintains our existing tree canopy. Again, they have to go through a tree removal process just as we all do. So for example, DeBerry Park, Tim had an unfortunate situation where he had to take out some of the trees. He came in, worked with our staff over in environmental management, got a tree removal permit, went through the process, and was able to do the mitigation and take care of all of that. So we already have in place these checks and balances to make sure that Parks and Recreation is abiding by what we would have any landowner follow. Okay?
That was going to be my first question, was tree removal. So thank you for taking that up. I do have a question, if I could get to it, on page 15.9, and it's about all the policies on the beach that have been taken out. It's moved to other areas. That's clear. It's in the matrix. How are you dealing with beach access? It says every 2 miles. In 11.6.1, it says 2 miles, and
Pardon me, I'm getting there.
that's okay.
What was the number?
11.6 I'm sorry.
So not on 15-9 anymore.
0.6.1.
What page, Jeff?
It's I am on 15. And the number again? I wrote down 11.6.1. It's not. Yeah. You remember the.
Okay, Ginger's brought up 13.1.2.1. Volusia County shall provide coastal beach access, vehicular beach ramps, walkways, or walkovers no greater than X miles interval, except for the north area of Bass Drive and the area of Canaveral National Seashore. This was all struck because it was sent to the coastal management element.
So what, do we have interval standards now?
Yes, sir.
What are they?
Pardon
It's
me
not
for the
2
inter-
miles?
Unfortunately, I don't know that one right off the top of my head, so I'll have to.
While you're looking for it, I'll tell you why. I'm really not trying to be a pain in the neck, but areas where there were approaches were far apart in Ormond by the Sea, Ponce Inlet, which were rural areas, are now highly developed. And if it's still 2 miles, it's too far. So I don't want that to get lost.
Harlem Beach is mentioned 36 times.
There you go.
Yeah.
11.6.1.
Oh, go ahead, read it through.
Oh, I'm just Googling. I'm no expert. I found 11.6.1. Oh, sorry, Ginger Adair, environmental management.
Mm-hmm.
It still keeps the language, shall be provided at no greater than 2 mile intervals except for the area north of Bass and the area of Canaveral National Seashore, et cetera. So that language is in the coastal element.
And you don't think that's too far apart? This is for, we control the entire beach.
Again, we were not trying to make any major change in policy. If there was a standard that was in place that has been part of it, we were maintaining that. So if there's something that the county council wants us to go back and review, we will be glad to bring it back. Again, I gotta stress is that one of the things that keeps me up at night is knowing that this comp plan is not 100% in compliance with state law, in that we don't have the 10-year planning horizon. The Department of Economic Opportunity knows that, and they're giving us basically a time to get it cleaned up, because our what they call evaluation appraisal report is due next year. So they're saying get all your ducks in a row by next year so that your evaluation appraisal report is clean. So when we started on this, we were thinking about a series of workshops and trying to flesh out a great deal of policy changes, and we realized we don't have the time. Because just as talking through here, these are critical points. You're bringing up very important issues that we should be debating. But right now, we're trying to just maintain what we currently have, push it out for 10 years, and we'll be glad to come back and do whatever y'all want to do in regards to a deep dive on our comprehensive plan.
Okay. I think we need to do that, to come back and discuss what is beach access, to open up approaches. Let me, again, I'm making enemies here, I understand that, but let me read something that's I think is encouraging me to say this. This is a quote from somebody. At the same time that the county assumes responsibility for beach access and beach safety, the committee believes that the electors should have the opportunity to state that the purpose and intent of the transfer of responsibility is to protect beach access rights, specifically including vehicular access rights. The right of public beach access and enjoyment should be clarified and codified. The committee has found that there is a definite need to protect the traditional rights of public access and enjoyment of Volusia beaches. The public rights of access to the beach, which is a legally protected right, would be meaningless if vehicular access were not allowed. I don't know if how long you've been in Volusia County. Do you have any idea who said that?
Mm-hmm.
Who was it?
If I remember correctly, that was all part of the original beach committee that, I'm sorry, I can't remember.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to trip you up. It surprised me when I read it because it was from the Volusia County Charter Review Committee of 1986,
Mm-hmm.
and that was written by T. Wayne Bailey, not a who you would consider a member of Sons of the Beach today, but he understood the importance to our county, to our economy, to our locals for beach access. So that's why I bring it up. I think it's important. Billy Wheeler?
Yeah, if there's no more conversation, I was going to just make a motion to approve ordinance 2021-27 transmittal hearing for amendment to Chapter 13 Recreation and Open Space element of the Volusia County Comprehensive Plan, case CPA-21-011.
Did we have public comment on that?
No, we will have public comment, and sadly, I have a couple more for it.
Seconded by Johnson.
Okay, so the motion to approve was by Wheeler, second by Johnson. I want to, rather than take us all over to different pages, I want to talk about, I want to hear from you the reasoning for taking out scenic byways. And here's, I know scenic byways tend to be roads. In my opinion, as I look at them, first of all, it took about 10 years for the byway committee on the TPO to get some of our byways approved, especially on the beach side. And it's more than a road. They offer amenities. They bring people to our area, and I would like to see, now that we have these byways, I would like to see them really be capitalized on for the good of the residents of Volusia County, but for the visitors that come in to use them, and they do. They're popular. So I see a future need for pavilions, for water stations, for overlook areas, for different amenities, because the byways do offer recreation, and they speak to our culture, they speak to historic buildings in the area, draw attention to them. And I'm concerned that if we take it out of this, does that mean they'll never qualify or be able to qualify for an ECHO grant or some kind of a grant for?
Okay, please remember, we're not taking it out. It's already located in the transportation element that you adopted earlier this year.
I do understand that, but as a part of the transportation element, can they still apply for an ECHO grant?
Yes.
Okay, that was my concern.
The critical part is that is it in your comprehensive plan? We're not going to sit there and make a specific decisions, because again, how cities and the county, where they put these particular things, does not have to be in a particular element. So therefore, when the ECHO committee is looking at it, and we can provide the overview and goals, objectives, and policies that are currently contained in the transportation element, which I'm just going to read, this is part of the introduction. There's an ongoing commitment within Volusia County community to work together in the development of cohesive network of sidewalks, paths, and trails. The county allocates for the construction of trails in the master plan. Then it talks about natural and man-made areas of Volusia County provide a diversity of visual opportunities which are included into the Scenic Corridors program. Figure 2.8 depicts several roadways that are the county, state, or federal government has designated as scenic corridors. The county has been actively participating in byway groups throughout the Florida Scenic and will continue to do so. So I'm trying to agree, but
Gotcha.
we have, so we still have in a commitment that we as Volusia County will not only keep what we have, but look at opportunities for future.
Okay. Billy, your name's up. Is that for the
Sorry.
vote, or
Oh,
because
no,
we
that
do have one member of the public who wants to speak? That okay. Then I'll call Suzanne Schreiber.
Thank you. Suzanne Schreiber, Ormond Beach. I sent an email late last night to the council, and I'm not going to assume that everyone had a chance to read it. Item 15 on the agenda is a concern for scenic highways. Earlier this year, we expressed there is no protection for scenic or heritage byways. They are designated based on resources by FDOT Byways Division. Please allow time to pursue proper language for byways to be added into the recreation element to address echo and grants. And I'm saying and grants here. Scenic highways are not about the pavement, even though they're in the transportation element. They are designated based on their resources. There wasn't enough time yesterday after I received an email from Patricia Smith on staff, where staff seemed open to hearing of language to go into the open recreation section that we're discussing here. I'm asking for time to meet with Brad Burbaugh per Patricia's email and work on language specific to scenic corridors. And I thank you.
Clay, is that, in light of what you just said, is that necessary?
Right now, we have sufficient goals, objectives, and policies that if we wanted to continue to apply for, and remember, a lot of these designations require a corridor advocacy group. Many of them are grassroots. When I was at Ormond Beach, I was part of the staff that helped the corridor advisory group get the Ormond Scenic Loop on the map. So it's a citizen-initiated, and what usually happens is the local government assists by providing the technology and graphics and the background information. We have sufficient goals, objectives, and policies in the transportation element so that any fears about loss of our corridor of scenic highway designations is not going to be realized. If, however, there's additional protection standards or other things that these grassroots folks want us to do, we will be glad to do so. What we're asking you is to allow us to just continue on this process. And if you want us to, within 6 months, work with them and come back with recommendations, we'll be glad to do so. But please just allow us to get through this, because we can process an amendment to this after we at least get the planning horizon pushed out. I don't know if you can tell the desperation in my voice, but it's one of these things that, again, we're get through this process where we're not making significant changes in policy. We are keeping everything there. We're reorganizing it and we're updating it, and that's really what we're hoping to do here.
And I understand that, but we need to also hear the desperation in the voices of the people that have worked for 10 years to get byways. I understand that the byways are not in danger, but now you just confused me a little bit. But I'm going to wrap this up, that the byway's not in danger, the designation, but the ability for the byway to get a grant for a pavilion or a water bottle refill station, to get a grant, you just made it sound like
they can continue to do so. They would be able to sit there.
So I would just suggest that she does continue the conversation with Brad and see what, and then we can come back with something to tighten it up if it's necessary.
Let me give you the worst case scenario. Our comp plan is found not in compliance with state law, so therefore any grant where you say that you have to be in compliance with an adopted comprehensive plan is gone. That's more important, is having something that is in compliance and is meeting our code. Right now, if there was a grassroots group that came in and said, this road from here to here can be added to the scenic highway program, can we sit there and can we make a statement that it's consistent with your comprehensive plan? We would send them a letter immediately saying, yes, here's goal 2.3 of the comprehensive plan, transportation element, and we would rattle off all the policies.
The desperation in your voice, but it's unintended consequences is what I'm trying to avoid. So we have a motion on the floor from Wheeler, second by Johnson, to approve item 15, transmittal hearing for amendment to Chapter 13, Recreation and Open Space Element. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Tad, it may get easier here. Item 16, pardon me?
It is.
Oh, it does say remove from agenda in big bold print. You came up anyway.
I got the next two, so.
Pardon me?
I have the next
Item
two.
17, which is not removed, proposed abandonment of a portion of Volusia Bar Road. Speaking of bars.
Good afternoon, Tad Casebir, County Engineer. This proposed abandonment is for Volusia Bar Road. The road segment is completely located within or adjacent to POG Enterprises property. They're requesting the vacation of our interests in it. They have some issues with vandalism and such out there, and they'd like to be able to put up a gate to restrict access. They would put on, as a part of the gate, they'll construct a turnaround, as well as put on a control box that allows for our emergency services to get in and out, as well as anybody staying at their camp. So staff recommends approval. There were no objections from any of the adjacent property owners or any of the utility companies.
Motion to approve, Gertman.
Motion to approve by Gertman, and the second was by who? Was it? Okay, so give it to Fred, and I didn't have any questions on it. So, and not seeing anybody else that wanted to speak, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0. Item 17. Item 18.
Yes, item 18 is a vacation over in the West Highlands area, northwest of Orange City. As a part of the original plat, there were alleyways that were put in adjacent to the lots. In particular, Mr. Pablo Martinez would like to go ahead and vacate those alleyways next to his property. As you can see from the exhibit, we've vacated quite a few of these in the past. We do not want them. We don't want to put them in alleyways. We don't want to maintain them, and we recommend approval of the vacation.
Motion to approve, Gertman.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Robbins.
Let me add something. It's quasi-judicial. You may want to check on that.
There's nobody from the public here, but does any council members have any ex parte to announce? And nobody from the public cared to speak, so we'll close the public hearing. And none of the rest of the council wants to speak. We'll call for the vote. Motion by Lowry, second by Wheeler. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. 19 is done, 7-0. Item 20 is done. And item 21, Captain without Tennille will give us the community update. Oh, he's got Tennille.
Tennille is here.
Is Tennille going to sing? Whoa! You don't know if he can sing.
Sorry, Gary. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, honorable members of council. Item 21 is the community events update. So first, Fire Prevention Week kicked off this past Sunday and goes to this Saturday, October the 9th. This year's theme is Learn the Sounds of Fire Safety. So we're promoting the event with obviously a news release, social media posts, and web content. And also, for the second year in a row, Fire Rescue has had an online virtual classroom with loads of fun games, apps, children's books, videos, songs, all with a fire safety and prevention message. Battalion Chief Scott Smoke joined us Friday morning on the Volusia Today radio show to talk about fire safety. And as you can imagine, we had a little fun with his name. I mean, firefighter named Smoke. How can you not? So that was a lot of fun. The Volusia Forever program is accepting land purchase nominations through November the 15th. So willing sellers who want to sell their property to be considered for purchase may complete an online nomination form at volusia.org/forever. Public Works has one more listening sessions. It's scheduled 6 to 7 p.m. on the first floor here at the TCK Administration Building in the training rooms, Wednesday, October 13th. And there are some really exciting events happening at DeBerry Hall, the Lyonia Environmental Center, and with our Explore Volusia program. Events like creating your own edible landscape while visiting DeBerry Hall, to learning how to keep healthy turf grass lawn and getting education about our county's rivers while visiting the LEC, and also bike tours and eco buggy tours with our Explore Volusia program. There's really something for everyone. And you can check out these events and more by visiting the county calendar. And so by doing that, you would just go to, you can also look at the public meetings on there as well. So just go under news, under volusia.org, county calendar, and then you can click on that. It has all the events. You can click on them. It takes you to the information. But you also can just use the search key as well, too. So I wanted to talk a little bit about trash. So just for a few minutes here about an anti-litter campaign. As you know, we've been hearing some really great, actually awesome things lately about anti-litter efforts out in the community, on social media, in the news, and from our local residents. This is terrific because to effectively address litter problems, it really does take a community-wide effort and involving all of us. So whether it's government, the private sector, civic organizations, businesses, we all have a role to play in keeping our community and our natural resources clean and beautiful. The county has a Keep Volusia Beautiful campaign program, which is an affiliate of the national Keep America Beautiful nonprofit organization. And we have a wide variety of programs and resources devoted to anti-litter efforts. Those include Adopt a Beach, Adopt a Road, Adopt a Trail, and they also include beach, river, coastal, and underwater cleanups, which I just wanted to quickly focus on today. It also includes the routine cleaning of draining baffle boxes, curbs, gutters, and drainage pipes, and the removal of tons of litter from the right-of-ways from our road and bridge crews. So this litter issue is near and dear to you, Mr. Chair, and we've certainly had, we've been discussing ways that we can maximize the efforts for even bigger and better results, because we can always do better. And so coming up, Environmental Management is hosting a storm drain marking event on Thursday, October the 28th, where volunteers will be helping us mark storm drains with no dumping curb markers to inform the public not to dump anything into these storm drains. We're also partnering with Environmental Management and Road and Bridge so that we can feature this event in Southeast Volusia, because not everyone knows that when water goes into some of these drains, they go right into our waterways, some of them. Granted, we do have some that go through the filtration, but certainly there's means of prevention there. So by marking the storm drains with no dumping curb markers, the intent is to remind residents to avoid putting litter or other contaminants from the neighborhoods into the lagoon. Also just want to mention the International Coastal and Halifax Indian River Cleanup. We did that over the last couple of months. Specifically on September the 18th, the county had 1,305 people participate in the International Coastal and Halifax IRL cleanup. Volunteers collected 4,800 pounds of trash at 36 different sites, and a whopping total of 56,710 items were collected. The most common item was the cigarette butt. The total amount was almost 22,000 cigarette butts. I had to ask Ginger, how do they come up with that number? Is it by weight? No, they actually count them. and then all the volunteers count them, and then they tabulate them. So amazing event there, and lots of things. The county also has a monofilament recycling program. Environmental management has 117 bins throughout the county, with 12 local businesses that volunteer and act as collection points. 98 of these bins are adopted, so we have 19 bins left available for adoption. And if you're interested in that, monofilament recycling at volusia.org, or we can talk with Ginger and we can get those remaining 19 ones adopted. We did partner with environmental management on updating the sticker that goes on these with a Q code. And the Q code just takes you right to volusia.org on this page where it discusses the fundamentals of the program. So it's good information, certainly. Also, the underwater cleanup at Ponce Inlet for the removal of monofilament, braid fishing line, and lead weights, which are harmful, in fact, deadly, to our marine life. Specifically, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, has estimated that over 1 million marine mammals, birds, and other sea life are killed each year from entanglement and ingestion of marine debris. So since 2004, environmental management has had a team of specially trained divers and shoreline ambassadors who have retrieved thousands of pounds of marine debris each year. There's a guy in the chartreuse here that might look familiar too. But as mitigation efforts continue to keep these items from entering our water or continually improving, discarded and abandoned items still make their way into the water. And a large quantity of these items can take hundreds of years to decompose. This event on September the 8th in Ponce Inlet collected 143 pounds of marine debris, and the running total this year is 1,270 pounds, and between the two programs combined, they've recovered over 12,000 pounds of fishing line and marine debris from our environment. So as you can see, there's a lot of exciting work and collaboration going on, and community information will be actively publicizing these efforts to help increase public awareness, and most of all, engagement. So I thank you, Mr. Chair, for continuing your support, and I want to ensure council and the public, and we're excited that all the council is so actively involved in this, because we applaud our community and our community groups, organizations, and individuals to help keep Volusia beautiful. I'd like to just move to the coronavirus update quickly. We have 4 continued social media campaigns that we have been running on paid social media since spring. Our reach is close to about 500,000, and our impressions are nearly 750,000. We also have another testing initiative with the movement of the testing site to the Speedway, and that's, again, just a reminder for everybody, it's Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 4:30. Appointments are preferred but not necessary, and that testing is free. And also just want to draw a little bit of attention towards some of our latest production efforts related to vaccination. Councilwoman Gertman, thank you always for your care and concern about helping us get the word out. This one in particular, what we did is we took little snippets from our interview with Drs. Fulcher, Crossman, and Smith, and we're going to be periodically posting those. And of course, they're very happy with it too, because it's helping our community get more and more vaccinated. And there's more, whether people take the vaccination or not, the herd immunity is still going up. And so that's also what Dr. Crossman discussed in the interview. With that, we'll move to Mr. Ethan Johnson from the Florida Department of Health in Volusia County.
Good afternoon. All right, so we've had 73,507 COVID-19 cases among Volusia County residents and 1,426 COVID-19 deaths reported in Volusia County since the start of the pandemic. We continue to experience a decline in cases and case positivity. As of the end of last week, the 7-day positivity rate was down to 10.5%. Our case numbers are continuing to fall as well, obviously, with our case rate currently at 170 cases per 100,000 population. 2 weeks ago when I was here, it was at 339. So that's really good. That means we're trending down and getting closer and closer to that threshold where we'll move from high transmission to substantial. So that's anything below 100. So at the health department, we're really looking forward to getting back to other public health activity besides COVID-19 response, of course. Vaccination rates continue to go up. We ticked up 1% over the last week. Last week there were 1,180 residents vaccinated. This graph shows the number of Volusia County residents who visited emergency departments or urgent care facilities with complaints or diagnoses related to COVID-19. Again, last time I was here, September wasn't quite complete yet, but we did project that it would be a significant decrease. And of course, that's what we see in September. And then looking at hospitalization data between September 22nd to September 28th, there were 81 new hospitalizations related to COVID-19. That marked a 25.69% decrease in the last 7 days. 10.09% of hospital beds were used for COVID-19 patients, but that marked a 1.96% decrease within the previous 7 days. And then 27.46% of ICU beds used for COVID-19 patients, which also marked a decrease of 8.08% in the 7 days. One thing that I added to this week's presentation was just the difference between the third dose and the booster shot. We've been getting a lot of questions about that. This is just the guidance. This is taken directly from the form that you complete when you do decide to get the vaccine, if you do decide to get the vaccine. So we've been providing third doses for weeks now. What happened last week was the booster shot. So of course for the third dose, residents would attest to being moderately to severely immunocompromised, and then at least 28 days would have passed from the completion of their first Pfizer series. And then for the booster shot, which is what's new, you have to be 65 years of older or reside in a long-term care facility or be under 65 or between the ages of 18 and 64 with underlying medical conditions or be at an increased risk for COVID-19 exposure and transmission because of your occupation or institutional setting, and then at least 6 months would have passed. So of course, this is just for individuals who do decide they'd like the booster shot, they're able to get it, and we give the shot the same way that we've been providing it for months now. And then of course, we continue to provide the vaccine at all four of our, office locations and testing at Holstenbach as well as Orange City. However, we did have an issue with our Orange City building. So that's being handled. Hopefully over the next day, we'll be back up and running there. It was not related to COVID. So we're not really operating there today, but we should be back in a couple days. It was just a issue with the building itself. But other than that, we continue to do testing. The demand for testing is starting to decline. We would expect that. We're testing a lot less individuals, and it seems that the 2 community sites are as well. But that's a good thing because that's in line with what we're seeing with the cases. And then also with the monoclonal antibody treatment center, it's still being used, but it's averaging about 52 patients a day, whereas we know about a month and a half ago it was like 180, which of course is what we expect. Other than that, that is all I have unless there are any questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Did you have a question for him?
Yes.
Okay, Heather Post.
Thanks for waiting. I saw you in the back quite a while, so thank you.
No problem.
But the PCR testing, is the health department providing any rapid testing, or do we only have the PCR?
We only provide the PCR testing to our clients. We do we have rapid antigen tests, and we give them to community partners, but its purpose isn't really meant to be diagnostic, so that's why we don't use it at the health department. The rapid test is used at, I believe, NOMI provides it, and I know that we have, this is anecdotally speaking to residents, a lot of residents that are traveling and seeking to get tested in that way, that's acceptable. They've been going to NOMI and getting that, which is also why NOMI is getting a little bit more traffic than we are, and Curative.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Barbara Gertman.
Thank you. It's great news that things are going in the right direction. I still don't want anybody to take it for granted because we're still 4 times more than we were in June, right? So yes, we're coming down, but we're coming down from an extreme high. Cooler months are coming. Florida stays hot, but snowbirds and others will be heading our way. So is there any indication of, or any messaging that we're hearing? Because when you listen to the news, you hear, okay, up north, people are going to be, now going back inside. And so are we seeing that there's enough vaccinations that we've started getting into the herd immunity? And is that what's helping to bring the numbers down? Or is it that we're coming off of the summer?
I think it's a combination of everything. You have a very significant portion of the population who's already been infected. You have 65% of the population who's been vaccinated. You have a variant that came through and, did things that we didn't see before. So it's a combination between all of those, whereas we see that decline now. I think in terms of the weather, up north, they may be getting ready to see a surge since they do tend to retreat inside and you're gonna have more indoor events, versus here, the weather is a little bit more tolerable now for folks. So that may be a good thing, and I haven't seen any things in terms of messaging, but the messaging would be, hey, Thanksgiving, let's have an outdoor gathering, encouraging gathering outdoors, spaces, that would be good, and as a part of what you were saying, to continue to be cautious, proceed with caution, even though we're celebrating trending in the right direction. Yeah.
I agree. And I think it is becoming more important that even people who have not been vaccinated may have had the virus, so have the antibodies, and perhaps that,
That's absolutely.
hopefully we'll have a good holiday and go into 2022, with this somewhat behind us. I know it's never going away, but if we can get ahead of it, hopefully that's the direction we're headed. So thank you for your information.
Do you have a model of that virus?
I do not, but that would be really neat to have.
And then,
I don't think they have one.
So at some point you can bring it in and we can blow it up. Barbara's right. It's not going away though. We'll, just like influenza, other flu varieties, we have to deal with every year. But it'll be nice when it's not the topic of conversation.
I have a challenge coin with it on it. We could throw it across the room when all this ends.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for you. Thank you very much. Kevin, is Gary going to talk trash?
He's going to sing.
Pardon?
He was going to sing.
Oh. You're done? Okay. I didn't know if he was going to speak or not. Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, 22. Do we have appointments by any council member to the Housing Finance
I want to
Authority?
make
I'm
an
ready.
appointment.
Wow.
Go ahead.
Okay, Ben Johnson was first.
I'll nominate John Adams.
There we go.
There goes two of you. John Adams by Ben Johnson. Heather Post.
And I'll nominate Sandra Boyd for the 4-year term expiring October 15, 2025.
Say the first name again.
Sandra Boyd.
Sandra Boyd.
And if
You have both those?
if council could just make a motion to approve that slate, and this is an unusual board. The state law requires us to appoint them by resolution, so a draft resolution is attached. We'll just fill in the blank for the two names. So in your motion, if you could approve that slate of names and the resolution, you can do that together.
Motion to approve.
Second, yeah.
Motion to approve John Adams, Sandra Boyd. And you have those names, all right, and the people that nominated them.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
may we have who seconded it, please?
Yeah, I did. Heather did too.
Fred. Motion by Wheeler, second by Lowry, and I still have Ben Johnson's name up. Did you want to withdraw? Yes. Okay. All in favor? Say aye. Any opposed? Adams and Boyd have been approved. Item 23 is at-large and District 5 appointments to the Code Enforcement Board.
I'm ready.
Go ahead, Fred.
Chad Lingenfeller.
First name again, please?
Chad.
Chad Lincolnfeller.
Getting feller. I should get extra
Lingenfeller.
points for pronouncing that name.
How about spelling? Okay, by Councilman Lowry. At large. Pardon me?
Harry Wild.
Okay, and a motion to approve these two candidates? By Lowry, second by, all in favor, say aye. And that takes us down, I know what's gonna happen here. I'm gonna look at the county manager and he's gonna say he's done.
I do have
No.
one item, but I sent out, Maria actually sent out for me a draft of a letter of support asking for the Department of Transportation is asking for us to support them with their effort to get a grant for the Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvement Program. This will help several crossings on the Sunrail line, and so I did put a copy also of the letter out on the dais. So if the councils will, I would like to put your electronic signature on there and send it to the department.
So moved.
Motion by Lowry to approve, second by Wheeler, all in favor? Send it on.
And that's it for me.
Okay, I jumped the gun because we got a late, does anybody want to guess? John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. Two things. One on flooding. I go to the library several times. Brown & Brown has increased. It used to be a drainage area. It was low-lying. They've increased it by 10 feet. So their buildings are now like 10 feet higher than it was. And the city, in its infinite wisdom, decided to redo the seawall, and they raised it an inch. So the Brown & Brown raised their area 10 feet, took away all the drainage, and the city only increased it. And if you remember, we went through a tremendous flooding on Beach Street. So now the city was smart enough to add a couple of areas so that they lowered the seawall so that the water could come in. And it won't stay in the park, so it goes into Beach Street, so we'll have more flooding. And we already have the problem on Beach Street and Blue Road. So we're going to be really, you know what, out of luck if there's any large water coming through. But last year, and then just last meeting, people talked about drainage in their yard. A woman came with that property by the Sunrail that she was getting thing. Last year, 3 gentlemen came in, their pastures were getting flooding. So if we are going to be doing this, and I understand that there are several people out in the Margaritaville who's already complaining about flooding their properties. So we have got to, at some point, start lifting up our land. And I know I recommended it to some woman from Habitat for Humanity. They've got several properties in Midtown that they can't develop because it's, and the city has all this extra dirt that they're digging up a great big hole out by First Step Shelter. So she's going to ask if she can get some of that. But we've got to learn to not put housing in the worst areas. Secondly, you were talking about redistricting already. In 1990, I went to the redistricting for the city of Daytona Beach and was shocked that the city got divided up. Now, I remember that the county and the state got together and they divided the county into like 27 districts so we would have no power at the state, all right? That to me gave the impression when they divided the city of Daytona Beach up into 3 different areas that we were getting screwed at the city of Daytona Beach. And in the year 2000 and in the year 2010, we got screwed again. Now, the presentation this morning said for the 4th time, the city of Daytona Beach is going to get screwed. Staff said, oh, well, that's because Daytona Beach has over 100,000 people. Well, we really don't. And they were talking about the infill. Well, Billy Wheeler's in the Shores, there's no possible way there's 100,000 people can fit in the Shores, unincorporated. And there's only a little bit around Holly Hill. So I don't know where they're getting 100,000 people, but I would ask you to look at keeping the city of Daytona Beach whole for once. Thank you.
Thank you. County Attorney Michael Dyer.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of council, just briefly. First of all, thank you for your time and your patience this morning during the redistricting presentation. I have been informed that the school board will take up the map scenarios at one of their regular meetings, and they have canceled or declined the joint meeting opportunity for Monday, which is October 11th, and we'll plan on meeting as we had scheduled in the joint meeting October 18th.
Okay.
So, no meeting
That's what
Monday.
he said,
And I'll,
yeah.
I'll send something out and make sure that gets
Surprising.
on your calendars, and I appreciate it.
They didn't give any indication where adequate or fabulous?
No, it seems like what I was told was they want to go through an exercise like you did this morning.
Okay, maybe they'll go for Barb. That's it? Thank you. Dr. Lowry.
I'm good, thank you.
Heather Post.
I actually have a couple things. We had someone mention something this morning, but I have a question for staff. Is Clay still back there somewhere? Or George, maybe you can just answer this. It's just a simple question. But so there was a question from the public. Has there been any change? Can code enforcement respond to via anonymous complaints anymore?
They cannot. That
Okay.
did change.
So I just wanted to point that out. I think we had someone this morning that mentioned that there was an anonymous complaint and that code enforcement was not following up on it. So I wanted to clarify that. I had that question to ask as well. And ECHO meetings not being archived. Are they archived somewhere?
I'm sure they're archived. Everything around here
Well,
is.
I mean archived for public view. Yeah.
I'm not sure. Well, they'll
Just trying to
confirm.
answer a
I'm
number
not
of
sure they're
questions that the
videoed, but go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. So we have the minutes and the full agenda packets with all the information on the agenda. Because of COVID precautions and we've been moving to GoToMeeting, we do have the recordings. So we're in the process of converting those to YouTube files so we can upload them.
Excellent. Okay. Perfect.
Thank you.
And all right, let's skip that one. Several people mentioned today apologizing on council for asking questions, either for our own clarification or simply for the public. And I want to tell all council members, please don't apologize for asking questions, because every item is just as important as the last item. So I understand it's 5 p.m., but not a problem. So just really want to stress that. We just had the Pictona groundbreaking, which actually, so you think Pictona, but holy cow. It's actually a really big thing for our county. The international organization is looking to have their headquarters here, which is phenomenal. And the money that brings in is tremendous. So they are looking at doing, I don't want to say skyboxes, but they're looking at doing really sort of tiny skyboxes and all kinds of stuff in the second phase that is already approved and going through. So that is fantastic, and certainly fantastic for the city of Holly Hill. Also, we talked about the Florida Association of Counties Conference and pushing those policies, but also wanted to point out, attended the White House Intergovernmental Affairs call. and really wanted to stress that this last administration was fantastic, and I think brought forward a tremendous collaboration with county commissioners, which really I don't think county commissioners had ever had before across the board, just hearing from everyone, whether you were Republican or Democrat just in the past. And this new administration, with a little poking, has been very on board with that, and so very happy about that, because we are their local voice, and they need to definitely need to be having those conversations, and it's good to have those connections. The last question I had, we talked about, we did the ordinance last time for the COVID testing for employees. We did the 2 days, provide 2 days to have the employees go get tested, but what I'm finding is that the health department is pushing them to do the PCR testing, and sometimes that doesn't get back within the 2 days, so then they're still having to take that leave. So I don't know if there's a way that we can try and work out. I know the health department pushes them to other partners like CVS and CentraCare and those kinds of places, but if there's any way to try and push getting the rapid testing to get it within that time frame, or however we can work that out to mediate, that would be good. Do you have a comment, George?
Yeah, I will. I'll get with HR and find out what the frequency of the issue and what we can do to help out.
Appreciate it. And many of you heard too. So there was one death in my family, but Randy was also in a T-boned in a tremendous car accident, and totally ruined the honor guard SUV. But Randy's okay. Certainly a shock to our family, but he's okay. He's very bruised. But the other lady, I guess, also a point. If you're driving, I don't know if she was holding anything, but that was just my assumption from working traffic crashes. She had a tremendous gash completely across her face when the airbag went off. So I'm assuming there was something in between her and the airbag. So keep that in mind when you're driving, please. And I'm just glad everyone's okay, but it's been a horrible month. So if everyone could just keep our family in your prayers for sure, and moving forward. So my birthday's this month, which is good. At least I'm getting another year older, so fantastic. Thanks.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Just two quick things. Hopefully we can get council support to send a few short things to staff. One thing I was looking into for the jail and public safety was the subsistence fees and collections in our jail. If we could send that to council, or at least get council support to get a little bit more information, to look at the fees that we charge the inmates that are pretty much designed to offset the costs of their stay, and take that little bit of that burden off the taxpayers, and possibly get some more money for some of our employees. Also, secondly, to look at the tipping fees. I know I mentioned it a few months ago early on, to bring the tipping fees out at the landfill up to par when it comes to shingles, and make them possibly the same as just the Class 3, same thing as the Class 3 materials. So it's up to council. I think there's some money there, some additional revenue sources that we can look at, and I'd like to definitely see if there's what we can do there. So I appreciate it. Do we have
County Attorney Michael Dyer?
Yes, it's council's discretion. If a motion is made and seconded, we can return with information on either of those.
Okay.
Well, as far as the tipping fees, it just so happens we are in a study of that, and so that's being taken care of. But the
pay to stay
payment for the inmates, it would be best if we had a motion on that to come back with a study and some information, what other counties are doing, that type of thing.
Would you like to make the motion?
Sure.
Yes, sir, I'll make that motion.
Okay, I'd second then.
Can you state the motion, just so they can get it down the way you want it?
The motion to come back with some numbers and information on the pay to stay or the subsistence fees and collections for our jail system.
Okay. And seconded by Wheeler. Heather Post for discussion.
Yes, so quick discussion on that. We'd actually touched on that a little bit in the past when being a part of the claims committee with the lawsuits that the county is involved in. Basically, when the county has been, say, Votrain bus accidentally hits someone or whatever, and we're in that litigation with them. What was typical and not just for our county, but I think across the board, just in the legal world, was to sort of research, and if you had some sort of criminal history, per statute, you're allowed to charge for their inmate time, and so what was normal practice here and everywhere else was to charge or to discuss that in the settlement. And during that point, I didn't feel it was okay, because then we were not pursuing those fees with everyone across the board. We were only pursuing the fees with people that we injured. So that didn't set well, right? But since that is sort of the legal standard across the board, I think it's a good idea that if we're good doing it totally across the board,
Yeah, that's what
that would actually,
what it is.
I was just pointing out, that would sort of even out that end as well, because
there's things like meals and,
Right.
and processing and stuff. Every time we touch something, it costs money, and just to try to, see kind of where we're at and chew on the numbers a little bit. I don't think it can hurt, and
Yeah.
it may pay for a couple other things or alleviate some bills.
Yeah, I just think it would even out the fairness as well.
Cool.
But
Sounds
our
good.
corrections budget's certainly large. Okay.
Okay, no further discussion. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Any opposed? Is that it? Mr. Robbins? Okay, Councilwoman Wheeler.
Yeah, just real quickly, I had a real enjoyment. I'm on the executive board of the Boys and Girls Club, and I was able to give a tour of the Dickerson Center in the Daytona Beach area, one of our Boys and Girls Club. And I gave the tour to Lisa Kennedy and Mike Hilton and others from NASCAR. And of course, we're always looking for people that will really support us. And we had Jim Clark, actually the president and CEO of the Boys and Girls Club of America, that went with us. So that was really exciting. It's always great to see the kids and the great things that are done with the Boys and Girls Club. Also, as an executive board member of the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council, and one of the founders for the members of the East Central Florida Regional Resilience Collaborative. Last week, I was asked to welcome on a virtual meeting that was, it was a strategic resilience action plan. It was the Business Case for Resilience webinar. It was so blooming informative. And I will say that our very own Orlando Economic Partnership and Heather Schuberg was a big part of this, and she just did a wonderful job of moderating part of it, so I want to say kudos to her. But I welcomed a lot of businesses, and some of the ones that were on the panel was Disney, Tupperware, Siemens, Legacy Resorts, and Climate First Bank. But I had the great honor of welcoming Her Majesty's UK Consul General, Nicolette Brent. It was just such a pleasure to hear some of the things that are being done with resilience in all of these businesses, as well as in the UK. Very informative, and I'm sure it's on their website to go back and listen to, but it was dynamite, and I was really glad that I was able to be a small part of it. Thank you, and that's all I have.
Barb Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. Can you bring that picture up for me?
Hey, Barbara, I'm just really, really sorry, but I wanted to add one more thing. Mary McLeod Bethune, her statue, I am going to get choked up because I just got an email. It's on the way right now. It will be in Daytona tomorrow. It has come from Italy. So she's finally going to come home. She'll be at the News Journal Center, and you will be able to see her from October the 12th through December the 12th. She will be there standing in honor, and we've got her history all around her that you can go in for tours. You can take classes or whatever in there. And then she will go to Washington, where she will represent this area well in the Statuary Hall. What an honor. So I've been there with all the fundraising events, so I've been on their board with that. This is a really, really emotional time for all of us, because actually the board on the books that she is standing by on this 12-foot fabulous marble is all of her words of wisdom. And as a board, we all went through and picked those out of some of the things that came out of her will. So it's all emotional to all of us that there were so many hands involved in getting that done way before I got started. But I'm sorry, Barbara, I had that at the very top, and I
was well worth the wait.
Yeah. So please make it a point to go see, take your groups, take your organizations. This is big time, but she's going to have a police escort tomorrow.
Of course she would. I just have one thing, and if you can see it, this is a mural that was done by Courtney Canova, and it's in regards to sickle cell awareness. And I'm just really proud of the efforts that Sharitha Dixon and her staff that were able to bring awareness to sickle cell. Over 300,000 babies are born annually with the sickle cell trait. And I think last meeting before, I asked about us, holding the funds currently as I'm working towards some further programming. But this mural is in Spring Hill, right next to the Dr. Joyce M. Cusack Resource Center. And I just want to acknowledge Sharitha Dixon and her staff, Courtney Canova, who and his son were the artists, Jared Johnson and Oscar Williams. Terrell Johnson owns this restaurant, and he's also the one doing the restaurant across the street that we just approved the PUD and the overlay for, to be able to redevelop that area. So it all pours into making this area more approachable, more livable, and better connected within the community. So I just think it's important that we all recognize the efforts that are going in and the hard work that so many are putting into it. So I thank each one of you for your support.
What road is that at the end of the building?
I think it's Mathis.
Mathis?
It's the corner of Adele and Mathis.
Okay.
Right
those
off
are,
from Beersford.
Those are really good portraits.
Right.
It
and
doesn't
right
look like
across
a
the
mural. It's
street from the Spring Hill Park, but also the gentleman to the furthest right is Joyce Cusack's nephew, who passed from sickle cell. Wow. So, like I said, it just really resonates with our community, that it acknowledges the personal. So thank you.
Thank you. Ben Johnson.
I'd like to make a motion that if it's after 5 o'clock and we see John Nicholson heading for the mic, that the deputy tackle him. I'm just kidding you, John. I do commend your perseverance for being here and continuing on, but I don't have anything other than that.
Would you like to give your remainder of your time to Mr. Nicholson?
No, I need a second to that motion, really.
Okay, I just have a couple quick things. Again, back to the videos for Echo. You're putting them on YouTube. Can you have the dashboard done? Can you link those to the dashboard so they're easy to find? At
Yes,
least
sir.
have one link for all the videos?
Yeah, so it will
Okay.
all be on our Echo advisory page. The dashboard will be on the
Okay.
top. Underneath it will have the minutes. We've now started publishing the full agenda packets with every single item so people can see them. And then under the minutes, we will link the YouTube. So they'll have the minutes of the meeting and the video.
Same for Volusia Forever?
It's already done.
That one's already done. What about,
The YouTube videos are already done.
okay. What about other Citizens Advisory Committee? Are they videoed and are they archived?
Not all of them are videoed. That would be a staff issue. The bigger ones are, some of the others are minutes, and I'm not sure if some are just audio recorded, but they all have to have minutes, and they're taken. But we can get a list of what is and what isn't.
And where to find them? They're all public meetings, right? They're
Correct.
open to the public?
Correct.
If you just get a list of where
Right.
the public can find them. I've been asked several times for that. How do I know what's going on in those committees?
Point of information on that, Mr. Chair. So Brad, when you mentioned that they were going to be on YouTube and then they would be put on the website, I assumed it would be on the main page with all the like council meeting video and then PLDRC video, all of those additional committee video meetings that we have are on that main page. So why wouldn't that then, any committee meetings, any additional committee meetings should be on that page, right? Because we do put additional committee meetings on that page. So shouldn't that also be on that page?
I'll take a look at, we'll work with that, make sure we have easy access from the council.
Right, that was my
From the
understanding.
council page to get to the committees.
Okay, thank you.
There's nobody here from the health department still, is there? No? Okay. George or Suzanne, you might know the answer to this. I keep hearing on the news that the people crossing our southern border, the federal government is reporting that 20% of them have COVID, test positive for COVID, but they're not required to get a vaccine. The border agents are, and but those people aren't, and then they're put on buses or planes and shipped otherwhere. Do we have any idea if any of them are being dropped in Volusia County?
Yeah, I have not heard of that occurring.
Would the sheriff perhaps know?
He
Or
may.
the health department?
I think I could check with also our community services folks to see if they're hearing anything, and I could check with the sheriff.
I think the governor had some input on that just recently of stopping that, if I remember reading if that was accurate.
Yeah, my
where he
understanding
was gonna
was there was a directive to not cooperate
Yeah.
with federal immigration officials, but I don't
For
know
our
anything
state.
beyond that.
Glad I live in Florida.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I had. So at 5:25, we will adjourn. I'd like to thank the council and staff for a long day with and nobody threw anything. Yet.